Chapter 898. Strike. Quick, quick, faster. Roundball found Wang Tung's position. It was extremely nervous and kept muttering to itself. The Olent Federation's spacecraft chased after Wang Tung relentlessly. Beams of light inundated him without a stop. This was like a cat and mouse game. But in actual fact, this was an illusion Wang Tung had created for his opponents. He possessed space talent, so once he was prepared, he could evade his opponent's attacks easily. However, he didn't do it. He pretended that his every dodge was precarious. It was as if he just managed to dodge the attacks due to luck. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation didn't think that Wang Tung could escape, so they weren't in a rush. They continued tailing him closely. Roundball, open the cabin door. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Tung finally reached the E63 spacecraft. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, OK. Roundball was invigorated. It quickly opened the cabin door. Swoosh. Wang Tung increased his speed and dashed into the E63 spacecraft. But the concealing mode of the spacecraft was also deactivated, and its real form was revealed. The people from the Olent Federation saw it at once. Lock in their spacecraft. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior from the Fox race smiled. His gaze turned sharp. Attack and destroy their spacecraft. Claude ordered calmly. Yes, the Fox race martial warrior replied in a low voice. Boom. The instant he finished speaking, the attacks were launched. They flew directly toward the E63 spacecraft. The beams traveled through space and arrived right before the E63 spacecraft within 3 seconds. However, it disappeared without a trace and shot forward at an incredible speed. After Wang Tung contacted Roundball, it had already gathered energy reserves for the acceleration. The spacecraft was ready to escape once Wang Tung returned. This was a merit of a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Only such a spacecraft was sturdy and tough enough to withstand the instant acceleration without disintegrating. Cosmos-level spacecraft. Clote stood up abruptly in the Olent Federation spacecraft. He was overjoyed. The other celestial stage martial warriors noticed this too and were in disbelief. Their opponent possessed a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Didn't they say that he escaped from an underdeveloped planet? Why did he possess a Cosmos-level spacecraft only available to Cosmos stage martial warriors? This doesn't make sense. Mind you, every Cosmos-level spacecraft cost a fortune. If they could get their hands on one, they would be rich. However, they knew that it had nothing to do with them. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, from Mr. Cloet's look, they could tell that he was determined to get this Cosmos-level spacecraft. No wonder I couldn't catch them, even after sending 10 spacecraft. Candace even died in their hands, Clote said in deep thought. He thought that the Cosmos-level spacecraft was what caused the destruction of the 10 Universal spacecraft. He didn't think that they were actually destroyed by the planetary stage newbie, Wang Tung. Chase. Chase after them. Stop attacking. I want an intact, Cosmos-level spacecraft. They will only have a limited amount of energy. We'll chase them until they are out of juice. Cloet's eyes shone brightly. There was greed on his face as he hurled orders one after another. This was a Cosmos-level spacecraft. He only had one Cosmos-level spacecraft, and it had cost him half his fortune. How could he not get excited when he saw a similar spacecraft that he could snatch with extreme ease? The other celestial stage martial warriors sighed. They had no choice but to obey his order. Wang Tung returned to the spacecraft and looked back sternly. He was stunned. Have they stopped attacking? Roundball thought of something and snorted. Looks like our opponent is very greedy. Wang Tung frowned. He didn't understand what Roundball meant. They're probably waiting for the energy in our spacecraft to be exhausted. Then, they can catch us without any effort and gain a perfect Cosmos-level spacecraft at the same time, Roundball explained. I see. Wang Tung was enlightened. He was caught between laughter and tears. A chase became a robbery. Why do you think they're chasing us so hard? It's for their own interests, too. It's extremely difficult to raise your ability in the universe. No one will give up any chance to get more resources. Round Ball felt emotional. Wang Tung had just entered the universe, but there was already someone who wanted to give him a brutal lesson. Since they want to chase, let them chase us. Wang Tung smirked and asked, "How long more do we need to reach the Great Qian Empire?" "Soon. About 2 more days to reach the Great Qian Empire," Round Ball sniggered. It didn't finish its sentence, but its meaning was clear. 2 more days. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. Let's hope they can wait for 2 days. Don't worry. They don't know that we're heading to the Great Qian Empire. Since they want our spacecraft, they won't give up so easily, Round Ball replied confidently. Although they're not attacking us, we can't allow them to chase us so freely, Wang Tung said with a twirl of his pupils. What do you want to do? Attack them. Round Ball understood Wang Tung's idea immediately. It gave a sinister smile. Haha, let's play with their mentality. As expected, the Olent Federation spacecraft stopped attacking for the next 2 days. Instead, Wang Tung and Round Ball would activate the rune weapons on their spacecraft and fire at the Olent Federation spacecraft. The weapons they had were enough to damage a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Hence, it would spell trouble if the Olent Federation spacecraft was hit. The Olent Federation's martial warriors were frustrated. They were the pursuers here. Why did they have to dodge their opponent's attacks carefully, as if they were the ones getting chased? Round Ball move. You won't be able to hit them with your accuracy. Let me do it. Wang Tung pushed Round Ball away without any hesitation and took control of the spacecraft's weapon control system. He aimed at the Olent Federation spacecraft behind them. TSK, your accuracy isn't good either. You didn't hit them once during these 2 days. Round Ball pouted unhappily. I gave in to them. Watch me. We're reaching our destination soon. Let's give them some surprises. Wang Tung rubbed his hands in excitement. Round Ball looked at the map, nodded, and replied, Yes, we're entering the territory of the Great Qian Empire soon. But they will notice it too. That's why we need to hit them and create some trouble, Wang Tung said. Round Ball finally understood Wang Tung's intention. Compared to it, this fellow was more evil and sly. Wang Tung stopped bickering with Round Ball and put his attention on the control system. A rune cannon at the bottom of the spacecraft gradually adjusted its direction, searching for the weak segment of its opponent. Wang Tung even sent his void mayflies out. The void mayflies formed a straight line from the cannon to his opponent's spacecraft. That way, he would be able to lock on his target accurately. Of course, time was needed for the attack to travel through space. Besides, his opponents were on guard, so they would have enough time to make an evasive maneuver. This was why they couldn't hit them. Wang Tung understood this too. A solution popped up in his mind. Power of space. With the power of space, he could change the direction of the attack halfway through and catch his opponents off guard. Boom! Wang Tung pressed the fire button with this thought in mind. A beam of light shot out. Does he think he can hit us with these attacks? The Fox Race, Celestial Stage Martial Warrior sneered. The intelligence on the spacecraft had already planned the evasion route without his reminder. The spacecraft started shifting horizontally. However, right then, the beam of light suddenly tilted its angle in the middle and crashed right into the Olent Federation spacecraft. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Sparks flew everywhere, and the Olent Federation spacecraft suffered a huge blow. Beep! The left wing is damaged. The left wing is damaged. A shrill alert sounded on the spacecraft. The Fox Race Martial Warrior was flabbergasted. One behind him, Chloet's face had turned as black as ink. Chapter 899. Revenge is a dish best served hot. 1. The atmosphere turned extremely tense on the Olent Federation spacecraft. The ear-splitting siren echoed in the entire spacecraft. Everyone panicked. Everyone stared at Chloe. They could feel the flames of anger he was barely suppressing. Why are you standing there? Send someone to repair the spacecraft. If anything happens to it, they'll find you all for an answer. The angry bellow that came out of this Cosmos stage, Martial Warrior's mouth drowned out the siren. Everyone shuddered. They immediately regained their senses and started arranging for the engineering robots to head to the damaged areas for repair. The Fox Race, Celestial Stage Martial Warrior couldn't care about Wang Tung anymore. He felt frustrated under Chloet's death glare. A chill went up his spine, and he could only leave to make the repairs personally. He knew that if he didn't do a satisfactory job, Mr. Clote would never forgive him. Clote retracted his cold gaze after the Fox Race Martial Warrior left. He looked at the QY-E63 spacecraft that took this chance to soar ahead. "Mr. The Great Qian Empire is right ahead," a martial warrior who was checking the map suddenly reported. The universe was vast. A spacecraft would often enter an unfamiliar planetary sector and lose its way. Thus, there was always a navigator on each spacecraft in charge of checking the universe map. Of course, there were some spacecraft that allowed their intelligence to predict their location. It worked the same way. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, Great Qian Empire. Clote was shocked. "Why are they here?" "Mr. Clote, they seem to be heading for the Great Qian Empire," the navigator said. "Damn it. Why are they going to the Great Qian Empire?" Clote was surprised and furious. How can a martial warrior from an undeveloped planet know about the Great Qian Empire? Is this a coincidence? Or is this their destination? Wait, this person has a Cosmos-level spacecraft. He might know about the Great Qian Empire. Clote's mind spun furiously. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and his gaze turned vicious. No, I can't allow him to enter the Great Qian Empire. I won't be able to get the Cosmos-level spacecraft if he did. Round Ball's jaws dropped as it stared at Wang Tung in astonishment. "One could throw an egg inside. How did you do it?" "Guess." Wang Tung glanced at it and replied calmly. "Guess your head." Round Ball shot back. "This is serious stuff. How did you do it?" "Although the Olent Federation spacecraft dodged in time, you managed to let the beam of light change direction." Wang Tung shook his head and decided to stop teasing it. "Space shift." "What?" Round Ball was dumbstruck. "You can space shift already. Is there a problem with that?" Wang Tung glanced at Round Ball. He felt that it was kicking up a fuss over nothing. That's space shift. People who have not been immersed in space cultivation for a long time cannot achieve this. Round Ball took a deep breath and looked at Wang Tung as if he were a monster. Wang Tung hadn't hit 20 yet, right? How long had he been cultivating? How could he have reached this stage so quickly? This talent. Round Ball didn't know how to describe it anymore. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, keep calm, keep calm. Wang Tung waved his hand and appeared nonchalant. Round Ball felt that its expressions were disregarded and felt exasperated. This fellow wasn't on the same frequency. At the same time, it felt dejected too. It was supposed to be a knowledgeable and experienced intelligent life form. Why did it appear like a country bumpkin in front of Wang Tung? One had seen many talents, so it thought that it could educate Wang Tung. In the end, it realized that those talents were nothing when compared to him. Sigh. Round Ball sighed in its heart. It was in low spirits as it floated around Wang Tung like a spirit. It almost went into depression. "Cough, are you depressed?" Wang Tung felt a little guilty when he saw its reaction. Did he boast too much? He even managed to make this intelligent life form dejected. Sigh. Round Ball raised its head to look at him and sighed once again. "Come on, I'm kidding. I worked hard too." "You don't know how hard I work," Wang Tung consoled it. All right. I know you're extremely gifted. Don't try to comfort me with those words." Round Ball felt a little touched when Wang Tung tried to cheer it up. It gathered its emotions and waved its hands, pretending that it didn't care. Then it started educating him again. There are still many talents in the universe. There are a number of people who have managed to reach the Cosmos stage at your age. You're gifted, but don't be conceited. You will only have the right to fight with them if you reach the Cosmos stage. Yes, I understand. He'll work hard to reach the Cosmos stage as soon as possible. Wang Tung chuckled. He didn't mind Round Ball nagging at him. Round Ball might be naggy and love to boast, but it had his well-being in mind. Also, it provided him much help on his cultivation journey. This intelligent life form was perfect support. Wang Tung wanted to maintain a good relationship with it. Chapter 900. Revenge is a dish best served hot. 2. Glad that you know. Round Ball glanced at Wang Tung and snorted. Then it turned serious. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. We're entering the Great Qian Empire's territory soon. They have probably discovered our motive, so we need to deal with them carefully. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, there was a loud explosion, and the spacecraft suddenly shook violently. Defense shield damaged. Shields are at 95%. An alarm sounded. At the same time, the 3D image projection of the spacecraft appeared automatically. The shields at the rear of the spacecraft had been hit. What's happening? Wang Teng was shocked and unprepared. The spacecraft is under attack. Round Ball's expression changed, and it immediately started the panorama mode. With a flash of light, the surroundings turned into space, only to see a crimson light quickly approaching from behind. Oh no, it's the Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior. Round Ball was astonished. The crimson ball of light that was chasing them was Clote of the Cosmos Stage. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, he actually went out and tried to intercept them to stop Wang Teng from entering Great Qian Empire's territory. Speed up, Wang Teng said hurriedly with a solemn expression. A Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior is too fast. It looks like we have to use our final plan. Seeing that Clote was getting closer and closer, Round Ball was extremely anxious. Boom! The spacecraft shook violently again. Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 87%. The alarm sounded at once. Clote kept attacking the QY E-63 spacecraft as he got closer. His attacks damaged the shields, but didn't scratch the hull of the spacecraft. They all landed at the right spots. If the hull was attacked, it would cause too much damage, and it couldn't be repaired completely. Obviously, he wasn't giving up and wanted to obtain the QY E-63 spacecraft. He was extremely attracted to Cosmos-level spacecraft. Even a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior like him wouldn't give that up easily. At this moment, Wang Teng was standing firmly in the QY E-63 spacecraft. His face darkened slightly as he bellowed, "Don't hesitate anymore. Carry out the final plan." Yes, Round Ball made a decision. It knew that if it didn't act now, they would really be cornered once the defense shields were down. They wouldn't be able to escape. If it wasn't necessary, I would never use this plan. Forcibly increasing the spacecraft's speed to an unbearable level will cause permanent damage to it. If we're not careful, the spacecraft will be wrecked. Round Ball started to operate as it explained. It was an intelligent life form and instantly connected to the control systems, operating them quickly. On the screen in front of them, red codes flickered and almost flooded it. It was difficult even for a planetary stage martial warrior like Wang Teng to see clearly. Boom! Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, defense shields damaged. Shields are at 74%. Boom! Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 69%. One boom! Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 57%. Outside, Clote's attacks landed on the shields continuously, causing them to shake violently and forming cracks that looked like webs. The alarm always rang timely and reported the shield damages, tensing up the atmosphere. Is it done? The shields can't hold up any longer. Although Wang Teng was emotionless, his voice carried a trace of urgency. Soon, soon, Round Ball wiped its non-existent sweat off its forehead and responded. It wasn't easy to alter the acceleration program of the spacecraft. After all, doing so was tantamount to destroying the spacecraft. It would take a certain amount of time to confirm the program before it could be executed. Boom! Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 36%. The alarm had turned completely red as it gave off a sense of urgency. I know you can hear me. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded. Wang Teng turned sharply to look at the Cosmos Stage martial warrior. They were looking at each other in space. I shall give you one last chance. Stop your resistance and give up your spacecraft. I can let go of the past and make you my underlings. You only get one chance. Your choice. Submit or die. That voice was not only majestic, but it was also bubbling over with murderous intent. Damn, this stupid old man is daydreaming. Round Ball was enraged and couldn't stop itself from cursing. Wang Teng was also seething with rage. His eyes flashed, and he was ready to fight back. He wasn't someone who would get bullied. Revenge was a dish best served hot. Although he couldn't beat him physically, he wouldn't lose verbally. Stupid old man. Wang Tung's voice passed through space and entered Chloet's ears. Only people who had reached the planetary stage could do something like this. By coding sound with force, it was able to penetrate the boundless space. Listen well. I'll give you a chance to. Kneel down now and call me Grandpa 300 times, or it'll make you call me Grandpa when I return in the future. Wang Tung's voice had a hint of impudence and amazing power. When it reached Chloet's ears, he flew off the handle. How dare you? Damn it. Chloe was furious. He was a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, but the other party actually dared to ask him to kneel down and call him Grandpa. And 300 times. Who gave him the guts to do so? Chloet's angry voice was deafening, and Wang Ting couldn't help but dig his ears. Stupid old man, you only have one chance. If you don't seize it, don't blame me for being rude in the future. Not only will I make you call me Grandpa, but I'll also sell all your descendants as slaves. The males will do tough labor, while the females will sell their bodies. It'll make them pay for what you did to me today. One, don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a Cosmo Stage warrior. My teacher is an Eternal Stage martial warrior. Do you know how strong he is? I don't think you know. After all, you're just a Cosmo Stage weakling. I don't even know how many Universe Stage martial warriors are my teacher's disciples. Someone like you will not even be qualified to serve him tea. Killing you is akin to squashing an ant. Wang Tung started bluffing and bombarding the other party with words. As Roundball listened to him, it started to show a weird expression. This fellow is really cheeky. That mouth of his was enough to anger someone to death. Chloet's chest pumped up and down. He was fuming, and his hair was standing upright. Ah, I will kill you, brat. A terrifying roar resounded and shook the space. He had almost lost his mind because of Wang Tung. He didn't even care about the Eternal Stage. He just wanted to kill Wang Tung. Damn, this old man wouldn't have a hemorrhage, right? Wang Tung said. Boom. Seething, Chloe charged over like a huge fireball. Roundball, are you done? He's catching up. Wang Tung shouted. Weren't you enjoying yourself just now? Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? Roundball raised its head and sneered. Wang Tung's face turned black. This Roundball still had the cheek to tease him at a time like this. Don't worry, it's done. Roundball snickered and stopped teasing him. Wang Ting took a closer look. It turned out that at some point, the codes on the screen had been locked in. Sit tight. It's starting to accelerate. Roundball said. Wang Tung was stunned and quickly grabbed the armrest of the seat next to him. The spacecraft was extremely stable. Even when it was accelerating, no one could feel anything inside. However, Roundball actually told him to sit tight. He suddenly looked forward to the nitrous boost. How fast would it be? Boom! Suddenly, the spacecraft shook violently, and Wang Tung's entire body was almost thrown off. Outside, Chloe was about to catch up with the spacecraft with a ferocious look on his face. He was already thinking about how to torture them. However, just as he was about to do so, the spacecraft suddenly vanished and escaped at a terrifying speed. One Chloe froze in place as if he had swallowed a mouthful of ash. He looked embarrassed and felt like he had been toyed around with. His entire face turned red. Chapter 901, Attack. The Angry Mayflies. Chloet's face turned ice cold. His gaze was filled with piercing, killing intent. His body turned into a ray of light as he raised his speed to the maximum of the Cosmos Stage. The speed of a Cosmos Stage marital warrior was on par with a Cosmos-level spacecraft. However, force was limited, so he couldn't travel for long periods like the spacecraft. Also, the Cosmos Stage martial warrior's body would tire out. He would be in danger easily if he met any accidents. Thus, Cosmos Stage martial warriors rarely traveled the universe with their physical bodies. Usually, they would travel in spacecraft. However, Chloe didn't take any of this into consideration. He just wanted to catch up with the spacecraft ahead as quickly as he could. This Earthling dared to humiliate him. He had to make him kneel and beg him for mercy. Roundball and Wang Tung couldn't see Chloe behind them anymore. They heaved a small sigh of relief. We got rid of him temporarily. Don't relax. That Cosmo Stage martial warrior might have some secret ways to increase his speed. We'll be in trouble if he's willing to stop us at the risk of his own life, Roundball analyzed. Our energy reserve is limited. I'm not sure if it's able to last until we reach the territory of the Great Qian Empire. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't dare to put his guard down at all. Move ahead at full speed. The rest will depend on our luck. Silence reigned in the spacecraft. Both parties turned quiet as they stared intently at the map, observing the distance between them and the Cosmo Stage martial warrior while gauging their distance from the Great Qian Empire. Half an hour later, the spacecraft suddenly trembled. The alert rang out. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M alert. Spacecraft is overloaded at 150%. Alert. Spacecraft is overloaded at 150%. Alert. Spacecraft is overloaded at 150%. Important things must be said thrice, and so did the warning of the spacecraft. Wang Tung and Roundball's expressions changed entirely. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They had to raise the load of the spacecraft. The spacecraft was working at more than 100%. It had even reached 150% and was completely overloaded. The spacecraft wasn't designed to withstand this speed. As expected, the moment the overload alert rang out, another warning resounded. Alert. Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 5%. Alert. Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 5%. Alert. Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 5%. A small patch of red had appeared on the left wing on the 3D image of the spacecraft in the room. This red zone was spreading continuously, extremely glaring to the eye. This was the damage part. Wang Tung and Roundball's expressions turned ugly. Boom! At this moment, the map also detected a powerful energy fluctuation closing in rapidly. This belonged to the Cosmo Stage martial warrior, Clote. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, troubles never came alone. Wang Tung and Roundball were in a bad mood. They felt like cursing. Did fate have to be so ruthless? The spacecraft was about to collapse, and the Cosmo Stage martial warrior had caught up with them. Where was their way out? Wang Tung's face turned black. He took a deep breath and glanced at the star chart. Then his eyes lit up. Don't panic. We'll reach the Great Qian Empire soon. Continue accelerating. Continue accelerating? The spacecraft can't handle it anymore. Roundball widened its eyes in surprise. This spacecraft was Nangong Yu's possession. It didn't wish to destroy it. Don't bullshit. Listen to me, Wang Tung ordered. Roundball was unreliable. Was this the time to care about this mere worldly possession? No wonder Nangong Yu died. What Wang Tung didn't know was not everyone had the guts to give up a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Even a Cosmo Stage martial warrior like Clote got overtaken by his greed when he saw a Cosmos-level spacecraft and desired to make it his own. Yet, Wang Ting didn't care. Roundball also got influenced by him. It gritted its teeth and obeyed Wang Tung's order. The spacecraft continued accelerating. The vibrations got more and more violent. Wang Tung heard a crack when the spacecraft couldn't withstand the pressure. It made his heart wrench. Alert! Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 10%. Alert! Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 15%. Alert! Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 18%. Continue accelerating. Wang Tung was filled with apprehension. F***K. Will they fall together with the spacecraft? Am I digging my own grave? This was thrilling. This was exhilarating. Alert! Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 23%. Alert! Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 35%. Alert! Spacecraft body damaged. Damage is at 38%. Every single time the alert rang, the corners of Wang Tung's eyes twitched. He felt like his heart was undergoing increasingly greater pressure. Someone with a weaker mentality might have already broken down. At the same time, Clote received a message from the navigator on his spacecraft. Mr. They will be entering the Great Qian Empire in 3 minutes. Damn it. Chloe's expression changed. His face became hideous, and his gaze flickered nonstop. He seemed to be in a dilemma. After a few seconds, his expression turned cold-blooded. He made his decision. He had chased him so far. It was impossible to give up now. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. Terrifying fire force gushed out. His entire body seemed to have started burning, creating a powerful push force. Chloe disappeared on the spot. Not even his lingering shadows could be seen. His speed rose exponentially. The gap between them got closer and closer. Wang Tung, that old fellow has caught up with us again. Round Ball's eyes widened in astonishment when it saw Chloe's speed increasing so quickly. It was thunderstruck. Wang Tung turned grim. Many thoughts went through his mind as he brainstormed for a solution. Suddenly, he had a eureka moment. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Old man, have a taste of my angry mayflies. In an instant, a glow appeared on Wang Tung's forehead. Small light dots flew out. They penetrated the steel walls of the spacecraft and flew toward Chloe behind them. These small dots of light weren't conspicuous when they scattered in the universe. Also, these void mayflies didn't exude any evil intentions, so they didn't attract anyone's attention. Chloe didn't notice anything amiss. He continued rushing towards the QY-E63 spacecraft. At this moment, a void mayfly suddenly landed on Chloe's head. The spiritual skill etched in its body was released. The spiritual skill etched in this void mayfly's body was the spiritual spike. A sharp spike formed from spiritual power stabbed into Chloe's mind. Chloe finally felt the dawn of danger. He was appalled. However, he didn't have any time to prepare since they were too close. Boom! The spiritual spike stabbed into Chloe's mind. He suffered a serious injury at once. Clutching his head, he wailed in pain. 1. Chapter 902. Chloe was a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. His spirit had reached the celestial realm, but so had Wang Tung's. Thus, the injury caused by the spiritual spike was significant even though Chloe was extremely powerful. Of course, it would be stronger if Wang Tung had executed it personally. Strike! Wang Tung was elated when he saw this scene. What strike? What happened? Why is the Cosmos Stage martial warrior screaming? Round Ball asked in surprise. Haha, I followed your instructions and etched my spiritual skills in the bodies of the void mayflies. I put it to test on the Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Wang Tung chuckled. You succeeded? Round Ball couldn't believe its ears. Shall I pull it back and wait for some time? Wang Tung asked. Pull it back and wait? Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. C0M, it felt that Wang Tung was teasing it. However, it had to admit that this move was appropriate. They successfully caught the Cosmos Stage martial warrior off guard. Wang Tung might seem unreliable at times, but he never fumbled the ball during crucial moments. This was good enough. Continue. Continue. We must stop that Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Round Ball didn't have the time to be angry at Wang Tung. It hurried him excitedly. Wang Tung smiled. Even without Round Ball's reminder, he had already ordered the void mayflies to continue flying towards the Cosmos Stage martial warrior, while Chloe was suffering from excruciating pain. Chloe didn't know what attacked him, so he could only bear the pain in his head and glance around him. At this moment, another void mayfly landed on his head. The spiritual skill etched in it was spiritual illusion. When the spiritual illusion skill was executed, Chloe entered an illusion. A huge spiritual labyrinth appeared. He was lost inside. This was an illusion of the spiritual labyrinth left by Nan Gongyu. Wang Tung turned it into an illusion and added some spices to it. Muscular figures gradually appeared in the labyrinth and surrounded Chloe. They were all naked. The problem was they were all males. This scene was a little unsightly. It should be pixelated. Chloe's face turned green. Although he knew that this was an illusion, he couldn't break it. He felt so disgusted he felt like vomiting his food out. Which idiot made this? This is cruel. How dare he use this sneaky move on me? This person was inhumane. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. C0M, Mr. Come and play. The muscular figures squeezed closer. They had orchid fingers, and they were moving their bodies softly and seductively. Blarg, Chloe's expression changed. He started retching. He was honestly disgusted. Go away. He glared at them and swept his spiritual power around him. Destroy. Celestial realm spirit clashed into the illusion, creating circles of invisible airwaves. It swept around him, and the masculine figures turned into dots of lights and dissipated. But another batch of bulky men appeared after the previous batch disappeared. Chloe looked at the white naked bodies around him and felt cold sweat on his forehead. Outside, Roundball was astounded when it saw Chloe freezing on the spot. What secret skill did you use on him? Why is he not moving? Spiritual illusion. Wangtung smiled. You have so many skills, Roundball exclaimed. They used this chance to widen the distance between them and Chloe once again. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow appeared in front of them. It was linked in a row and stood horizontally in the universe. It was like a giant wild beast lying prone, awaiting its prey. It was scary. As the spacecraft got nearer, they realized that this was a huge and frightening universe fleet. There were countless battlecraft in the fleet, building a space station with a planet as their support. It was like a battle fortress. We're here. We're finally here. Roundball's eyes lit up. It pulled Wangtung and shouted happily. I see it. An involuntary smile crept onto his face. The journey had been extremely tough, but they had finally arrived at their destination. The Great Qian Empire. Don't even think about going over without my permission. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard behind them. It rang in space like thunder. Claude had caught up with them, holding a blade with a dazzling red blade, glow shimmering around it. He slashed it at the spaceship. By now, he knew that it was impossible to stop the Cosmos-level spacecraft without damaging it. Thus, he gave up his original plan and decided to just bring Wangtung back, dead or alive. Claude finally attacked. The blade glow slashed forward and landed directly on the QY E-63 spacecraft shield. There was a violent tremor. The defense shield was already damaged. With this blow, it shattered instantly. The blade glow slammed right on the spacecraft, leaving a pitch-black blade mark. Fortunately, the Cosmos-level spacecraft was made using Cosmos-level materials, so it could withstand the attack of a Cosmos-stage martial warrior. This blade mark remained on the surface. It didn't damage the internal structure of the spacecraft. However, the spacecraft still vibrated violently due to the powerful attack. Wangtung and Roundball's expressions underwent a huge change. This old fellow is getting desperate. Roundball fumed. Roundball, open the cabin door. Wangtung's face was ice cold as he dashed out. What are you doing? Roundball shouted in a hurry. Open. Wangtung didn't reply to it, vanishing with a shout. Roundball stomped its feet in midair. It had no choice but to open the cabin door. Wangtung flew out and stepped into dark space. Little brat, you're finally willing to come out. Claude sneered. Wangtung glared at him. The golden crescent blade appeared in boundless space and spun over like a beam of golden light. Claude was unfazed, possessing the confidence of a Cosmos-stage martial warrior. He snorted when he saw a planetary-stage martial warrior having the guts to attack him. But when the golden crescent blade was around 30 meters away from him, his expression changed. He became a little more serious. He swung his blade down viciously. The two of them clashed. Force exploded, and a metallic, ringing sound echoed in the universe. The golden crescent blade was thrown out due to the huge impact. Under Wangtung's control, it spun back at high speed and attacked Claude. Divine Spirit Master. Claude's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Wangtung to be a Divine Spirit Master too. Moreover, he had probably reached the same realm as him, the Celestial Realm. How could a native from an underdeveloped planet possess such potential? Killing intent erupted from Claude's body like a volcano. Force surged out, and he knocked the golden crescent blade away with his blade. Then he dashed towards Wangtung. Wangtung opened his wings of wind and lightning and dodged the blade glow. He charged in the direction of the great Qian Empire's fleet. An item appeared in his hand. He raised it above his head and shouted loudly, "Im Wang tongue. I'm here with the Empire's barren token." As his voice flowed through space, a gasp was heard within the fleet. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9:03. Clote was chasing Wang Tongue when he heard these words. His expression changed entirely, becoming hideous. The token of Baron of the great Qian Empire. He didn't think that this little brat who had escaped from that underdeveloped planet would possess the token of Baron of the great Qian Empire. It was extremely difficult to get Baron status in the great Qian Empire. Only talents with exceptional achievements could receive this honor. Also, even though Baron was the lowest formal title for a man, he needed to be Cosmos Stage or above. The position of a Baron from the great Qian Empire was numerous times higher than a Cosmos Stage martial warrior like him from a low-tier civilization, even though they were both at the Cosmos Stage. One sentence, and he wouldn't be able to raise his head. There was no point of comparison at all. How did this brat manage to get connected to someone of that status? Clote was in disbelief and in a dilemma. He then remembered that Wang Tongue only possessed the token. If he killed Wang Tongue, the Baron from the great Qian Empire probably wouldn't make things difficult for a Cosmos Stage martial warrior like him. A dead person had no value. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior would have a certain status and power. He would be hard to deal with. Clote's face turned grim. Force surged around him, gathering on his blade. It formed a terrifying crimson blade glow. An appalling conscience exuded from the blade glow as it spread in space. Blade glow blossomed and flames roared. There seemed to be a giant beast bellowing in the sea of fire. This was a fire element blade skill Ultima. This was the blade Ultima of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. The blade glow shot out. Towering flames crashed toward Wang Tongue. Wang Tongue stared at the flames. He didn't expect his opponent to be so desperate, even daring to attack at this moment. Indeed, Cosmos Stage martial warriors were all ruthless individuals. But he wasn't afraid. He had his ways of staying alive. It was impossible for his opponent to kill him. He didn't move and continued standing on the spot. Someone moved for him instead. A snort reverberated. A blade glow swept out within the fleet from the great Qian Empire. It soared through the space and flew inches away from Wang Tongue's head, colliding with the blade glow Clote had released. The deafening explosion echoed in the space. The meteors around them were hit by the residual impact and shattered into dust. "Hey, be careful. You almost chopped my head off." Wang Tongue touched his head as he shouted angrily in the direction of the great Qian Empire's fleet. A figure was walking with a sword on his waist. He strolled over with a slovenly attitude and stopped not far away from Wang Tongue, within 3 steps. He sized up Wang Tongue with interest. Wang Tongue looked at him too. This was a young man with silver hair. He seemed to be around the same age as him, but Wang Tongue knew that he must be older. When one reached the planetary stage and above, their lifespan would increase and the aging process would slow down. Sometimes, their appearance would be fixed at the time they progressed to another stage. Wang Tongue had reached the planetary stage at a young age. He was still brimming with vitality. In the future, he could probably maintain his current appearance until he reached the end of his life. That was when he would start aging. Of course, if he advanced to the celestial stage or the cosmos stage, his lifespan would increase again and he could continue maintaining his youthful look. Besides being young, the silver-haired young man was also very handsome. Well, maybe just a little less handsome than Wang Tongue. He gave off a frivolous, casual, and light-hearted feeling like a playboy. "What's your name?" The silver-haired young man sized up Wang Tongue. Wang Tongue felt that this fellow was asking on purpose. How could he not have heard him when he shouted loudly just now? Wang Tongue didn't believe him. "My name is Nicholas Imyardad Wang Tongue." He blinked as he replied. It wasn't this long just now, right?" The silver-haired young man glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "It was an emergency, so I shortened it," Wang Tongue replied indifferently. Di Chi. The silver-haired young man didn't dawdle over this issue. He didn't even notice the cheeky move Wang Tung made, and just replied to him calmly with his own name. Then, he looked at the token in Wang Tung's hand. It was a square seal. This was the symbol of the great Qian Empire's Baron. This was the reason why the silver-haired young man came out. Wang Tung and Chloet's life-or-death battle had nothing to do with him. He was just a spectator watching their fight. But things became different after the appearance of the square seal. After all, this was the token for their empire's barons. He couldn't ignore it. He was also extremely curious about this young man who came to their empire with this token. It wasn't just because he possessed it. He was curious about his ability. He could tell that Wang Tung was very young and was at the planetary stage. Yet he was a celestial realm divine spirit master. Round Ball could finally feel at ease after it saw this scene. Wang Tung was seriously daring. Where do you get the guts to charge out at a time like this? But his guts had helped them in the end. If not, they would have suffered tremendous losses. Wang Tung might feel fortunate, but Chloe wasn't in a good mood. He was filled with exasperation and anger like a volcano about to erupt. The anger in his heart almost spilled out, but he didn't dare to do anything. Or rather, he was afraid of the silver-haired young man, Di Chi. Chloe took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Mr. in the guardian of the Milky Way of the Olent Federation. The person in front of you is a convict of the Olent Federation. Can you pass him to me?" He was sensible enough not to mention Di Chi's sudden reinforcement. Instead, he asked politely and put himself in an extremely low position to give Di Chi enough face. They were both Cosmos Stage martial warriors, but he placed himself in a humble position. By right, Di Chi should feel good. However, the other party just smiled. "I'm sorry. This person has the Baron token. I can't hand him over to you." His tone was polite, but his words weren't. Chloe cursed in his heart. Deep breath, take a deep breath. He gave a forced smile and said, "You can take the token and give me the person." "I can't. He has the token. I need to bring him back to the Empire." Di Chi maintained his smile and replied calmly. "You." Chloe felt like punching him when he saw the smile on Di Chi's face. But he knew he couldn't. He might not be able to beat him anyway. "I don't mind flexing my muscles if you want to fight with me," Di Chi replied. "Don't worry. I won't pressure you with the great Qian Empire." Chloe's anger was doused immediately. Won't pressure him with the great Qian Empire? This silver-haired young man is evil. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 904. Wang Tung gave Di Chi a strange look. This fellow was also quite cheeky. He made a threat sound so refreshing. What unique way of doing it. "Don't look at me like that. I mean what I say. I won't pressurize you with the great Qian Empire," Di Chi explained when he saw everyone's expression. What was the size of the psychological trauma Chloe was experiencing? He had lost all hope. He couldn't afford to provoke the great Qian Empire. He didn't believe the silver-haired young man when he said that he wouldn't use the Empire's name to pressure him. He had heard a rumor in the past. A Heaven Stage martial warrior went to chase his enemy, but he escaped to the great Qian Empire. The enemy gave another Heaven Stage martial warrior from the great Qian Empire a piece of treasure and sought refuge under his wings. The martial warrior from the great Qian Empire agreed to his request, but the other Heaven Stage martial warrior didn't want to give up. He decided to challenge the Heaven Stage martial warrior from the great Qian Empire. The result was predictable. The Heaven Stage martial warrior was tragically defeated. It wasn't because the Heaven Stage martial warrior from the great Qian Empire was more powerful. It was because he was a baron. So he activated a troop from the great Qian Empire and gained the help of two other Heaven Stage martial warriors. They won in numbers, forcing the other party to admit defeat. He even had to apologize by offering much of his wealth before his life was spared. This situation was common in the universe. In the universe, you needed ability, status, and power. If even one was missing, you would have to lower your head and keep a low profile. Chloe didn't think that he would meet such an awkward situation when he was just chasing a martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet. What else could he do? He had to swallow his anger and admit defeat. He glared at Wang Tung as if he wanted to etch his face in his heart. He hated him to the bones. Wang Ting wasn't afraid, though. He glared back at him without hiding the killing intent in his eyes. "Old man, we're not done yet. Remember what I said?" Wang Tung said. He didn't have the ability now, so he needed the power of the great Qian Empire to force his opponent to lower his head. This had nothing to do with his own strength, but he believed that after some time, he could rely on his own two hands to kill his enemy. Humph. Anger raged in Chloet's heart. The killing intent in his eyes ran havoc, but he remained silent. After a while, he snorted and left. His spacecraft was nearby. The cabin door opened, and he stepped in. Then, the spacecraft turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the vast universe. "Tisk, young man, you're a bold fellow. You dare to threaten a cosmo-stage martial warrior." Di Chi gave Wang Tung a weird look. "We're already arch-enemies." "I have nothing to be afraid of," Wang Tung replied calmly. "Aren't you afraid that he will get desperate and charge over to kill you?" "I won't help you again," Di Chi replied indifferently. "I have my way of protecting myself. Even if you don't help me, we'll be able to escape. I can hide and lay low for a while," Wang Tung said. "He that is down needs fear no fall." "Oh." Di Chi looked at him curiously. Although he believed Wang Tung, he was curious about where he got his confidence from. However, he didn't probe further. Everyone had secrets. He was just more interested in Wang Tung. He chuckled and said, "Come with me." "What about my spacecraft?" asked Wang Tung. "Ask your intelligence to sail it over and park it in the dock for now," Di Chi replied. Wang Tung nodded. He connected with Round Ball and asked it to drive the spacecraft over. QYE-63. It's an antique. Di Chi was surprised when he saw the spacecraft. Wang Tung was also astonished. Di Chi recognized the model of this spacecraft. Mind you, it was over 1,000,000 years old. Who would remember it? "I'm a spacecraft enthusiast. Are you willing to sell it to me? I can give you a fair price," Di Chi said suddenly. He didn't know that this was what he was thinking. "Wang Tung, you can't agree." Round Ball got agitated and started screaming in Wang Tung's mind. "Don't worry. Am I a money lover?" Wang Tung rolled his eyes. "You are," Round Ball said firmly. He ignored Round Ball. To prove his innocence, he turned and said to Di Chi in a righteous tone, "An elder left this for me. I want to sell it. I can add money." Di Chi was straightforward. 30 billion GQC. "What do you think?" "How much?" Wang Tung suspected that he had heard wrong. If Di Chi wasn't beside him, he would raise his fingers to count. The sum was so huge that he couldn't calculate it mentally. He remembered that the materials needed to make this QI-E63 spacecraft cost 7.6 billion GQC. Thus, this spacecraft should be worth 30 billion, right? Round Ball couldn't remain calm anymore. It shouted, "What? He's willing to fork out 30 billion GQC? Is 30 billion a lot?" Wang Tung was puzzled. "What do you know? This spacecraft is at most worth 20 billion. I didn't think that this Di Chi is willing to spend 30 billion GQC on it. Oh my God, he's an idiot." Round Ball's eyes lit up. "Are you saying that we should sell it?" Wang Tung confirmed with uncertainty. "Who was the one who didn't want to sell it at first? Why did you change your mind? Can you be firmer? So, shall we sell it?" Wang Tung teased. "Cough." Round Ball coughed awkwardly. It sounded a little embarrassed as it said, "Why don't? You seem to be hesitating. Forget it. I don't like to snatch from others." Di Chi thought that Wang Tung didn't plan to sell it since he had remained silent for a long time. He shook his head in pity. "Not bad. You're able to resist the temptation of 30 billion GQC, Di Chi complimented Wang Tung. "My elder left it for me, so I can't sell it for money," Wang Tung said in a serious tone. "You have your principles. Not bad. If you had sold it for 30 billion, I might have looked down on you." Di Chi patted Wang Tung's shoulder and asked, "Your elder is the one who asked you to bring this barren token to the great Qian Empire, right? What's this elder's name?" Di Chi asked. "Can I tell him?" Wang Tung asked in his heart. "Yes," Round Ball replied. "Nangongyu." Wang Tung told Di Chi the name. I remember that he went to catch an escaped convict 1,000,000 years ago and never came back. The spiritual flame left in the Empire's barren tower was extinguished. It looks like he has died." Di Chi exclaimed in surprise. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 905. You know him. Wang Tung was a little surprised when Di Qi spoke of Nan Gongyu's identity. After all, Nan Gongyu had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years. He assumed that not many people would remember him after all this time. So is Di Qi a history enthusiast? It's nothing. Only a few barons from the empire have disappeared for so many years. I would naturally remember them, Di Qi said. The two chatted as they entered the planet surrounded by the great Qian Empire's fleet. From their conversation, Wang Tung knew that this planet didn't have a name. It only had a code. Number 4 Defense Planet. Under Di Qi's directions, the QY E-63 spacecraft stopped at the planet's dock. This planet was a military fortress. Spacecraft couldn't fly around as they pleased. Without Di Qi's directions, foreign spacecraft that entered the planet's atmosphere would be bombarded by heavy weapons on the ground. Even a Cosmos-level spacecraft would be shot down. Even if it wasn't a military fortress, some important life planets had similar regulations as well. Spacecraft couldn't fly around there randomly either. Wang Tung noted this point down in his heart. This was common sense. It would be a disaster if he was shot down without knowing why. The port of the number 4 defense planet was extremely huge. A large number of spacecraft were densely parked in the port. They were all of different sizes and types. Some spacecraft were dozens of meters long and were generally owned by individuals. Others were thousands of meters, which were large transport ships. Wang Tung stood at the port and looked up at the gray sky. This planet was considered a life planet, but it had a harsh environment. Looking down from a high altitude, one could see that the entire planet was dark brown with few areas of green and blue. This meant that water and plants were rare here. The gravity of a number 4 defense planet was about 3 times that of Earth. After Wang Tung got used to it, he started moving about freely. After all, he was a planetary stage martial warrior. As long as the gravity was not too great, it had little effect on him. Seeing that Wang Tung was curious, Di Qi casually explained, "This planet's resources have been exhausted. On top of that, it is in the border zone. As a military fortress, it has suffered from a wide range of attacks, which had destroyed its ecosystem. Most of the life here has withered, making it what it is today," he explained as he walked toward the port. Wang Tung quickly followed. "You still have wars?" Wang Tung seemed to have picked up something from the conversation and asked in surprise. "It's not strange. Every empire is engaged in wars to compete for resources. Furthermore, there are dark apparitions too. Do you know about the dark apparitions?" Di Qi mentioned. "Yeah, I do. Our planet has been invaded by dark apparitions." Wang Tung nodded. "Then you people are a miserable lot." Di Qi was a little surprised and said with sympathy, "It has been temporarily resolved." Wang Tung said, "Oh." Di Qi was even more surprised. "Your planet can deal with dark apparitions on its own? Your combat power is not weak." "I'm the strongest warrior at the moment," Wang Tung said casually. Di Qi stopped and looked at Wang Tung. "So, you dealt with the dark apparitions?" Wang Tung didn't deny it. Di Qi didn't delve into the topic and brought Wang Tung out of the port. They then came to a fortress that was made of steel. They were surrounded by people soon. They were all dressed in the uniforms of the great Qian Empire. When they encountered Di Qi, they would stop to salute and watch both of them leave. "You have a high status here?" Wang Tung asked curiously. "This fortress must have a Cosmos stage martial warrior guarding it at all times. We are changed every 3 years. Now I'm the head here." Di Qi smiled. While speaking, a group of young people walked over as if they were about to leave the fortress. These young people were wearing battle armor, and they were dressed differently from the great Qian Empire soldiers. There was even a slight difference in their auras. They didn't look like soldiers, more like students. Wang Tung sensed a familiar feeling from them. "Master Di Qi." The group of young people approached and stopped before bowing respectfully at Di Qi. At the same time, their gazes landed on Wang Tung with curiosity. "Who is this young man?" "Master Di Qi is actually accompanying him personally." Di Qi nodded. He then looked at a particular girl and said helplessly, "Olivia, I see you. Stop hiding." Cousin. The girl came out of the group and stuck her tongue out at Di Chi playfully. Cousin. Wang Tung looked back and forth between the girl and Di Chi in amazement. These two don't look like cousins at all, and there seemed to be a huge age gap between them. What are you all up to? Di Chi asked. We heard that celestial stage vampire dark apparitions have appeared nearby, so we wanted to hunt down a few of them to complete the Academy's mission. Hee hee. Olivia smiled. Celestial stage vampires. Di Chi frowned and chastised. What a load of nonsense. Planetary stage brats like you hunting celestial stage vampires? You must be courting death. Ah, we have so many people here. With Clive leading us, dealing with a first-level celestial stage vampire wouldn't be a problem. Our evaluation for the semester would be the best if we killed a celestial stage dark apparition. People would be happy back at home, too. Olivia ran up to Di Chi and shook his arm. She was just like a little girl. Hearing her words, a brown-haired youth standing in front of the group lifted his chest and smiled in a reserved manner. Wang Tung saw that and was amused. He had experienced too many things and bore the fate of Earth on his shoulders, which affected his state of mind. It had been a long time since he saw such ambitions from young people like them. No, it's too dangerous. Di Chi completely ignored Olivia's begging and shook his head. If something happened to you, Grandpa would skin me alive. Oomph. Olivia grunted and shook off Di Chi's hand before glaring at him. You were just afraid of Grandpa. You're not worried about my safety at all. I know you, Di Chi. Don't give me that. It's useless. No means no. Di Chi ignored her and turned back to Wang Tung. Let's go. Ignore them. They're just mischievous. Excuse them. We were all young once. Wang Tung shook his head and smiled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 906. Wang Tung didn't know that his random comment would cause the young people around him to frown. Olivia didn't want to let Di Chi and Wang Tung go easily. She blocked their path and asked, Cousin, who's this handsome man? Aren't you going to introduce him? Olivia, stop fooling around. Wang Tung is my guest, Di Chi replied impatiently. Guest? Olivia got more curious. Your guest looks young, but he sounds like an old man. Di Chi had seen Wang Tung fighting with a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, so he viewed him as a powerful martial warrior, not a young man. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with his words. However, Olivia and the young people didn't share his feelings. Wang Tung seemed to be their peer, yet he was speaking like an elder. They didn't like it. Wang Tung didn't get angry. Instead, he found it interesting and laughed. Why are you laughing? Clive frowned and asked. All of them came from famous families in the Great Shin planet. To them, even a normal Cosmo Stage martial warrior didn't mean much. They were polite to Di Chi because he was strong and belonged to an elite family. His status was higher than theirs. As for Wang Tung, they knew that he didn't have a noble background from his attire. The people in the universe were very particular about their attire. One could tell a person's status from his dressing. Wang Tung had kept his battle armor, so he was wearing the clothes he wore on Earth. It was easy to tell that he came from an underdeveloped area. Even if he was Di Chi's guest, the young ones weren't afraid of offending him. Di Chi was just about to open his mouth when Wang Tung spoke up first. I'm laughing because your actions are immature, but you're afraid someone will say it aloud. You. Clive was infuriated. The other young people glared at Wang Tung. Olivia's gaze shifted between Wang Tung and Di Chi, trying to guess the former's status. This man dared to provoke them even though he knew they had powerful backgrounds. He must have some strong support, right? But she was also triggered by Wang Tung's words. She hated it when others treated her like a child. Am I wrong? Wang Tung glanced at them. A mature person won't be angered by a joke. You all place too much emphasis on it. The bunch of young people didn't know what to say. Also, although you guys know how dangerous it is, you still plan to hunt for the dark apparitions who have higher cultivation than you, because you want to perform in front of the ladies. Isn't this immature? Wang Tung asked again. I did the same thing when I was young, but this is extremely dangerous. Everyone's face turned black as he spoke. When you were young, how old are you now? Clive said unhappily. Oh, let me think. I'm not 20 yet. I can't remember. Wang Tung touched his chin and said, You are not even 20 years old. How bad is your memory? They are around the same age as you. Who gave you the courage to act as an elder? Olivia felt speechless. Dichi was at a loss of words too. He thought that Wang Tung was at least 40 years old. In a universe where everyone's lifespan was long, 40 was considered young. He didn't think this man was younger than 20. He was insanely young. He recalled Wang Tung's strength and immediately felt that his potential was greater than he had expected. Don't mind the details. Age doesn't mean anything. Wang Tung waved his hand nonchalantly. Seriously, Olivia choked on his shamelessness. She almost cursed at him. Cough. All right, Wang Tung, let me bring you to your lodging. Dichi interrupted their argument hurriedly. He felt that he would get a headache if he continued listening to the quarrel. All right, Wang Tung nodded in agreement. He left the young people and went off with Dichi. The young ones froze on the spot for a long time. There was an awkward silence. Where did this weirdo come from? Someone broke the silence and asked. No one replied to him. None of them knew Wang Tung. Olivia, are we still going to hunt the celestial stage dark apparition? Clive asked. No, my cousin gave his word. Do you think we can leave? Olivia gritted her teeth and barked. The other young people felt helpless, but they couldn't do anything. The entire planet was under Dichi's control. His words meant everything. They sighed and shook their heads before dispersing. Dichi led Wang Tung to the residential area behind the battle fortress. He found a room for him. 5 days later, the one-way teleportation array to the Great Qian planet will be activated. You can go to the Great Qian planet with others. For now, you can stay here, Dichi said. Wang Tung nodded to show that he understood. The one-way teleportation array couldn't be activated randomly. Every single activation required a large number of resources. Hence, it would only be activated when they gathered a certain number of people. Wang Tung was a rune master, so there was no need to explain this to him. I'm living in the block beside you. You can find me if you need anything or contact me through your wristwatch. Dichi lifted his wrist and operated his wristwatch. Let's add each other. Wang Tung had no reason to reject. He immediately exchanged his number with Dichi. He had snatched his wristwatch from an alien candidate, so it could be used in the universe. After all, these wristwatches were manufactured by the big companies in the universe. They could be used everywhere. This might be Wang Tung's first time entering the universe, but Round Ball had helped to prepare many things for him, saving him much trouble. If not, he wouldn't know anything and would probably get laughed at by others. You can tour the planet for the next few days. They'll label the forbidden areas on your wristwatch. Take a look at them and don't enter these areas. Dichi turned around and left. As the guardian of the number 4 defense planet, he had many things to attend to. He personally welcomed Wang Tung because he had the Baron token. Of course, Wang Tung's potential was another reason. After arranging his lodging, he naturally had to leave. Wang Tung sent him off before walking into his temporary lodging. He sized up the extravagant interior and felt that Dichi was extremely thoughtful. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 907. Wang Tung sized up his room and sat down on his bed. This living space was luxurious. It seemed to be a different place entirely once you entered. It was bigger than it looked from the outside and was fully equipped with all sorts of facilities. There was a bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, a cultivation room, and many other facilities. Wang Tung didn't think that there would be such a nice place in the battle fortress. Were the nobles in this empire embezzling money to enjoy their lives? He made an evil speculation. However, this had nothing to do with him. This huge empire had been around for who knew how many million years. It was normal to have some corrupted officials. The empire wouldn't collapse so easily. The empire might be even more prosperous than he expected. After all, he was just a native of Earth. What he didn't know was lodgings like this weren't common in the battle fortress. They were prepared for people with higher status. You could tell that Dichi took special care of Wang Tung. Wang Tung, Di must have a high status and position in the Great Qian Empire. You must maintain a good relationship with him so that you can better deal with Master Nangong's disciple when you reach the Great Qian planet. Round Ball noticed that there was no one around, so it floated out from the life energy stone and reminded Wang Teng with a stern face. I know what to do. Wang Teng nodded with a sharp glint in his eyes. Also, don't quarrel with those little fellows. Their families must be powerful. You have not reached the Great Qian planet yet. Don't make too many enemies, Round Ball persuaded him earnestly. He never realized that Round Ball was overcautious, indecisive, and feared the tough. It seemed to be afraid of everything in the Great Qian Empire. Round Ball continued nagging at Wang Teng, telling him what to be careful of when he reached the Great Qian planet. Wang Teng closed his eyes and focused on his attributes panel. He counted the gains he had received when he fought with that old man clothed. Fire Element Blade, Ultima, Scorching Beast, * 500 Constellation Force, Fire, * 6500 Wind Element Sword Ultima, Wind Hell, * 600 Constellation Force, Wind, * 3800 Wang Teng was elated when he saw the attribute bubbles. There were two kinds of Ultima, one of them a Wind Element. The Wind Element was a rarity. More so was its Ultima. Wang Teng remembered the sword skill Di Qi had used on Cloat. That move was extremely powerful. It managed to shatter Cloat's ultimate move. Di Qi must have executed this Wind Hell Ultima at that time. Wang Teng realized that he should re-examine his understanding of Di Qi's ability. This was a Cosmos stage martial warrior who possessed the Wind Force. He was a great talent. Wind Element Sword Ultima Wind Hell, 300/500, second level, 600 points of Wind Hell Ultima allowed this attribute to rise directly to the second level. The 3,800 points of Constellation Wind Force was a sizable gain too. This was Constellation Force, not ordinary force. It saved Wang Teng much cultivation time. Wang Teng could tell that Cloat wasn't young. He was a significant figure, but he was nothing compared to Di Qi. He didn't look down on him. After all, he had gained many attributes from Cloat. Fire Element Blade, Ultima, Scorching Beast, 200/500, second level. 500 points of Ultima also allowed the Fire Element Ultima to reach the second level. This Scorching Beast Blade Ultima was a powerful skill. Wang Teng accepted it happily. Besides this, Cloat also dropped a large amount of Constellation Fire Force. There were 6,500 points of it. This was because he had exerted all his power when he attacked Wang Teng. If not, he wouldn't drop so much. There was a cause and effect for everything. Wang Teng collected some interest first before taking his revenge. After counting his gains, he started cultivating. This experience allowed him to understand that his ability was nothing when placed on the huge universe stage. He mustn't relax. He needed to raise his strength whenever he had the time. Wang Teng continued cultivating. He didn't leave his room. Di Qi never appeared again, but he sent delicious food to Wang Teng when it was mealtime. These dishes were made from fresh vegetables and star beast meat imported from other planets. Di Qi was honestly thorough. Daytime on the number 4 defense planet was shorter than Earth's. There were only 8 hours of sunlight. The sky was completely dark now. Even during the day, the sky was a little gray. At night, it turned entirely pitch black. However, some areas in this battle fortress were still brightly lit like daytime. We have a guest. Do you want to let the guest in? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wang Teng's room. Who would find me here? Wang Teng frowned and asked. Haha, it's Olivia, the young lady you met in the day. Round Ball saw the guest through the surveillance image at the entrance. It sniggered. Why is she here? Wang Teng was puzzled. She probably thinks that you will feel cold at night and need someone to warm your bed. Round Ball looked like a pervert. Your words are a little dangerous. I want to stay away from you. Wang Teng said helplessly. I'm sorry, you're tied to me. Wang Teng felt that Round Ball was corrupted. Since he knew who the guest was, he asked the intelligence of the room to open the door. Olivia strolled in and sized up the surroundings. She was surprised. My cousin treats you well. I don't even have the right to stay in this building. You both must be true love. What a stupid and evil lady. Why are you here? Wang Ting took a deep breath. He reminded himself continuously not to mind her words. My cousin asked me to bring you around, Olivia said. Now, Wang Ting was surprised. What's wrong with this timing? The nightlife on the planet is just starting. Olivia rolled her eyes. Why are you acting like an old man when you're so young? I'm acting like an old man? Wang Ting pointed at himself. Young lady, you're looking down on me. Olivia remained silent. However, her gaze and expression showed that she was indeed looking down on Wang Ting. F***K. Let me see what nightlife this stupid planet has. Lead the way. Wang Ting was furious. He jumped down from the bed and walked out. Olivia chuckled. A sly glint flashed past her eyes as she ran to the front and lead the way. This planet is extremely lively at night. There are many martial warriors who come to complete missions here. They will head out for their missions in the day and come back to the battle fortress to rest at night. They will also take this chance to relax and entertain themselves. This is encouraged by the higher authorities too, Olivia explained. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 908. This is a good lady. The higher authorities encourage it? Why? Wang Ting asked in surprise. It's not strange. There are many dark apparitions hiding on this planet. We light up the entire planet brightly in the night, so the dark apparitions will have nowhere to hide, Olivia explained. Wow! Wang Ting felt speechless. This method was extremely direct. He followed Olivia out of the residential area and noticed that she was right. Everywhere was brightly lit up and noises were apparent. It seemed lively. Fortunately, the buildings in the residential area were soundproof, so the people resting inside wouldn't get affected. Olivia went around the battle fortress with Wang Ting, turning here and there. They saw many martial warriors immersed in their own activities during their journey. The fortress was vibrant and buzzing. After some time, Wang Ting arrived at an empty field that looked like a school field. This was the most bustling place. There were many people gathered in the field, and the commotion was almost deafening. Wang Ting glanced over and saw more than 10 arenas erected in the empty field. There were martial warriors fighting in there. This is it. Wang Ting was disappointed. He thought that Olivia would bring him to some interesting places to play elegant games involving candles and whips. After all, these games were suitable to play at night. He didn't expect her to drag him to watch duels. There was nothing nice to see. You don't understand. Many talented martial warriors from the various academies in the Empire gather on this number 4 defense planet. They have duels in the evening. It's extremely interesting, Olivia replied angrily. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M Wang Ting ignored her tantrum and released his spirit. He picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around silently. Although he didn't like it, he didn't mind picking up the attributes. Constellation Force, Fire, *600 Constellation Force, Fire, *600 Emperor-level Water Talent, *150 Constellation Force, Earth, *500 Emperor-level Earth Talent, *100 Planetary Realm Spirit, *120 Constellation Force, Wind, *700 Emperor-level Wind Talent, *150 Constellation Force, Metal, *1100. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, quietly raising his strength. Wang Ting suddenly felt that he should thank Olivia. If she didn't bring him out, he wouldn't be able to pick up all these free goodies. Her personality might be undesirable, but she was a good lady. A motherly smile appeared on his face. Olivia suddenly saw Wang Ting giving her a strange smile, as if he had some plans up his sleeve. Wang Ting didn't notice the change in Olivia's face. He was immersed in his loot. His 5 basic force had a sizable gain, but they didn't achieve a breakthrough, so he wouldn't count them specifically. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised at the wind force. He had just received some constellation wind force from Di Chi, and here it appeared again. His wind force was still at the 13-star general stage. It hadn't advanced to the planetary stage yet. If he had the opportunity, Wang Ting hoped that it would break through soon. Unfortunately, No wind element scriptures were found. If not, he could try cultivating it. Besides the force attribute bubbles, Wang Tung also received some talent attributes, all at the emperor level. Olivia was right. There were indeed many talented martial warriors here. The attribute bubbles were the best proof. Also, he collected several spirit and enlightenment attribute bubbles, but they were mostly at the planetary realm. There was no celestial realm spirit or enlightenment. Wang Tung shook his head. He felt that he was too greedy. There were all planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors. How could there be celestial realm spirit and enlightenment? Not everyone was as gifted as him. He wasn't in a hurry to leave anymore. The attribute bubbles dropped by these martial warriors exceeded the effects of his own cultivation. Why should he cultivate? Wasn't picking attributes good enough? Olivia saw the bored-looking Wang Tung suddenly turn enthusiastic and walk forward. She didn't know what had happened, but she still followed him. Wang Tung walked toward the arena where he found the wind force attribute. The surroundings were packed with people. He could only push away the crowd as he inched his way in. Hey, why are you squeezing? Who's pushing me? Damn it. The person who shouted was a muscular alien martial warrior that looked like an ape. This was the ape race. They were a common sight in the universe. The ape-like martial warrior wanted to squeeze Wang Tung back, but he realized that the other party didn't move a single step even when he pushed him. Instead, he felt immense energy surging out of his body. In the end, he was the one who took another step back. The ape-like martial warrior's expression changed. He kept his large black hands apologetically and looked at Wang Tung in embarrassment. Wang Tung glanced at him for a second and continued walking through the crowd until he reached the arena. Olivia followed behind him with a meaningful look on her face. Two martial warriors were dueling in the arena. One had green skin and was tall and skinny. He looked like an ugly spring onion that didn't look appetizing. The other martial warrior was a human. He held a sword and looked handsome and refined. There was a green force twirling around him. Obviously, he was the wind element martial warrior. Senior Inhai, Olivia said with shimmering eyes. Is your senior famous? Wang Tung asked. Of course. Senior Inhai is one of the top 1,000 talents in my academy. He reached the celestial stage before 50. What's more, he's a wind element martial warrior. He has defeated many opponents with his raging gale skill, Olivia said in admiration. 1,000. Why do you need to be in the top 1,000 to be considered talent? Wang Tung was curious. He asked, what school are you from? It's the best academy in the Great Qian planet, the Great Qian Academy. Olivia said proudly. Wang Tung nodded. He had heard Round Ball talking about it before. This was the best academy in the Great Qian Empire, many times better than the St. Star Pagoda from the Olan Federation. All the instructors were at least Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Celestial Stage martial warriors didn't have the right. If it's the Great Qian Academy, the top 1,000 makes sense. After all, most of the top talents in the Great Qian Empire would choose to enter this academy. The competition must be great, and everyone there must be gifted. Wang Tung observed the duel while picking up the attribute bubbles. At this moment, a few figures squeezed over. It was the young people Wang Tung had met in the day. Olivia, why didn't you tell us that you've arrived? It took me a while to find you. Clive greeted Olivia. I just came, Olivia replied absent-mindedly. She continued staring at the duel in the arena. Clive didn't mind, or rather, he was used to it. But when he saw Wang Tung standing beside her, he frowned. Chapter 909. Reluctantly, Clive didn't have a good first impression of Wang Tung. He felt that this boy loved to put on an act. The worst thing was, he could do it better than him. Clive couldn't accept this. As an elite from a powerful Great Qian Empire family, he never lost to anyone when it came to putting on an act. Yet he got defeated by Wang Tung. It wasn't a big deal, but he was unhappy for an entire day. He didn't expect to see Wang Tung again when he came out to look for Olivia in the evening. To top it off, he was with her. This made him even more unhappy. Olivia was a beautiful lady and was as talented as him. They were childhood friends, so they had a strong relationship. Their families intended to make them a couple. As a man, He naturally felt uncomfortable when he saw Olivia hanging out with Wang Tung. Clive thought for a moment and came up with a plan. "Olivia, why is he here?" he asked Olivia first. "My cousin asked me to bring him out," Olivia replied without turning around. Wang Tung heard their conversation, but he didn't look back at them. His gaze was fixed on the battle, completely disregarding them. Clive was quite powerful. He had reached the 6th level of the planetary stage while only 21 years old. He was talented, but to Wang Tung, someone like him wouldn't drop any good attribute bubbles. Thus, even though he sensed something amiss with his tone, he was too lazy to care about him. However, that didn't mean that the other party would let him go easily. Wang Tung was Di Chi's guest. Clive didn't dare to do anything outrageous, but he probably wouldn't offend Di Chi if he embarrassed Wang Tung a bit, right? Clive was a little furious because Wang Tung never looked back at him. However, he suppressed his emotions and walked toward him. He wanted to understand this person better. "We met during the day. My name is Clive. What's yours?" He opened his mouth first. Wang Tung. Wang Tung placed his hands behind his back and continued watching the duel intently. His tone was indifferent. He was enlightened by the way the wind element martial warrior used his wind force. This was a celestial stage martial warrior. His ability shouldn't be underestimated. Clive pouted uncontrollably when he saw his attitude. He continued asking, "Where are you from? You seem to have a good relationship with Master Di Chi." Wang Tung knew that this fellow was trying to dig out his background. He thought for some time before giving Clive a meaningful smile. "I hail from a remote planet. I have no background. It's not worth mentioning." Clive didn't believe him. How could he receive such treatment from Di Chi if he came from a remote planet? Did he think he was 3 years old? "You must be joking." Wang Tung shrugged. Although he had spoken the truth, no one believed him. Was it his fault? "Brother Wang, are you interested in duels? Why don't you go up and try? I can help you find a compatible opponent," Clive smiled and said. "Oh." Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He could guess that Clive had an ulterior motive. Now he knew what it was. He wasn't worried, though. Instead, he felt a little excited. He should get his attributes personally. He was wondering if he should find someone for a duel. He was unfamiliar with this planet, so it might be awkward if he suddenly asked someone to fight with him. It was great that someone was willing to help him. "Sure, you can arrange it. Clive, you're a good man." Wang Tung patted Clive's shoulder and praised him with a smile. Clive, who was suddenly given the good man card, was stunned. What's wrong with this fellow? Why did he say that I'm a good man? Is there something wrong with his mind? Either way, he achieved his aim. He smiled and said, "Brother Wang, why don't you tell me your ability so that I can arrange for a competitor at a similar stage? I can deal with anyone below the 3rd level celestial stage." Wang Tung replied casually. 3rd level celestial stage. Clive was shocked. Wang Tung was extremely young. If he could fight with martial warriors at the 3rd level celestial stage or lower, he could be considered extremely gifted. He was even more talented than Yin Hai. Olivia turned and glanced at Wang Tung uncontrollably when she heard his words. She seemed astounded and curious at the same time. She didn't know if he was boasting or if he honestly possessed such strength. He might be lying, but that suits me. Clive smiled. He wanted to embarrass Wang Tung, so he would find stronger opponents. Anyway, he was the one who said that he could deal with anyone below the 3rd level celestial stage. If he was tormented, it wouldn't be his fault. "Don't fool around. My cousin will scold me if you get beaten," Olivia frowned and said. Wang Tung was exasperated. "Don't worry. Even if I got beaten, I won't let you carry the blame. I'll explain to your cousin." "All right." Olivia nodded with ease. She gave him and I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Look. Silence. So insincere. She didn't show any sincerity at all. Wang Tung didn't know what to say. He turned around and ignored her. Clive started looking for opponents for him. He knew many people, and a few of them were at the celestial stage. They could satisfy Wang Tung's requirements. Sometime later, he came back with a brown-skinned young man who looked like a brown bear. The bear race was one of the many races in the universe. This is Senior Dale, a 1st level celestial stage martial warrior. "What do you think? Do you want to fight with him?" Clive asked Wang Tung. "Celestial stage, 1st level?" He'll accept it reluctantly. Wongton glanced at the bear race young man and nodded. Reluctantly, Dale squinted. He sized up Wong Tung and noticed that his aura wasn't powerful. He was at most at the planetary stage. He had agreed with Clive to fight with Wong Tung because he was offered some benefits. If not, he wouldn't have bothered with this planetary stage martial warrior. But his opponent was looking down on him. Your friend is quite arrogant. Dale scoffed. Senior Dale, this young friend is Master Di Chi's guest. He's extremely experienced, so Clive didn't complete his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Wong Tung was arrogant. Are you unhappy? If you are, beat him up. We'll know what his strength is like after the duel. Dale was straightforward. Wong Tung ignored their conversation and continued looking at the duel on the stage. The fight was coming to an end. After a round of attacks, In Hai's sword managed to stop inches away from his opponent's throat. He won. In Hai's opponent walked down the arena dejectedly. However, In Hai continued to stand in place. He glanced around him and suddenly fixed his gaze on Wong Tung. Chapter 9:10, Ultima Bombarding. You want to have a duel? In Hai looked at Wong Tung and asked slowly. Everyone was stunned, their gazes fixed on Wong Tung. Yes. Wong Tung nodded. Then I shall be your opponent, In Hai responded. The spectators were astonished. Clive and Olivia stared at In Hai in shock. They never thought that he would challenge someone to a duel. And on top of that, he was challenging Wong Tung. What was In Hai thinking? Dale was also surprised. He looked at In Hai and then at Wong Tung. In Hai was much more famous than him. Although they were both first-level celestial stage martial warriors, he was much weaker compared to In Hai. He could rank amongst the top 1,000 of the Great Qian Academy, but he was unable to. That was the gap. In Hai had noticed Wong Tung because he had heard the conversation between Wong Tung and Clive's group. He was a little curious about this newcomer's strength. Despite being a planetary stage martial warrior, he claimed that he could defeat martial warriors below the third-level celestial stage. That was arrogant of him. Anyone who dared to say that was either bragging or was a genius among geniuses. If it was an ordinary martial warrior, he wouldn't have been bothered by it. He could have treated it as bragging. However, he couldn't see through Wong Tung. On the surface, he looked like he was just a planetary stage martial warrior. But for some reason, he felt that Wong Tung's strength was not as simple as it seemed. He was very confident as well. That confidence wasn't a bluff, and it was naturally revealed in his eyes. In Hai had seen that kind of confidence in many people. Those people were all amazing figures in Great Qian Academy. That was why he planned to have a duel with Wong Tung. If he was just bragging, he wouldn't waste much of his time. One blow would be enough. If Wong Tung really had that kind of strength, then he would be able to meet a good opponent tonight. 4 talented warriors like them. A good opponent was difficult to find. He yearned for a hearty fight. Who is he? Senior In Hai challenged him to a duel. I don't know. I've never seen him before. I don't think he is from the academy. Is he from another academy? Does anyone know him? He could use an introduction. Clive and Olivia brought him here. They should know each other. Everyone started discussing and was curious about Wong Tung's identity. I'm sorry. I just accepted someone else's duel. They'll have to fight him first. Wong Tung pointed to Dale after he was taken aback for a moment. In Hai immediately glanced at Dale, whose expression turned dark. This bastard must have done it on purpose. In Hai challenged you to a duel. Why are you bringing me into this? Do I really have to fight you? If Dale knew that In Hai was going to challenge Wong Tung, he would have kept quiet. It was awkward for him to be sandwiched between the two of them. Now that In Hai was giving him the death glare, Dale felt that if he snatched his opponent, In Hai might just fight him. At the same time, it would be embarrassing for him to withdraw from his duel. He couldn't open his mouth with so many people watching. Ha ha! At this moment, Clive laughed. Wong Tung, didn't you want to find a good opponent? Since Senior In Hai challenged you to a duel, you should go for it first. Don't miss such an opportunity. Worthy of being a part of an elite family. Dale's embarrassing situation was eased after Clive spoke. Wong Tung glanced at him without a care. He nodded at In Hai. If that's the case, they'll have a duel with you first. Hey, are you sure? Senior In Hai is really strong. Olivia grabbed Wong Tung hurriedly and whispered, It's okay. Wong Tung's body flashed as he broke away from her grip and appeared in the arena. Olivia stomped her feet. Come on. Wang Tung stood opposite Yin Hai with one hand behind him. His other hand was stretched out as he gestured towards his opponent. Olivia, does he wish to die faster? Clive was speechless as well. He had to admit that Wang Tung was much more shameless than him when it came to bluffing. Yin Hai held his sword and frowned. Although he didn't like Wang Tang's arrogant approach, he didn't waste any time. Force erupted from his body and formed green gusts of wind around him. Swoosh! A slight breeze sounded, and Yin Hai's body disappeared from his spot. He then appeared in front of Wang Tung the next moment. The wind force concentrated on the edge of his sword and formed a green sword glow as it slashed out. The wind howled, and the sword conscious exploded. Wang Tung's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right fist and condensed his strength before blasting it out. Boom! Explosive sounds could be heard as his fist clashed against the sword conscious. Strength of Ultima. Yin Hai's expression changed as he felt an overwhelming power surging toward him. His sword glowed disintegrated, and he had to withdraw to dodge the attack. Ultima, I knew you weren't that simple. He stared at Wang Tung and said, Again. Wang Tung took a step, and force erupted from his feet. It caused the entire arena to shake, and cracks appeared on the ground. He darted toward Yin Hai at an extremely fast speed like an arrow. Wang Tung didn't use any weapons and attacked with his fists. Each punch came one after another with terrifying power. Yin Hai was solemn. He frantically swung his sword as it warded off the flurry of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The banging sounds continued to echo around the arena. The power was frightening. Even so, Yin Hai was still in a tough fight as he retreated step by step. He seemed to be unable to fend off the barrage of fists. Don't retreat. Why are you retreating? Fight me. Wang Tung shouted. Yin Hai's eyebrows twitched, and his heart was extremely aggrieved. He had never faced such a brutal opponent. He could only try to defend himself against him. The spectators below were all dazed. Yin Hai couldn't resist his attacks. Was Wang Tung so strong? Clive and Olivia looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. They couldn't have imagined that Wang Tung was so strong. Not only that, Wang Tung displayed a strength of a planetary stage martial warrior. This meant that he was oppressing a first-level celestial stage martial warrior with the strength of a planetary stage warrior. That was a little scary. Not everyone could fight against someone of a higher stage. Only true talents and geniuses could do it. And Wang Tung's opponent, Yin Hai, was a talented martial warrior. This meant that Wang Tang's talent was frightening. Yin Hai was retreating step by step, almost reaching the edge of the arena. He then gritted his teeth, and the force within his body erupted. He didn't hold back anymore. I have Ultima too. Yin Hai roared. He had never felt so aggrieved. It was simply unacceptable for him to be suppressed and overwhelmed by someone of a lower stage than him. Ultima, a raging gale. The surging force formed bursts of violent winds as the sword glow condensed. It shattered the barrage of punches and slashed toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes as he stepped back. At the same time, a blue sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Constellation water force surged and formed into huge waves that rose behind him. It was like a tsunami. Ultima, 1,000 crashing ripples. As the third-level Ultima erupted, Wang Tung slashed with his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The huge wave swept out and met Yin Hai's terrifying attack. The two sword glows collided in the center. Force swept out from the point of contact and sent waves of energy sweeping out. The horrifying collision of the force shocked everyone below. Suddenly, there was a victor. A body flew out as blood spurted out from its mouth. It's Senior Yin Hai. Senior Yin Hai lost. Everyone saw who it was and exclaimed. Yin Hai stopped his body in midair and looked at Wang Tung in disbelief and shock. You actually possess 2 Ultimas. Only 2. Wang Tung took a step and disappeared from his spot. Yin Hai was stunned. He already understood how powerful and persistent Wang Tung was. He was a troublesome foe. Seeing that he had disappeared, he quickly glanced around him with vigilance. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound reverberated. In Hai's body froze on the ground. The back of his head was throbbing in pain, his eyes almost popping out. "Oh, this skull is really hard." Wang Tung's voice came from behind. When a storm surged in his heart when In Hai heard his voice. Chapter 911. As expected of the talents of the great Qian Empire. Outstanding indeed. In Hai didn't understand why Wang Tung's speed had suddenly increased. He didn't realize when he came behind him either, not detecting anything at all. As a wind element martial warrior, his speed was exceptional, and he was extremely sensitive to airwaves. Yet, Wang Tung managed to appear behind him without a sound. Before he could react, he was hit on the back of his head. He found it incredible. In Hai didn't know that Wang Tung had used his space talent. As his space physique got stronger, his grasp of space became smoother. He made use of hyperspace travel just now, but the spatial fluctuations produced were very faint. This was why In Hai didn't detect anything. It was a good skill to sneak an attack on others. Senior In Hai got hit. The people below exclaimed in surprise. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. In Hai was one of the top 1,000 talents in the Great Qian Academy. Yet he got hit on the back of his head without having the time to react. If they didn't witness this personally, they would think that it was an illusion. Then they saw the weapon in Wang Tung's hand. It was a gold brick. A brick. What kind of strange weapon was that? Everyone stared at the ordinary-looking golden brick. It was dazzling. Their minds were filled with question marks. In Hai didn't notice their weird expressions. He bore with the excruciating pain in his head and executed his footwork. Wind force raged around him. He seemed to have turned into a gale as his speed increased 2 times, vanishing on the spot. This was how quick a man who possessed wind force could be. Wang Tung smiled. He disappeared too. In Hai stopped at another corner of the arena. He stared intently at the spot where Wang Tung was at. There, a lingering shadow was gradually dissipating. Gasp! In Hai was flabbergasted. He immediately felt a chill run up his spine. His head turned numb. Then bang! Before he could react, the dull thud echoed in the air once again. It sounded distant and mesmerizing my foot. In Hai's head was spinning. His vision turned black, and he stumbled. He felt bad after receiving 2 blows on his head. Enduring the dizziness, he tried to escape again. He realized that this duel had slowly gotten out of control. Should he admit defeat? This word would never appear easily in his dictionary. Thus, an eerie sight appeared in the arena. In Hai started shuttling back and forth while Wang Tung stuck to him like a spirit. There was no way of escaping him. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds kept ringing. 3 hits. 4. 5. In Hai was in a daze. Why did this happen? He had never experienced getting tortured so terribly by someone much lower in ability. He started to pity himself. In the end, In Hai had to succumb and collapsed. He was a human. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't withstand multiple heavy blows. There were many bumps on his head. They were extremely conspicuous. There was dead silence in the spectators' stand. Senior In Hai lost? I think so. He lost terribly. Be confident. He lost. It was a terrible defeat. Can anyone tell me where that vicious young man in the arena comes from? He's ruthless. I admit that he's a devil. A huge commotion erupted. At the same time, Olivia didn't know what expression she should give when she looked at the senior In Hai she once admired. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Clive felt his head hurt. He realized that he had severely underestimated Wang Tung. This fellow did have the power to fight with 3rd-level celestial stage martial warriors. Even In Hai wasn't his match. No matter who he sent, they would only lose. As for Dale, Clive glanced at him and had his answer. He saw the other party rubbing his big head. Surprisingly, there was fear on his face. Dale didn't care how Clive was looking at him. I have a stomach ache. I'm leaving. He left without waiting for Clive's reply. Clive, asterisk, he just left? Olivia was speechless. What else can he do? Asked Clive in frustration. Don't mess with him. He's not someone easy to bully. Olivia glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She knew what Clive wanted to do a long time ago. However, Wang Tung didn't listen to her persuasion, so she couldn't stop him. Reality proved that Wang Tung wasn't a country bumpkin. He did possess the ability, and he was scheming too. Look at the state senior Enhai was in. Clive felt even more exasperated after Olivia's words. He shook his head and said, I have no other suitable candidates either. Anyone below the third level celestial stage will just be tormented by him. As for those above this level, he probably won't agree to fight. This fellow is cautious. He gave me a limit right at the start. Looks like you met your match. Olivia chuckled when she saw his helpless look. Young people like them, who came from elite families, wore their emotions on their sleeves. Olivia could read Clive's thoughts. He did this in the past, too. She didn't stop him because this was a sort of competition, too. You would never know who was more powerful without a duel. Clive snorted. He kept quiet and went to fume silently at the side. Wang Tung picked up his brick amid everyone's stunned gaze and lamented. As expected of the talents of the great Qian Empire. Outstanding indeed. Everyone heard him. Everyone outstanding. They didn't know if the other talents of the empire were outstanding, but they were sure that Senior Enhai didn't want to stand out this way. This fellow seemed quite evil. He beat his opponent into a pig's head and said that he was outstanding. Where's your face? Wang Tung sighed and glanced at the attribute bubbles dropped around him. He picked them up quickly. After putting in so much effort to get them, they mustn't go to waste. Planetary Realm Enlightenment * 800 Planetary Realm Spirit * 650 Constellation Force Wind * 3000 Raging Gale Ultima * 300 Raging Gale Scripture * 150 Wang Tung's eyes lit up when he saw the attribute bubbles. When converted to Celestial Realm Spirit and Enlightenment, he had 65 points of Spirit and 80 points of Enlightenment. He gained 3,000 points of Constellation Wind Force. This was his second bit of wealth after gaining 3,800 points of Constellation Wind Force from Di Qi. This saved him much hard work. Chapter 912. Unregistered Resident of the Virtual Universe. The last two attribute bubbles were the main dish. One was an Ultima, while the other was a Scripture. They merged into Wang Tung's mind and turned into his memory. Gale Ultima. An image appeared in Wang Tung's mind. This was a vast and endless field. A lonely figure walked further and further into the field. A gale gathered around him, wreaking havoc in the sky and the ground as it blew against the figure. The figure walked for a long time. As time passed, the gale around him got stronger and bigger. Finally, he drew his sword and slashed it at the sky. The gale turned into a terrifying blade glow. The force seemed powerful enough to sunder the earth and the field. This was the raging gale. A queer green sword glow flashed in Wang Tung's eyes, as if a gale had blown past it. It disappeared in a split second. This raging gale Ultima was different from the wind hell Ultima he received in the past. The raging gale Ultima was a pure wind element Ultima, while the wind hell Ultima combined killing intent and the wind element. It was extremely strong. The wind hell Ultima was definitely more powerful. But this didn't mean that the raging gale Ultima wasn't. An Ultima was still an Ultima. Enhai relied on this to enter the top 1,000 in the Great Qian Academy. Wang Tung felt that he had no right to look down on this Ultima. After all, he had picked it up without much effort. Then, there was the wind element Scripture. Raging Gale Scripture. As the attribute bubble entered his body, the outline of a person appeared in his mind. This person sat cross-legged on the ground and was practicing a scripture. Wang Tung gradually comprehended the raging gale scripture. He finally received a wind element scripture. Wang Tung almost cried in joy. What a tough journey. It was worth enduring the pain of throwing away his conscience and hitting an innocent young man who had no grudges with him. He didn't want to do it. Wang Tung repented in his heart. He would compensate him if he had the chance in the future. Really, believe me, he'll compensate you. Wang Tung promised silently as he stared at the unconscious Enhai. Then, he walked down the arena without looking back. Hey, where's the brown bear? Wang Tung wanted to find another person to get attributes, but he realized that the person was gone. He got a stomach ache and left. Clive gave an awkward but reserved smile. Oh, Wang Tung gave him a meaningful look. He felt that things weren't so simple. The smile on Clive's face got even more awkward. He couldn't hide his emotions anymore. He was fuming in his heart. F***K. Am not the one who ran away. Why am I being awkward? Wang Tung didn't probe further. He decided to go to the other arenas to pick up some attribute bubbles. He was done with this place. He should change the venue. Olivia ran after him and sized him up curiously. How powerful are you? Can you tell me? Clive also leaned over slightly, awaiting the answer. Why? Are you going to find someone to beat me up? Wang Tung smiled. Olivia didn't expect him to be so direct. She was stunned for a moment before she pouted. TSK, what grudges do I have with you? Why would I want to beat you up? Why are you asking then? Wang Tung gave her a meaningful gaze. Can't I be curious? Olivia rolled her eyes. Wang Tung smiled, not replying to her. After some time, Olivia couldn't help asking again. Why did you use a brick as your weapon? Is it because you have an antisocial personality disorder and want to use this method to take revenge on society? What the? Wang Tung almost cursed. You're the one with the disorder. Your entire family is mentally ill. Wang Tung took a deep breath before he calmed down. He glared at Olivia. Silence means consent. Olivia wasn't afraid. She sniggered. Wang Tung found this lady a little irritating. Hey, don't be so boring. Can you say something? What's your relationship with my cousin? How did you two meet? Olivia's mouth never stopped while Wang Tung was watching the duels. She kept buzzing as if there were a bunch of bees around him. Wang Tung picked up attributes the entire night. The harvest was great. It was the reason why he put up with Olivia's nonsense. He counted his gains when he went back to his room. Most of the gains were forces. If he went to pick another round of attributes tomorrow, his forces might rise by a small level. Wang Tung smiled and sat cross-legged on his bed. He decided to practice the Raging Gale scripture. When he received this wind element scripture, he was eager to practice it. He wanted his wind force to reach the planetary stage as soon as possible. Wang Tung, wait. Round Ball's voice came abruptly. What's the matter? Do you remember virtual reality? Round Ball appeared in front of him. Virtual reality? Wang Tung was stunned. Of course. He had gained many benefits from virtual reality. You could collect attribute bubbles inside. He would never forget about it. However, Earth's virtual reality was an empty shell. It wasn't linked to the universe network. Thus, there was nothing besides some basic facilities and the star beast that already existed inside. Even so, Wang Tung managed to gain many attributes. He knew how awesome virtual reality was. If he could connect to the universe network now, how would things change? Wang Tung suddenly got excited. Actually, virtual reality is also known as the virtual universe. It's almost like a real universe, Roundball said. Virtual universe. Wang Tung was surprised. That sounds ambitious. Haha, you'll know once you enter. Roundball chuckled. What are we waiting for? Wang Tung was extremely curious about the virtual universe. He urged Roundball hurriedly. Don't worry. I've just said that the virtual universe is like a real universe, so it's no different from a real universe. Everyone that enters needs an identity. If you want to open a residence in the virtual universe, you need to possess an identity in the real world, so Roundball explained. So what? Wang Tung's face turned black. Roundball spoke for so long, but he couldn't enter. He needed a real universe Hoku, household registration. After you reach the Great Qian planet in a few days, you can get your Hoku. As for now, I could try to smuggle you in. Roundball smiled and replied. Smuggle me in? Wang Tung was shocked. To put it plainly, you are an unregistered resident. That way, things would be easier, Roundball explained. But you need to wait. I'm still trying. All right, I'll wait. Wang Tung sighed. He had to control his impatience. The next day, when Wang Tung was cultivating, In Hai came to find him. He wasn't convinced. His head was swollen up, and he was greatly humiliated. He wanted to find some of his dignity back from Wang Tung. Thus, he wanted to continue challenging him. He had analyzed yesterday's battle carefully and felt that he lost because of Wang Tung's ghost-like footwork. Now that he was prepared, he would be able to resist, unlike how helpless he was yesterday. Wang Tung's cultivation level was lower than his. He didn't believe that he would lose to him terribly. This was his last ounce of dignity as a talented martial warrior. Naturally, Wang Tung wouldn't reject him. He agreed politely. The other party came to find him personally. How could he reject the offer? No way. If not, he would get angry. Anyway, he could get some attribute bubbles out of him. It wasn't a problem. He could just hit gentler this time. Thus, In Hai got defeated again. His outstanding fame started spreading. On the third day, In Hai came to look for him again and got beaten up again. Wang Tung had a fruitful time. In the day, he would cultivate. At night, he would go out to pick attribute bubbles and have a duel with In Hai to build their relationship. 3 days later, after working very hard, Wang Tung managed to raise his 5 basic forces by a small level. His metal force had reached the 8th level, while his fire and earth forces were at the 7th level. His wood and water forces were at the 6th level. The increase in the levels allowed his ability to rise too. In Hai had no chance at all. Unfortunately, he didn't know this and continued to challenge Wang Tung diligently. Wang Tung admired his perseverance. However, he felt that this person wasn't very smart. He was a little stubborn too. Despite knowing that he couldn't win, he still came. Was he addicted to getting hit? Chapter 9:13. I'm just a child who's a few million years old. He didn't know if In Hai was addicted, but he was hooked on torturing him. There was a talent who was willing to get beaten up without asking for money. What a good deal. But on the 4th night, Wang Tung rejected In Hai's outrageous request. He decided not to leave his room today. He had an exciting thing planned out. Round Ball had found a way to enter the virtual universe. Wang Tung wouldn't find it interesting if he entered the normal way. They were going to smuggle themselves in this time. The name Round Ball assigned to this mission was descriptive too. Are you ready? In the room, Round Ball asked Wang Tung in a stern but excited voice. Wang Tung was already prepared, but when he saw Round Ball's expression, he suddenly felt that it was a little unreliable and felt scared for no reason. He confirmed once again, "Are you sure I'll be all right? You don't believe me?" Round Ball's anger was sparked like a cat that got stepped on its tail. It glared at Wang Tung. "No way. I just want to confirm." Wang Tung's gaze flickered as he rubbed his nose. Please keep reading on myb0novel.com. If I say it's all right, it will be all right. I'm an intelligent life form. This plan has been in action since I followed Master Nangong. I've studied it for many years and finally found a loophole. If you receive your Hoku, your spirit will be marked, and I can't put my plan into action anymore, Round Ball explained. No wonder you're so impatient. You're just afraid that you can't carry out your plan after I get my Hoku from the Great Qian planet, Wang Tung rebuked. Round Ball glanced at him with guilt. I'm doing this for you. You don't understand how important the virtual universe is. If you get in successfully, you will have an unregistered identity. When you get your Hoku, you will have 2 identities, one registered and one unregistered. You will have the convenience to do whatever you like. Don't you think so? Wang Tung touched his chin. That sounds good. Round Ball was elated. But Wang Tung suddenly looked at it. But what? Round Ball straightened its back, feeling a little agitated. What's the success rate? You have to tell me first, right? Wang Tung probed. About 60% to 70%. Round Ball looked up. How much? Wang Tung suddenly raised his voice. 60%. How much? Wang Tung placed his hand on his ear, pretending that he didn't hear properly. 55%. Round Ball felt guilty. It didn't dare to look at Wang Tung. What? How much? I can't hear you. Wang Tung's voice got 3 times louder. 50%. That's the lowest. Round Ball was infuriated. It jumped up and looked at him straight in the eye. Wang Tung sighed. You're indeed unreliable. It must be less than 40%, right? How can you ask me to try? How am I unreliable? I'm an intelligent life form. Why are you calling me unreliable? Round Ball was furious. Please keep reading on myb0novel.com because you're Round Ball. Wang Tung sneered. Round Ball glared at Wang Tung for a while before lowering its head. It softened its tone and said, I've prepared for so long, so please give it a try. Please? Take pity on me. It placed its hands together and stared at Wang Tung with shimmering eyes. It started acting cute. Acting cute is forbidden. To think that you have lived for a few million years. Wang Tung glanced at it contemptuously from the corner of his eyes. I'm just a child who's a few million years old. Round Ball shook its body and said, "Go away." Wang Tung pretended to vomit. He said sternly, "Be honest and tell me how confident you are." Cough. 30%. Round Ball coughed and replied awkwardly. Seriously. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. He knew that the chances were low, but he didn't think that they would only be 30%. However, this wasn't the time to care about this issue. He was tied to Round Ball. Its smuggling plan might be imperfect, but it would definitely benefit him. It made sense to take some risk. What if we're discovered? Wang Tung asked. Your spirit will be destroyed, Round Ball said grimly. Wang Tung gritted his teeth. I feel like strangling you. Don't be angry. I wanted to ask you to divide a part of your spirit to enter the virtual universe. That way, even if you're discovered, you won't be in life danger. You will just get injured. Spiritual segregation? Wang Tung was puzzled. That sounds all right. Of course. Some martial warriors do this too. When their spirit enters the virtual universe, the main part of their spirit is still in their body. That way, no accidents can happen, Round Ball explained. Wang Tung nodded his head as he contemplated. Really, you should feel at ease now, right? But will I be marked if my spirit is discovered when I enter the virtual universe? Will I be banned? Wang Tung still had some concerns. He should ask clearly before entering in case he got tricked by Round Ball again. Don't worry, if you're discovered, they'll cut off your spirit. The virtual universe won't have the chance to mark you, Round Ball comforted him. Wang Tung nodded. Pondering for some time, he felt this matter was still dangerous. One mistake, and there would be severe consequences. But it was tempting, so he still agreed in the end. Can I use my clone? Wang Tung asked. I forgot that you have a clone skill. That skill is unique, so it might be able to confuse the virtual world. This is a better method than spiritual segregation. We can conceal your identity with it. Round Ball's eyes lit up. Wang Tung immediately executed his cloning skill. A part of his spirit and force congregated into his clone and appeared in front of Round Ball. Fortunately, his spirit had reached the celestial realm, so he had the ability to split a part of his spirit to enter the universe. Many people didn't have a powerful spirit. They had to enter the virtual universe with their main spirit. Spiritual segregation wasn't a method anyone could use. Haha, we're starting. Round Ball was thrilled. It lifted its finger and tapped on the clone's forehead. Wang Tung was spiritually connected to his clone. He felt the clone's spirit entering a patch of darkness. Nothing could be seen, and he seemed to have lost all his senses. If he wasn't prepared, he would have panicked when he saw this darkness. Wang Tung didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. As the light dazzled his eyes, Wang Tung realized that he had appeared in a city that looked like a science fiction movie. Chapter 9:14, Paradise at Home. Skyscrapers that were hundreds and thousands of meters tall rose from the ground. They were all of different shapes and sizes. Some looked normal with their rectangular shapes, nothing unusual. But others were extremely strange and even violated basic architectural principles. It was almost impossible for them to exist in reality. The ground was clean and tidy. Not a speck of dust could be found, and pedestrians could even see their reflections. There were a lot of people of different races walking on the streets. They had unusual appearances and different heights. Some were of similar builds as regular humans, while others were up to 6 meters tall. There were some who were half the size of an adult. You couldn't see them unless you lowered your head. At the center where the streets converged, there was a wide square. And in such an environment, Wang Tung appeared abruptly here. The crowd around him glanced at him indifferently. When they didn't find anything special about him, they stopped paying attention. This is the virtual universe? Wang Tung looked around curiously with surprise in his eyes. This was vastly different from the virtual reality that he had once entered. Back then, the cities in virtual reality were empty and you couldn't see anyone. But here, it was crowded with people and full of life and excitement. It was bustling, just like the real world. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't this amazing? Round Ball's prideful voice sounded in Wang Tung's mind. Please keep reading on myb0snovel.com. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Wang Tung communicated with Round Ball as he observed his surroundings. He realized that people were followed by small figures of different appearances. Some looked like tiny beasts, while some were little people with wings. There were even plants with human faces, which could speak. It seemed magical. Of course, in an intelligent life form. Round Ball's nose was almost pointing up at the sky. It followed Wang Tung's gaze and began introducing. These are intelligent fairies. They can assist their masters in the virtual universe. However, they also have different grades. You probably won't be able to find intelligent life forms like me. Wang Tung rolled his eyes when Round Ball started to brag and boast. It was too narcissistic. Where are we now? We have connected to the virtual universe from the Great Qian Empire's territory. Hence, we are on the Great Qian mainland. Great Qian mainland? Wang Tung blinked. That's right, Great Qian mainland. It's an extremely vast land. The Great Qian Empire is a high-tier civilization with vast and boundless territory spanning thousands of galaxies and countless planets. At every moment, people from countless races enter the virtual universe, which is why Great Qian Empire's territory in the virtual universe is huge. Although it is called the mainland, it is actually much bigger than the area of several planets combined. Unbelievable! Wang Tung was amazed. Let me introduce you to the virtual universe. Over here, as long as you have the money, you can enjoy everything. Duels, learning, trade, finance. Round Ball rambled on. The universe is too vast, and the distance between planets is huge. It's very difficult for friends to meet. However, in the virtual universe, this distance is shortened. You can communicate with your friends and even directly teleport to them. It is very convenient. And you can even meet like-minded martial warriors and spar with them, increasing your social links. Besides that, you can also trade and do financial transactions in the virtual universe. Here, your bank card is bound to your identity, which is why you can execute financial transactions and buy whatever you want from across countless galaxies. On top of that, there are various forms of entertainment such as ladies, food, and games. Wait, ladies are considered as entertainment? Wang Tung was surprised. Well, there are so many races in this universe, and females from each race have their own flair. Wouldn't men like you want to experience it for themselves? Ahem. Wang Tung was trying to display that he was a gentleman. Women were just vixens. Round Ball smiled mischievously and continued. In short, there's everything here. Eating, drinking, and playing. Many people get immersed in this, treating this place as the real world. A century would pass for these people in the blink of an eye. What? This is a virtual world after all. There are people who have been immersed in it for 100 years? Wang Ting found it hard to believe. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. That comment wasn't a few months or years. It was a whole century. There are people who did something like this. Try and you will know. Round Ball smiled. I've said it before. The virtual universe is no different from the real world. It is not impossible for someone to treat it as their reality. It's not necessarily a good thing for it to be too real. Wang Tung exclaimed. He couldn't help but think of the otakus back on Earth. They would stay in their homes for several years, and some would even stay indoors for 10 or 20 years as they were obsessed with their games. Now that he thought about it, the virtual universe was similar to that. Furthermore, the virtual universe was much more realistic compared to the games on Earth. Once the otakus experienced this, they would be reluctant to get out. They might probably stay there till they died. To them, this was their paradise at home. Wang Tung had a strange thought. However, powerful people have strong wills and wouldn't be addicted to the virtual universe. They treat it as their social and communication platform to provide convenience for themselves. And if they are too poor, they wouldn't be able to stay here for a century. After all, everything in this world costs money. Round Ball rubbed its fingers. This is really very realistic. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, of course. Otherwise, the virtual universe wouldn't be so easy to enter. Round Ball's tone changed. Nonetheless, it still has lots of benefits. You can do things like dueling with others and fighting star beasts. Although you can increase the level of your realm or stages, you can improve your battle experience and you won't die. I've tried this before, and it's indeed useful. Wang Ting nodded. The one you tried previously is just a broken version. It can't even be compared with the present one at all. Experience it yourself, and you will know, Round Ball said with disdain. I shall try then. Wang Ting walked out of the square with excitement. He'll go out of the city. Wait, I think you need to get yourself some money before you do that. Round Ball stopped him hurriedly and said, Look at yourself. What's this? Wang Ting lowered his head and was stunned. What happened to my clothes? He realized that he no longer had his real-world clothes. Instead, he was wearing a plain and simple gray training attire. He didn't even have a weapon on him. He looked like a poor man. Everyone who enters the virtual universe appears like this. If you want better items, you'll have to buy them. Round Ball smirked. Damn it, this is so pitiful. Wang Tung cursed. This virtual universe is all about money. It's as shameless as those unscrupulous game companies. Is it shameless for them to earn money? Round Ball asked. Wang Tung realized that he couldn't refute it and accepted this cruel reality. He took a deep breath and asked humbly, Where should I go to get money? Have you seen the shops on the street? You can just go to a store and trade if you want to sell anything. Wang Ting glanced around and saw shops scattered around the square. If he listened carefully, he could hear faint shouts coming from the crowd. We're buying rat skins for fair and honest prices. Take a look, take a look. We sell all kinds of rune weapons. Don't miss this. We buy all kinds of ores, star cores, star bones, and rare treasures. Prices are negotiable. If you're interested, please come over to 1000 Treasure Chamber. Why does it seem like a marketplace? Wang Ting muttered as he walked towards the shop. Hee, the competition is fierce. Round Ball smiled. Wang Tung's target was the 1000 Treasure Chamber. He had many star cores and star bones to sell for some money. One side, it was so tough to be poor. Chapter 9:15. The Universe Bank. The 1000 Treasure Chamber had franchises littered all over the universe. There were outlets in the various civilizations, and their foundation was extremely strong. A large company would definitely take extra care of their reputation. Hence, wouldn't need to worry about them cheating their clients. Round Ball introduced the place to Wang Tung as he walked. After some time, he found 1000 Treasure Chamber. This was a huge silver-white metallic building. It was easily recognizable. Wang Tung entered the building and realized that this chamber looked similar to shopping malls on Earth. There were different areas in the building with all sorts of items on display, including battle uniforms, weapons, spiritual herbs, ores, etc. There were even spiritual pets and robots. There weren't many of them, and they were mostly on display. The real menu was screened in the air using holograms. They were lifelike and clear. Wang Tung sized up his surroundings curiously. He was dazzled. There was an array of items. He didn't know where to look. What do you think? It's not bad, right? Round Ball chuckled. Not bad. Wang Tung nodded calmly. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. Calm at this moment, an attendant from a shop saw Wang Tung and welcomed him passionately. Dear customer, do you need any help? I want to sell items, Wang Tung replied. What would you like to sell? The attendant seemed used to this reply. Wang Tung was wearing the basic attire of the virtual universe. Most people who came into the building with this attire came to sell items in exchange for virtual coins. Some ores, star cores, and star bones. Please follow me. The attendant's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and led the way. Soon, they arrived at a guest room. My manager will attend to you personally. Please wait here. The attendant left after bringing him in. A few moments later, a short and small middle-aged man who looked like a goblin walked in. I'm a manager of the 1000 Treasure Chamber. I heard that you want to sell ores, star cores, and star bones? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already invited him to sit down and serve him some tea. Wang Tung lifted the teacup and sized up the manager secretly. He realized that this man was a celestial stage martial warrior and was at the 6th or 7th level. He mustn't be underestimated. The virtual universe was extremely real. It was no different from reality. Wang Ting finally understood this feeling. Why don't you take out your items so that I can look at them? The middle-aged smiled. This was how amazing the virtual universe was. These items were available in the real world and shouldn't exist in the virtual universe. But with a single thought, Ores, star cores, and star bones appeared on the table in front of Wang Tong. They looked exactly like the real thing. This was the benefit of conducting business in the virtual universe. All the items and figures were virtual. There was no dog-eat-dog situation here. The virtual universe was fair. All transactions would be handled with contract spirit. Wang Tong had collected many items when he was on Earth. He took all of them out. The ores, star cores, and star bones piled up into a small hill. The middle-aged was stunned, but he was an experienced manager, so he regained his composure quickly. He observed the items and announced their prices one by one. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. Comround Ball was listening too. It knew the worth of these items. Wang Tong wasn't afraid that the other party would cheat him. I can give you 8,000 GQC for all these items. The middle-aged man put down the last star bone in his hand and looked up at Wang Tong. Only 8,000? Wang Tong frowned slightly as he murmured in his heart. It felt quite little. Think about it. None of the star cores or star bones have reached the Emperor level. The ores aren't precious either. 8,000 is a good price. Don't forget that it's GQC. It's worth more, Round Ball replied angrily. Oh, right. Wang Tong smiled awkwardly. Is the price okay? You can ask for 8,500 GQC, Round Ball said directly. Wang Tong shook his head and said to the middle-aged man, 8,500 GQC. They'll sell them to other shops if you can't give me this price. I'm not in a hurry to sell. It looks like you understand the market. You're pushing down the profit, you know. The middle-aged man gave a bitter smile. In that case, let's deal at 8,500. Well, earn a little lesser and take this as a chance to build a better relationship with you. Actually, I won't have agreed if you didn't have such a large variety of items. We'll have more chances to work together in the future. Wang Tong smiled. They signed a contract, and the middle-aged man transferred the virtual coins to Wang Tong's account. As an unregistered resident, he didn't have an account, but he had inherited Nangong Yu's inheritance. As a baron of the empire, Nangong Yu had an unnamed bank card in the Universe Bank. He might be dead, but he wrote his will before he died and left the bank card to his successor. Hence, the account didn't get deleted. The bank card was kept by Round Ball. Wang Tong could use it now. The middle-aged man treated Wang Tong with even more passion when he noticed that he possessed an unnamed bank card while they were doing the transaction. He even looked at him with some respect. The Universe Bank was a gigantic presence in the universe. Its background was mysterious and powerful, and it had been around in the universe for a long time. It was the biggest bank in countless galaxies and planets. Their branches were scattered over many different civilizations. They were a trusted entity. Hence, it wasn't easy to get an unnamed bank card from this bank. You needed to have a certain position and status. Wang Tong enjoyed such convenience with Nangong Yu's help. This was why the Baron position was so popular in the Great Qian Empire. You could send the real items to the nearest 1,000 treasure chamber branch. The middle-aged sent Wang Tong to the door after completing the transaction. Manager Boke, you can stop here. Wang Tong stopped the middle-aged man helplessly. During their conversation, Wang Tong learned that this man was called Boke and was a goblin. There were goblins in the universe too. They were good merchants and outstanding inventors and engineers. You could see signs of them in many big corporations or construction sites. The middle-aged man wasn't that enthusiastic at the start, but now he was sucking up to him. Wang Tong couldn't accept the sudden change. Hope to see you soon. Boke smiled and waved his hand at Wang Tong as he sent him off. Chapter 916, Bear, Dog, and Wolf Combo. Stupid, naive, cold combo. When they left the 1,000 treasure chamber, Wang Tong was still pondering over Manager Boke's change. Round Ball chuckled. In the universe, bank cards are linked to one spirit. However, unnamed cards don't need to. They can be transferred to another person as long as the holder gives their consent. Thus, an unnamed card is an extremely high-class bank card. Normal people can't possess it. This is why Manager Boke treated you differently. He probably thought that you're a noble. Celestial stage martial warriors are powerful and can take on the position of a manager in big corporations, but they're nothing when compared to a noble like you who has an unnamed bank card from the Universe Bank. It laughed uncontrollably. Now, do you understand how important Master Nangong's legacy is? Everywhere is realistic. Wang Ting shook his head and said firmly, "You're right. Nangong Yu's legacy is useful. He'll get the Baron status. I'm glad you know. Where do we go now? Buy some battle uniforms and weapons. There are battle uniforms and weapons in the 1,000 treasure chamber. Why do we have to go somewhere else?" Wang Tung asked curiously. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. Are you stupid? The items in the 1,000 treasure chamber are expensive. We should buy them from specialty stalls. Are specialty stalls cheaper? Wang Ting didn't know anything. Fortunately, he had round ball, or he would have spent unnecessary money. Earning money wasn't easy. Despite collecting many good things on Earth, he only managed to sell them for 8,500 GQC. He felt a little sad about his poverty. He should spend less when he could. He could start spending lavishly again once he earned more money. Many things in specialty stalls are mass-produced, so they're less expensive. Of course, if you want better things, you need to spend more coins. After some time, the two of them went to a battle uniform shop and a weapons shop to get a battle uniform and a sword each. They spent 5,500 GQC. It might only be a few thousand GQC, but GQC had a high value. Thus, the items they bought were of good quality. The battle uniforms were both 3rd planetary level, and the battle sword was at the 5th planetary level. They were all items used by planetary stage martial warriors. In a universe, battle uniforms, weapons, and many other items were classified based on a martial warrior stage to make it easier to remember. The tailor makes the man. After changing into a black battle uniform with a sword on his back, he changed into a new man. He was no longer a newbie. The passers-by looked at him with a different gaze too. He seemed to have the words "rich" pasted on his head. This was the difference between a handsome young man walking on the street wearing a normal shirt and one wearing an Armani shirt with a Vacheron Constantin watch. Other people would definitely look at them differently. After getting the items, Wang Tung came to the teleportation point of the city. Why did he come here? Because he wanted to teleport to the wilderness and experience the joy of virtual hunting. The wilderness and a residential area were two entirely different areas. The wild zone wasn't on the Great Qian mainland. One needed to teleport there. Teleportation required some money. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. This was why Roundball asked him to find some money first. Getting the battle uniform and the sword wasn't important. Wang Tung could still kill star beasts in the wild zone, but without money, he wouldn't be able to teleport there. That would be frustrating. The teleportation point was a huge plaza. There were many teleportation arrays here to transport martial warriors to various places. There were many people in the plaza. Martial warriors walked back and forth carrying all kinds of ingredients. It was a lively place. Forming a team to hunt an Emperor-level fire element wolf. The 3rd to the 5th level planetary stage. Forming a team to hunt an Emperor-level metal armored rhinoceros. 6th level to the 8th level planetary stage. Wang Ting noticed an interesting scene when he walked over. There were many temporary shelters built around the plaza. Groups of martial warriors gathered below them and shouted their team requests. They're inviting people to form hunting teams. Roundball noticed Wang Tung's gaze and explained, "Star beasts normally roam in groups in the wild. Some are extremely hard to deal with. So many people opt to form teams to hunt them together. Aren't they afraid of the competition?" Wang Tung asked. "This is the virtual universe. Even if you die, your true form won't be killed. Besides, this is a kind of experience too. Getting tricked in a virtual universe is better than getting tricked in real life." "You make sense." Wang Tung touched his chin and looked in a direction. Forming a team to hunt Emperor-level black wind vultures. Earth element martial warriors will have a priority. The 6th level to the 7th level planetary stage will have a priority. The shouts became clearer as Wang Tung got nearer. There was a martial warriors team inviting people to hunt an Emperor-level star beast called the black wind vulture. They were Wang Tung's target. "Hi. Do you want to join us to hunt for the black wind vultures?" A humble-looking bear race martial warrior was elated when he saw Wang Tung walking over. He welcomed him with open arms. Is the black wind vulture a wind element star beast? Wang Tung asked. This was his real aim. He had collected many wind force attributes from Yin Hai, but there was still a gap if he wanted to reach the planetary realm. Wang Tung wanted to collect more constellation wind force by killing wind element star beasts to accelerate its growth. Also, he didn't know where the wind element star beasts were, so he decided to find a team to get familiar with the area first. Yes. The bear race martial warrior nodded fervently. I'm an earth element martial warrior, and I'm at the 7th level of the planetary stage. Wang Tung released his constellation Earth Force as he spoke. Good. You meet our criteria perfectly. The bear race martial warrior was overjoyed. Come, let's sign the contract, and he'll introduce you to the other 2 companions. Wang Tung walked over and sized up the other members. There were 3 martial warriors in the team, including the bear race martial warrior. One was from the wolf race, while the other was from the dog race. All 3 of them were tall and muscular. They gave off a powerful aura just standing there. This group was not bad. Suddenly, Wang Tung's expression turned strange. Honestly, the dog race and the wolf race looked alike. Both had furry ears, but they mostly looked like a human. If no one told him, he wouldn't be able to differentiate between them. My name is Xiong Dali. The bear race martial warrior introduced himself before moving on to the other 2. But before he could continue, the wolf martial warrior said coldly, Imbrake, an earth element wolf race martial warrior. I'm Hasten, a water element martial warrior. Please take care of me. The dog race martial warrior gave an innocent smile and raised his hand. Oh, hello. Wang Tung was stunned. He shook hands with him. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. These 2 martial warriors were handsome. Brake had a cold charm, and Hasten was naive. He had a feeling that this bear, dog, and wolf combo, or rather, stupid, naive, and cold combo, would give him an interesting experience. My name is Wang Tung. I'm a human martial warrior. Wang Tung introduced himself too. They exchanged greetings. Wang Tung, sign the agreement and we can leave. Xiong Dali was impatient. Wang Tung walked over and took a look at the contract Xiong Dali had prepared. He didn't notice any loopholes. It was a simple contract. They would kill star beasts together and split the gains based on the number of star beasts they killed. This was a binding contract. After signing it, it would be recognized by the virtual universe. He didn't need to worry about his teammates tricking him. Looks like I found a reliable team, Wang Tung muttered. After signing the contract, his team members quickly kept the temporary shelter. They carried their luggage and called Wang Tung over to the teleportation point. Chapter 9:17. Don't worry, they'll protect you, Black Wind Plains. It was a vast and boundless piece of grassland. Its name came from the strong winds sweeping down from the Black Wind Mountains. There were countless kinds of star beasts living on the plains, and black wind vultures were one of them. Wang Tung and his 3 temporary teammates arrived at a gathering point via the teleportation array. The teleportation cost them 10 GQC. Splitting the bill, each of them only had to pay 5 GQC. Wang Tung felt that the teleportation array was cheap. It was a convenient service. The 4 of them left the gathering point in a heavy vehicle, which they rented from a local business, and headed toward a certain point in the plains. After all, not everyone could carry a vehicle like this around with them. Vehicles were expensive, and to bring them along with you would mean that you needed to have extremely large space in your space equipment. Both would cost a lot of money. Xiong Dali and the others didn't look like they were rich. Wang Tung didn't have any spare money for now and couldn't afford these things. He could only go with the flow. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. It was important to note that the currency used in the virtual universe was the same as in the real world. Virtual GQC and the real GQC were interchangeable and could be traded for each other. The vehicle sped in the boundless plains. The surrounding grass was almost the height of an adult. It would be difficult for ordinary vehicles to move quickly in such an environment. Only heavy vehicles had the capability. The wheels were half the height of a human, and the vehicle was much taller than an average human. The tall grass could not stop the large wheels of the vehicle from crushing them. Wang Tung and the others sat in the vehicle to rest. Hasten was holding a map in his hand and trying to navigate while Braque was driving. Wang Tung looked at Hasten's dazed look and raised his eyebrows. He was doubting whether he would be able to lead them to their destination. He then glanced at Xiong Dali and saw that he was already sound asleep and snoring like thunder. Braque seemed to have noticed Wang Tung's gaze and looked at him through the rearview mirror. He has always been like that. We take turns to be alert. Wang Tung nodded and asked, "How strong are the black wind vultures?" In the group of black wind vultures that we found, the king is at the 7th emperor level, while the rest are the 1st emperor level to the 5th emperor level. There are around 27 of them, Braque said with a grim expression. Wang Tung, is this your first time hunting star beasts in the wild? Hasten suddenly raised his head and asked with a mocking face. He wasn't really mocking him. He was born that way. He had a handsome face, but the slightly raised arc of his mouth and eyes formed a despicable expression. It seemed as though he was ridiculing others all the time. Wang Tung had seen through him. He was from the dog race, and very possibly from the Husky clan. He nodded with a little surprise. This silly guy could actually tell that this was his first time in the wild. First-timers would usually find someone to form teams, and they would talk less and observe more while going with the flow. Hasten seemed to know that he was surprised and smiled proudly. I see. Wang Tung was stunned. It will definitely be unfamiliar for the first time. Don't worry, they'll protect you. Hasten patted his chest and assured him, just take care of yourself. You are always the one dragging us down, Braque said coldly. Since when? My contribution to this team is not less than yours. Hasten glared at him with disapproval. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. Humph. If you were more reliable, our loot would have at least doubled, Braque said. Hasten's mouth twitched and was speechless. Wang Tung glanced at him strangely. Sure enough, he knew that this fellow was a silly one. Cough, don't worry. I'm definitely able to protect you. Hasten cleared his throat and declared. Wang Tung gave him an indescribable look. They finally reached the place where Xiong Dali and the others had found the black wind vultures after traveling for more than an hour. It was at the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains, where several bear mountains stood. As they approached, they saw a few black wind vultures far away in the sky. After spotting them, they stopped the vehicle and looked for cover to hide the vehicle. Wang Tung and the others then prepared and were ready to act. They crouched in the tall grass and concealed their bodies. They then each used concealment and controlled their breaths. Black wind vultures were not ordinary star beasts. They were all powerful beasts who had reached the emperor level. Ordinary martial warriors who approached their territory would be captured by them and torn into pieces. Star beasts always had a strong sense of territory. Be careful. When we get close to the black wind vulture's nest, we'll deal with the king first. Xiong Dali whispered. Wang Tung, you are an earth elemental martial warrior. Cover us when the time comes. Earth counters wind. Stabilize our bodies, and don't let us be blown away by the strong winds. Xiong Dali and the others cooperated very well. At this moment, the three of them were leading the way while Wang Tung was lagging behind. Xiong Dali looked back at him as he spoke, only to find that Wang Tung had disappeared. They were startled. Okay. Wang Tung's voice came faintly from the grass on their left as he responded to Xiong Dali's instructions. The three turned their heads in astonishment, but they still couldn't find Wang Tung. They exchanged glances with each other and all saw a trace of amazement in their eyes. This guy. They acknowledged Wang Tung's strength. This temporary teammate seemed extraordinary. Maybe it's just an advanced rank concealment technique, Xiong Dali said with uncertainty. Probably. Braque and Hasten hesitated, but they found it hard to believe that Wang Tung would be a master. After all, he had only displayed a strength of a 7th-level planetary stage martial warrior, which was a little worse than theirs. They were at the 8th level and were experienced, while he looked like a rookie. However, after learning that Wang Tung was skilled in concealment, they were relieved. At least this temporary teammate of theirs wouldn't be dragging them behind. Soon, the party reached the foot of the mountain and looked up. They saw a huge nest built on top of a bear mountain. Chapter 9:18, Headshot. Xiong Dali and the others concealed themselves within the bushes below the mountain. They observed the black wind vultures nest on the cliff through the gaps between the bushes. They were counting the number of black wind vultures. There are 28 of them, all in the nest. Looks like we'll need to wait, Xiong Dali said helplessly after counting them. There were only 4 of them. It was unrealistic for them to deal with 28 emperor-level star beasts. They might die together if they rushed forward recklessly. Let's wait and observe. The black wind vultures will need to find food. Only the black wind vulture king will guard the nest, Braque said. Hence, they waited patiently. In the afternoon, cries of the black wind vultures sounded in the sky. The wind swirled in the air and large shadows flew out of the nest, spreading their wings and soaring into the horizon. They've left. The team was invigorated. Xiong Dali sniggered. Damn it, they finally left. We'll start moving after 10 minutes. Braque and Hasten were excited, staring at the giant next in anticipation. They could see a huge black shadow lying in the nest. It seemed to be resting. Wang Tung's gaze landed on the black shadow. He activated his spiritual sight, and a glaring ball of green light appeared in his vision. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com F***K. This is a first-level Imperial Stage Black Wind Vulture. Why did they say that it was at the 7th level Emperor Stage? Wang Ting almost cursed, but he controlled himself. He was confused. Hiding in the dark, he observed the other martial warriors' expressions. The Imperial Stage was equivalent to the Celestial Stage of martial warriors. He had no chance of facing an Imperial level as a first-level planetary stage martial warrior. Were these 3 fellows trying to trick him? Did they have evil intentions? But looking at their expressions, they honestly didn't seem to know the Black Wind Vulture King's actual strength. Are these 3 fellows even reliable? Wang Tung was speechless. Fortunately, he could deal with Imperial-level star beasts. If not, his first hunting mission in the virtual universe would be a failure. Attack! Xiong Dali bellowed in a low tone. Swoosh! 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 The 3 martial warriors dashed out at once, turning into beams of light as they rushed into the sky and charged toward the Black Wind Vulture King. Wang Ting wanted to remind them, but they couldn't wait to welcome their death. Couldn't wait to act. Hence, he decided to shut up and follow behind them. He still remembered his mission. He used his Earth Force to stabilize their figures. Kill! Xiong Dali shouted. A huge hammer appeared in his hand. Fire Force congregated on it, forming roaring flames. They turned into the shape of a giant fire hammer as it hurled toward the Black Wind Vulture King. Hasten and Braque acted simultaneously. Braque was holding a blade with a golden glow shimmering around it. He slashed out a 100-meter-long blade glow. Wang Tung was surprised by Hasten's attacks, who carried a long bow. Water Force gathered on the bow and formed a sharp arrow. Within the span of a few breaths, he fired 7 arrows at the Black Wind Vulture King. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. The Black Wind Vulture King spread out its wings as the attacks rained down on it, screeching in anger. Its voice pierced into everyone's ears like a needle. Boom, boom, boom. The martial warriors' attacks landed on the Black Wind Vulture King. Loud explosions occurred. The Black Wind Vulture King's nest was set aflame. We hit it. The 3 martial warriors didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They were elated. Screech. Suddenly, an anguished cry burst from within the flames. Boom! A gale appeared out of nowhere. The flames turned into a tornado, surging right into the sky. The Black Wind Vulture King's shadow could be seen amid the flames. Damn it, Ron. The 3 martial warriors immediately detected something amiss. Their expressions changed, and they shouted as they retreated quickly. With each flap of the Vulture King, the gale grew stronger. The flames shot towards the martial warriors along with the wind. F***K. When did this Black Wind Vulture King become so strong? Xiong Dali found it unbelievable, but they didn't panic. Hasten pulled his bow as they retreated, throwing powerful water force arrows at the flame. Boom! The 2 forces collided in the air. The flames were the residual energy of Xiong Dali's attack, so they got doused by Hasten's water element attack. Screech! However, The black wind vulture king had already charged out of its nest. Its black feathers seemed to be made of steel, giving off a sharp glint. It glared at the martial warriors with hatred in its gaze. It wanted to tear them into pieces. A green glow twirled around the black wind vulture king, creating sharp wind blades. They cut through the air while flying toward the martial warriors. In an instant, the sky was densely populated with wind blades. There was no room to retreat. The three martial warriors were appalled. They executed their skills to defend against the wind blade attack. Boom, boom, boom. Force collided and explosions resounded. Energy waves spread out in the air. The sky was the black wind vulture king's territory. The three of them were like target boards and struggled to cope. This black wind vulture king is at the imperial stage. Dali yelled in disbelief. He finally noticed what was wrong. He didn't think that this black wind vulture king was able to advance to the imperial stage in such a short time. This didn't make sense. The virtual universe was indeed a reflection of the real universe. The star beasts here wouldn't appear for no reason. They could multiply, grow, and become stronger. What should we do? We can't beat it, Braque asked sternly. Retreat. Dali was decisive, giving up on the hunt without any hesitation. They couldn't deal with an imperial stage black wind vulture king. They had no choice but to retreat. Staying alive was more important. Although they wouldn't die for real if they got killed in the virtual universe, their spirits would still be injured. They could only re-enter the virtual universe after spending some time in recovery. This was an unbearable loss. The three of them wanted to escape, but the black wind vulture king's aggro was locked on them. It wouldn't let them leave. It opened its beak, and a ball of green light gathered in it. The three martial warriors felt the frightening force fluctuation. They were flabbergasted. Split up and run. Escape if you can. Dali shouted. They dashed off without any hesitation. Swoosh! At this moment, a terrifying fist aura came from beside them and landed on the black wind vulture king's head. The vulture was caught off guard. The black wind vulture king, who was preparing its attack, received a headshot. The three martial warriors? Chapter 919. What kind of monster is he? 1. What just happened? Dali, Braque, and Hasten were in a daze. They stared at Wang Tang absent-mindedly as he appeared on the scene. He was still in his attacking posture. He retracted his hand amid the astounded gazes of his teammates. I'm sorry. My plan was to injure it and let you guys in its life, but this black wind vulture king's head is surprisingly soft. It died in one hit. Wang Ting said guiltily as he looked at them. The three martial warriors. Was there a problem with their understanding? They understood every word Wang Tang said, but when pieced together, they couldn't get its meaning. Was he saying that the black wind vulture king was too weak? Or was he saying they were too weak? Or both? Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. The other three martial warriors received a huge blow to their confidence. Their weak little hearts seemed to be hit by an arrow. What's wrong with you? Wang Tang sensed the silent atmosphere and asked in surprise. I'm fine. The wind is really noisy today. Dali scratched his head and lamented as he looked at the sky. You're right. Braque and Hasten nodded in agreement. Wang Tang suspected that got frightened by the black wind vulture king and their minds had gone blank. Ignoring the trio, he turned to look at the attribute bubbles the black wind vulture king had dropped. Constellation Force, Wind, * 5600 Emperor level Wine Talent, * 800 Raging Gale, Ultima, * 120 Blank Attribute, * 13,000 Wang Tang's eyes lit up as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Comfortable, indeed. You could pick up attribute bubbles in the virtual universe. The star beasts in the virtual universe were huge and fat sheep. He had a fun time getting their wool. 5,600 points of Constellation Wind Force entered Wang Tang's body. He activated the Raging Gale scripture to increase the conversion of normal Wind Force into Constellation Force. This was the good part about picking up attributes. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. The force he picked up was all extremely pure. Thus, the ordinary wind force was diluted and the conversion could happen faster. Then, there were 800 points of Emperor-level wind talent. Wang Tung's wind talent had already reached the Emperor level, but he didn't mind it climbing higher. 800 points of Emperor-level wind talent allowed his talent to rise again. He also received 120 points of Raging Gale Ultima. Raging Gale Ultima. This was the same Ultima as the one he got from Ian Hai. Although he used it on his sword skill, they were the same. In an instant, Wang Tung's understanding of the Raging Gale Ultima rose to another level. After digesting his gains, he realized that his Raging Gale Ultima had taken a noticeable leap. Ultima was an important attribute for Wang Tung. At his level, he needed to use Ultima during any battle. The stronger it was, the higher his combat prowess. Finally, there were 13,000 points of blank attributes. Wang Tung was satisfied with his loot. One Black Wind Vulture King had dropped so many attribute bubbles. There were 27 more Black Wind Vultures waiting for him. They might not be as strong as the king, but they were all at the Emperor level. The attribute bubbles they dropped wouldn't be small. However, he realized a problem. The star beasts in the virtual universe dropped lesser attribute bubbles compared to the ones in the real world. Wanga didn't think too much. Having attribute bubbles to collect was good enough. He couldn't control how much they dropped. The other Black Wind Vultures are coming back soon. Shall we hide? Wang Tung turned and asked the three martial warriors. They finally regained their senses and nodded. All right, let's hide quickly. They dragged the body of the Black Wind Vulture King to the bushes below and dispersed the stench of blood. The virtual universe was highly realistic. Thus, they had to hide the body cautiously like how they would do it in real life. The three martial warriors were all experienced. They quickly dealt with the corpse and went to hide. But then they thought of something. Wait, with your ability, you can kill the other Black Wind Vultures easily. Why should we hide? Xiong Dali asked Wang Tung. He was puzzled. Don't you find this way easier? Look, when the Black Wind Vulture King was infuriated, I killed it by giving it a sudden punch. If I had fought it head-on, I'd need to use more effort. It's troublesome. You make sense. Xiong Dali was stunned. Of course. I always make sense in whatever I do. I think I learned something today. Hasten's eyes were shimmering. He seemed excited. Anyway, that Black Wind Vulture King must have reached the first level of the Imperial stage. You must be at a level higher than the 7th level of the planetary stage, right? After all, you managed to kill it with one punch. Braque gave Wang Tung a meaningful look. Xiong Dali and Hasten immediately understood. They turned vigilant. Why did Wang Tung hide his ability and join their team? What was his motive? But wait, he was stronger than them. They were the ones pulling him back. What was the point of joining them? Guess. Wang Tung smiled as he looked at them. Chapter 920. What kind of monster is he? 2. The three martial warriors realized Wang Tung's bad sense of humor. Guess what? Can you treat this serious question with more respect? Although they were speechless, the worry in their hearts had disappeared. Screech, screech, screech. At this moment, shrill screeches came from afar. More than 20 shadows were closing in on them at an amazing speed. A huge storm could already be felt from here. They're back. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. The three martial warriors turned serious, clutching their weapons tightly. They didn't seem affected after getting defeated badly by the Black Wind Vulture King, but deep inside, they were exasperated. They wanted to regain some respect. Wang Tung squinted at the sky. The Black Wind Vultures returned to their nest with the game they had hunted. Some of them were injured, though. It looked like their hunt wasn't smooth either. Great! Around 7 Black Wind Vultures are injured. Hasten exclaimed softly. Xiong Dali looked at Wang Tung involuntarily. With his nod, he yelled attack. They dashed out and pounced on the Black Wind Vultures with powerful force attacks. The three martial warriors were exceptionally ruthless. They started fighting with the Black Wind Vultures as if they had taken a shot in the arm. In the past, they wouldn't dare to charge at these many Black Wind Vultures. But with Wang Tung as backup, their confidence surged to new heights. Wang Tung didn't do much. He just stood at the side, but his teammates felt more relaxed. After 10 minutes, all 27 Black Wind Vultures were killed. Their corpses slammed onto the ground one by one. His teammates were amazing tools. Wang Tung was satisfied with their performance. He started picking attribute bubbles casually at the side. There were 27 Emperor-level black wind vultures, so the attribute bubbles they dropped filled up the entire area around him. It was an impactful sight as they floated in the air. Constellation Force, Wind, Asterisk 2500 Emperor-level Wine Talent, Asterisk 200 Raging Gale, Ultima, Asterisk 100 Please, keep reading on MYB0's novel. Com Blank Attribute, Asterisk 7000 Constellation Force, Wind, Asterisk 2200 Emperor-level Wind Talent, Asterisk 180 Blank Attribute, Asterisk 6000 Constellation Force, Wind. Asterisk 2800. The corner of Wang Tung's lips rose uncontrollably after he picked up all the attribute bubbles. Amazing. What a huge harvest. He collected some amazing wealth. Wang Tung counted his spoils of war. There were 54,000 points of Constellation Wind Force, 4,800 points of Emperor-level Wind Talent, 1,800 points of Raging Gale Ultima, and 125,000 points of Blank Attributes. At this moment, Wang Tung shuddered. 54,000 points of Constellation Wind Force was a frightening amount. It had exceeded the requirements for advancing to the planetary stage. Boom! A large amount of Constellation Wind Force surged into his body and started gushing around like an endless, roaring torrent. Wang Tung's expression changed. He hurriedly executed the Raging Gale scripture. He soon realized that the level of his Raging Gale scripture wasn't enough to satisfy the conversion speed of the Constellation Wind Force he currently possessed. Wang Tung knew that this was because there was too much Constellation Wind Force. He immediately added blank attributes to the Raging Gale scripture. Raging Gale scripture, 10,000/10,000, perfected. He used close to 30,000 blank attributes to raise the Raging Gale scripture to the perfected stage. The Raging Gale scripture started working its charm. The Constellation Wind Force streamed through his body. Swoosh! A green ball of light started gathering above the pitch-black sea of nihility, forming a glowing bridge that was linked to the sea of nihility. The breakthrough was happening. This was a leap in quality. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of nihility started trembling. The surface started tossing, and giant waves crashed into the bridge, preventing the wind force from accessing it. This was a necessary process. It was a tough journey for the forces to reach the sea of nihility. However, Wang Tung was an anomaly. He had received 54,000 points of Constellation Wind Force earlier. Adding the force he had accumulated in the past, he had more than 60,000 points, exceeding the requirements to hit the breakthrough. This was a frightening amount. The waves formed by the sea of nihility couldn't prevent the dawn of the Constellation Wind Force at all. Boom! Boundless Constellation Wind Force swarmed into his sea of nihility, setting off torrential waves. The commotion was astonishing. Finally, the Constellation Wind Force sunk into the bottom of the sea and started to change. It completed its transformation. Wang Tung was extremely calm as he was used to this situation. He had done everything he could. He just needed to wait quietly for the force to transform into a constellation so that he could advance to the planetary stage. After some time, a powerful force fluctuation floated out from the bottom of the sea of nihility. A green ball of light rose. 3 green lotuses blossomed on the surface of the sea as 3 constellations rose from the lotuses. 3 green constellations. Wang Tung had just achieved his breakthrough, yet he already had 3 wind element constellations. This was unbelievable. The 3 green constellations seemed to be made of emeralds. They were mesmerizing. There were tiny whirlpools spinning on their surfaces, presenting a magical sight to the only spectator. Suddenly, the core of the green constellation started spinning. It turned into a black hole and released a powerful suction force. Boom! Wang Tang's spirit started trembling. The suction force wanted to suck a tinge of spiritual power from the spirit constellation that had already reached the celestial stage. But Wang Tang's spirit was too powerful. Its realm was higher than his force cultivation. So this rising wind force constellation wasn't able to affect the celestial realm spirit constellation. Chapter 921. What kind of monster is he? 3. Without his spiritual power, Wang Tung felt that something was lacking in the green constellations. He controlled his spirit constellation and took out 3 wisps of spiritual power. The suction force immediately pulled the 3 wisps into the 3 wind constellations. The spiritual power delved deep into the black hole in the core of the wind constellations. It gathered and spun furiously as it merged into the core. Buzz. The 3 wind constellations trembled simultaneously. The 3 wisps had become part of them. Although only 1 wisp of spiritual power went to each constellation, this was a celestial realm spiritual power. It was more potent than the spiritual power that had merged with the other constellations. The Sea of Nihility resumed its calm after the birth of the wind constellations. The wind constellations gave off a faint green glow as it floated above the Sea of Nihility, making friends with the other force constellations. They twirled and spun around one another like 3 babies frolicking under the care of a bunch of naughty kids. At the same time, a peculiar fluctuation spread out from the wind constellations and merged with Wang Tung's limbs. The Power of Life. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. Calm as it spread throughout his body, Wang Tung's body underwent a transformation. His blood, muscles, bones, and organs leaped in quality. Even his cells were changing. His physical body became even more perfect. This wasn't the first time Wang Tung had experienced such a change, going through it 7 times in total. The perfection of his physical body exceeded that of a celestial stage martial warrior. No ordinary martial warrior would dare to think about experiencing 7 transformations when they reached the planetary stage. From his point of view, you couldn't consider Wang Tung a normal person anymore. He was a monster. After achieving his breakthrough, Wang Tung opened his eyes. A green glow flashed in the depth of his gaze, while a powerful fluctuation appeared for an instant around his body. Round ball sensed Wang Tung's change instantly, since it was just beside him. It widened its eyes in surprise. What about me? Wang Tung was in a good mood. He had received a huge gain during his first trip to the virtual universe. He was lucky. Was it wind force I felt just now? You advanced. Round ball was in disbelief. Wang Tung looked at its expression and burst out laughing. What kind of monster is he? Round ball kept murmuring to itself. From Wang Tung's reaction, it could confirm that his wind force had advanced to the planetary stage. And it was after a single trip to the virtual universe. Was he a bug? Wang Tung ignored Round Ball's astonishment and continued counting his spoils. Beside force attributes, his Emperor-level wind talent also rose by 4,800 points. It was a great improvement. Emperor-level wind talent. 6,400/10,000 Wang Tung felt an increased sensitivity toward wind force. They felt more amiable too, as if his body was a bottle for wind force. He was like the son of wind. He could control the wind force with a single wave of his hand. It felt amazing. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel. Then, there were 1,800 points of Raging Gale Ultima. Raging Gale Ultima, 300/3000, 4th level. Adding the 300 points of Raging Gale Ultima he received in the past, Wang Tung's Raging Gale Ultima managed to reach the 4th level. It was the highest Ultima he had now. Wang Tung's gaze shimmered. He felt that his Raging Gale Ultima had become extremely powerful. One attack, and he could kill a 3rd-level celestial stage martial warrior. He also gained many blank attributes, picking up 130,000 points. Subtracting almost 30,000 points to raise his Raging Gale scripture, he had 100,000 blank attributes left. In total, his reserve had reached more than 200,000. Wang Tung's consciousness entered the virtual universe again and took control of his clone. The other 3 martial warriors were tidying up the corpses of the Black Wind Vultures. They had rented a space ring to store all the materials they could find on the vultures. They would sell these materials. The 3 of them were thrilled. They could get a sizable wealth from selling these Black Wind Vultures. Wang Tung, come quickly. There's a star bone in the body of the Black Wind Vulture King. We can sell it for a high price. We're rich. Xiong Dali suddenly shouted in excitement. You can sell a star bone from the virtual universe. Wang Teng was surprised. Of course. These items can be used in the virtual universe. What do you think our weapons come from? Xiong Dali explained. However, the virtual items go for less, around 1/10 of the price in the real world. Wang Ting nodded. He had a better understanding of the prices in the virtual universe. Overall, the virtual universe gave him martial warriors who entered a path of survival. However, they wouldn't grow dependent on it. The price of items here was too low. It wasn't enough for them to become rich in the real world. That was why they needed to work hard to earn money in the real world so that they could spend and survive in the virtual universe. Caw! At this moment, a firm and loud screech came from the mountain range behind them. What's that sound? Everyone's expressions changed. Whoosh! The sound came from afar. Before it disappeared completely, a huge storm started to brew. The wind blew the martial warriors back. Wang Teng was in no better state. If he hadn't used his spiritual power in time to hold onto the cliff in front of him, he might have been swept away by the wind. He turned around and saw his teammates struggling to gain a footing. Frowning, he released 3 strings of spiritual power to pull them back. What's this? Where did the gale come from? They were astounded. Let's not waste any time. There's a cave in front. Let's hide inside first, Wang Teng suggested. He had noticed a huge cave behind the Black Wind Vulture King's nest. The sudden change had caused a change in his expression as he pulled his teammates against the strong wind. Chapter 922. The sudden strong wind caught the team off guard. Fortunately, they could rely on Wang Teng, who used his spiritual power without thinking to pull them back. At this moment, they were hiding in the cave behind the Black Wind Vulture King's nest. They watched the storm blowing outside and felt the lingering fear. Within seconds, the wind outside grew stronger and stronger. It soon turned into a piercing cold gale. The gale transformed into wind blades and slashed the walls of the mountain, leaving deep scars behind. The 3 martial warriors were shocked. They took a few steps back. How dangerous! Cold sweat dripped down Xiong Dali's head. He was scared out of his wits. A few wind blades had flown past them just now and almost cut his nose. This gale was terrifying. They didn't dare to underestimate it, even though they were planetary stage martial warriors. This gale is very strong. Rake took a deep breath and said, I've never heard of the presence of such a powerful gale in the Black Wind Mountains. Even the black wind in this region isn't as scary. Xiong Dali wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he nodded with a stern expression. MYB0X and 0V, Yell, what do we do now? Asked Hasten. The 3 of them looked at Wang Teng. He was the strongest among them. If he hadn't helped them, they might still be standing outside, welcoming the amazing gale with their bodies and turning into pieces of meat within a few minutes. Then, they would be forced to leave the virtual universe. Let's wait, Wang Teng replied calmly. He sat down cross-legged in the cave and frowned as he looked at the sky through the entrance. What kind of beast made that sound just now? Was it behind this gale? Many questions popped up in his mind. The 3 martial warriors also calmed down, seeing his reaction. They exchanged glances with one another and copied him, waiting silently for the gale to disappear. However, life was always unexpected. The gale didn't disappear. Instead, it got more and more powerful. If one listened carefully, one could hear the ear-piercing cries of the wind. The same screech was heard once again. This time it was nearer. It seemed to be right next to them. The cry was shrill and penetrating. It stabbed into everyone's ears. Xiong Dali and his friends covered their ears immediately with a painful expression. Wang Teng's expression changed. He used his force to cover his ears to prevent his eardrums from getting injured. The cries of star beasts were terrifying, especially powerful star beasts. Their cries were a kind of sound wave attack. Martial warriors could get injured unexpectedly if they took them lightly. Wang Teng straightened his body and walked to the edge of the entrance. He looked up. The gale immediately changed directions, as if it had found its target. Wang Teng frowned. He activated his wind force, But instead of fighting the wind blades head-on, he gently pushed the gale away. The gale started to scatter and change directions, moving away from Wang Tung. This was his new understanding of wind force. The wind was always in motion without a specific direction. Sometimes, he didn't need to use brute force. He could guide the wind to achieve the results he wanted. MYB0X N0VEL, of course. This was related to his talent. His Emperor-level wind talent had improved tremendously, so his affinity with the wind force also became very strong. The other three martial warriors saw a faint green glow around Wang Tung. Then, the gale started to evade him automatically. Their eyes widened in astonishment. They were martial warriors too, but why was Wang Tung so impressive? While they didn't dare to get close to the entrance, Wang Tung stood there like nobody's business. It was unbelievable. The clear and loud cry shook the surroundings again. This time, Wang Tung felt that the sound was just above them. He squinted and looked over. A large green bird flew above him along with a tornado. Whenever it flapped its enormous wings, a gale would be formed that swept through the sky like a raging hurricane. "That's one huge bird," Wang Tung exclaimed. His three teammates had also noticed the giant green bird and were reeling in shock. They were stunned when they heard Wang Tung's words. It sounded a little wrong. Suddenly, Wang Tung's expression changed. After the appearance of this giant green bird, the wind force around him went out of control and stopped listening to his commands. They automatically headed towards the bird. Wang Tung grimly looked at the bird in the sky. Surprised, he released all his basic 5-element forces to resist the powerful gale. The wind force had been snatched by the green bird, so he couldn't use it to influence the gale anymore. But he didn't want to give up. He tried to influence the wind force in the entire area, snatching food from the green bird's mouth. Actually, he didn't need to be so serious since he was in the virtual universe. But what if it happened in real life? Should he wait to die? Instead of putting himself in danger when that happened, why not use the virtual universe as a training ground? Wang Tung finally detected a hint of wind force after exerting his wind talent to the maximum. He immediately grabbed it for himself. He didn't know that the green bird took his action as a provocation. It lowered its head and fixed its gaze on Wang Tung. Noticing the change in the wind force around, it was a piece of cake for it. Wang Tung immediately felt a chill zap down his spine. He had an ominous feeling. When he met the bird's sharp gaze, a glaring green light shot into his eyes. Damn it! Wang Tung was appalled. He released his spiritual power to resist the invasion of the green light. Even so, he still took a step back. Blood dripped down the edge of his eyes. The green bird screeched loudly. The wind force in the area got activated and turned into a strong ball of wind as it shot towards the cave Wang Tung was in. Everyone was thunderstruck. In an instant, the other three martial warriors were cut into pieces and died on the spot. They left the virtual universe involuntarily. Wang Tung had already released all his force when the green bird launched its attack. He even released his spiritual power to form a defense shield to block the gale. Unfortunately, his enemy was too strong. Wang Tung only lasted for 3 seconds before the gale engulfed him. Then, an excruciating pain surged through his body, and he was swallowed by darkness. Wang Tung opened his eyes and panted. He couldn't help but curse aloud. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 923. Wang Tung took a few deep breaths before he overcame the pain of getting chopped into pieces. This was the first time he had experienced death so closely. Besides, it wasn't a normal death. He didn't know if he was fortunate or not. "Ha, it feels good, right?" Round Ball appeared in front of him and sniggered. It felt really amazing. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. This fellow is the worst. It's gloating right now. Ha ha ha. Round Ball saw Wang Tung's frustrated expression and burst into laughter. Wang Tung's face wrinkled as he felt depressed. He then changed the topic. What was that star beast? It's so powerful. He had never seen that green bird before and didn't know about its existence. He couldn't even sense how strong it was. That was the divine tempest bird. Round Ball put away its smile and answered, "It's an extremely powerful wind-type universe behemoth. It is capable of traversing through space, and an adult would have the strength of the divine level." MYB0XN0VEL, divine tempest bird. Divine level. Wang Tung gasped. 4-star beasts. The Emperor level was equivalent to the planetary stage of martial warriors. The Imperial level was further divided into 3, namely low, mid, and high tiers. These were equivalent to the Celestial stage, Heaven stage, and Universe stage, respectively. The Black Wind Vulture King was a first-level Imperial level star beast, which was equivalent to a first-level Celestial stage martial warrior. Divine level star beasts were stronger than Universe stage martial warriors. They were at least equivalent to an Eternal stage martial warrior in strength. He didn't expect that green bird to be at the Eternal stage. No wonder it was so powerful. You're lucky that you didn't encounter it in the real world. Round Ball joked. Had I encountered it in reality, I'd have run away. Why would I court death? Wang Ting knew what Round Ball was referring to and shook his head. He then laughed again. But Xiong Dali and the rest of them met tragic ends. They died immediately and were forced to leave the virtual universe. They are unlucky to have met a reckless teammate like you. Round Ball laughed. Hey, at least I helped them to hunt the Black Wind Vultures. Without me, they would have died when they faced the king. Wang Tung grunted in dissatisfaction. He was trying to determine if he had any chance of survival when facing a powerful being. Even though the answer was no, at least he knew now, if he died without trying, he wouldn't be any different from an anchovy. If he didn't tempt fate, if he wasn't this fearless and risked his life to try, he couldn't have gained anything. A smile appeared on Wang Tung's face when he thought about the attribute bubbles that dropped when the divine tempest bird attacked him. He was a professional in collecting attribute bubbles. MYB0XN0VEL, even if he was on the verge of death, he would still seize the opportunity to pick more bubbles. Constellation Force, Wind, *28,000 Divine, Level Wind Talent, *10. Wang Tung's eyes flashed with excitement. Although there were only 3 attribute bubbles, he was overjoyed when he saw the contents. The 28,000 points of Constellation Wind Force allowed him to advance to the 4th level of the planetary stage. Constellation Wind Force, 600/40,000, planetary stage 4th level. Wang Tung was caught off guard that his wind force had advanced so fast. However, this wasn't the thing that made him the happiest. It was the other 2 attribute bubbles. Divine level Wind Talent. As the attribute bubble merged into Wang Tung's body, he could feel an incredible change in his talents. His wind talent advanced rapidly, leapfrogging and reaching an extremely high level. After the Emperor level was the Imperial level, and after that came the Divine level. Now, Wang Tung's wind talent had jumped from the Emperor level to the Divine level. It was such a huge leap that even Wang Tung felt that it was unreal. Divine level Wind Talent. 10/50,000 Wang Tung immediately felt that he was more sensitive toward the wind force and that his affinity with it had reached an incredible level. He was like a divine being in the wind. As long as he stood there, boundless wind force would flow toward him continuously. He finally realized the talent of the divine tempest bird. Although there was still a gap between them, it was no longer insurmountable. Since they were both at the divine level, they could now be considered to be standing on the same level. If he faced it again, the situation where he could not control the wind force would not repeat. If they were in the same area, the wind force would be split between them if there were no other wind-type star beasts. Divine Tempest Bird would control around 70% of the wind force, while he would control the remaining 30%. Wang Tung immersed himself in the thrills of the divine-level wind talent before controlling himself. He was in a crowded place, and it wasn't the right venue to display that kind of talent. However, Round Ball had noticed this terrifying change and was dumbfounded. It couldn't say anything else. Why are you so excited? Wang Tung asked. Round Ball took a deep breath and forced itself to calm down before asking, "What was that?" All the wind force was flowing towards you. It was like the wind force was worshipping you like their king. Was it? Why didn't I feel it? Wang Tung pretended to be stupid. Don't feign ignorance. I've only seen that happen to eternal stage martial warriors. That phenomenon only happens with divine-level talents. Round Ball was in hysteria as he leaned toward Wang Tung and stared straight into his eyes. It was so shocked that it could hardly believe what it had just seen. If it wasn't this close, it would have dismissed it as a hallucination. Anyone who had a divine-level talent had the possibility of advancing to the eternal stage, or an even higher stage. Wang Tung actually had such a talent. But why didn't it show up before? Had he been hiding it? Or did he, by some opportunity that it didn't know, advance his talent to the divine level? The second scenario was almost impossible. No one had ever had such an opportunity in the virtual universe. But it was too much of a coincidence. As soon as the divine tempest bird with the divine level talent appeared, Wang Tung obtained a divine level talent. How could it not make a connection between the two? Oh, so I have a divine level talent? No wonder I always thought that I'm a genius. I'm so talented. Wang Tung began to fool around. He acted like he had this talent from the beginning and that he didn't know how high of a level it was. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 924. Life is about tempting fate. Round Ball didn't believe Wang Tung's words at all. It had interacted with him for a while, so it knew his personality. He was full of lies and as sly as a fox. He didn't even want to tell it, his closest companion, the truth. Round Ball wanted to help Wang Tung. It wanted to understand him so that it could make plans for him. However, this brat was ungrateful and kept hiding things from it. Actually, they had only met recently, so it was normal for Wang Tung to be on guard against it. Round Ball felt a little helpless. It hoped that he would tell the truth, but it also hoped that he would remain like this. That way, he wouldn't get tricked and die like Master Nangong. Round Ball rolled its eyes when it saw Wang Tung's innocent expression. Never mind. Since you don't want to say, I won't ask. Don't waste your talent. Ha! Don't be so unhappy. Isn't it a good thing? You just have to know that I'm extremely talented. Wang Tung laughed and winked at Round Ball shamelessly. Extremely talented? Don't you feel embarrassed? Round Ball was speechless. However, it had to admit that Wang Tung's potential was heaven-defying. He possessed multiple forces, the space talent, and another divine-level talent. Anyone who had one of these traits would be considered a top genius. Yet, all of them had appeared on Wang Tung. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M Wang Tung kept quiet. His gaze landed on the last attribute bubble. 50 points of Tempest Domain. Tempest Domain. This was a domain attribute. Among the 3 attribute bubbles, the Tempest Domain must have the same importance as the Divine Level Wind Talent. Domain was a profound realm that only Heaven Stage formidable warriors could comprehend. Only at the Heaven Stage could one control a domain. In fact, the minimum criterion for becoming a Heaven Stage martial warrior was to gain one domain. If not, the Heaven Stage martial warrior would only be half a step stronger than Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Some talented Cosmos Stage martial warriors could overcome this barrier and kill Heaven Stage martial warriors. But if they enlightened a domain, everything would be different. A Heaven Stage martial warrior with a domain was frighteningly powerful. They could fully suppress a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. They reigned over their domain and could claim anyone's life in it. The battle between Heaven Stage martial warriors relied mostly on the clash of domains. The one with a more powerful domain would have the absolute advantage. Wang Tung managed to get a domain when he was just at the planetary stage. This was incredible. Since he had a domain, when he advanced to the Heaven Stage in the future, he would definitely be more powerful than others in the same stage. Even if he didn't reach the Heaven Stage, he might have the chance to battle with Heaven Stage martial warriors with the help of his domain. This was why Wang Tung was so excited. He suddenly wanted to thank the divine Tempest Bird. If he hadn't met that bird, he wouldn't have gotten all these amazing attributes. To that bird, the domain was just an easy skill it could execute at any moment. It probably felt that Wang Teng should be proud since he had managed to get it to use its Tempest domain. But to him, this Tempest domain was highly important. In the planetary stage, celestial stage, and cosmos stage, the Tempest domain could be his trump card. Please keep reading on MYB0X N0VL. C0M looking at it this way. Meeting the divine Tempest bird was his fortuitous encounter. According to Roundball, whether it was the real world or the virtual universe, it was rare to find a star beast like the divine Tempest bird. Of course, Wang Teng had to thank himself for challenging the divine Tempest bird. If he hadn't challenged it because he was unwilling to accept defeat, the divine Tempest bird wouldn't have thought that he was provoking it. It would have just flown away, and he wouldn't be able to collect these attributes. In summary, life was about challenging death. At this moment, the Tempest domain attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into various images. There was a huge green bird flying in the air with winds blowing all around it. There are different intensities of wind. Some were a breeze while others were like tornadoes. Though their intensity might be different, they were all winds. They gathered in this region and formed a domain filled with winds and gales. This was the Tempest domain. The green bird could control all the winds in this domain, turning them into its blade, sword, and any kind of weapon. It could destroy all enemies. Wang Teng was enlightened. He quickly grasped the Tempest domain. However, the range of his Tempest domain was limited. It was related to his points. Tempest domain, 5 meters. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. 50 points of Tempest domain only allowed his range to be at 5 meters. It might seem short, but no one would be able to get within 5 meters of him. Wang Teng stopped smiling. After counting his gains, he stood up and looked at the sky. It was still dark outside. The night on the number 4 defense planet was longer than the day. It was understandable why it was still nighttime. Wang Teng was prepared to go back to his bed for cultivation when he suddenly heard a series of loud explosions. Boom! The room started vibrating violently. Fortunately, it was sturdy. The sudden tremor didn't cause any cracks or damage to the room. What's going on? Wang Teng frowned. He felt a little helpless. For some reason, troubles followed him everywhere as if they came to look for him personally. He just had an intimate interaction with the divine Tempest bird in the virtual universe. And now, something happened in real life. Let me take a look. Roundball disappeared. It was an intelligent life form, so it could hack into the surveillance facilities and get first-hand information quickly. A few seconds later, Roundball reappeared in front of Wang Teng. It had a grave expression. Dark apparitions. Dark apparitions have invaded this battle fortress. 1. Dark apparitions. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Why did they suddenly sneak into this planet? Could it be? He exchanged glances with Roundball and thought of something. He exclaimed, "They want to attack and capture this battle fortress." Coincidentally, a high-pitched alert rang. The blaring siren spread through the battle fortress and echoed continuously in the air. Beep, beep, beep. Dark apparitions invasion. Dark apparition invasion. Dark apparition invasion. All martial warriors, please get into your code red positions and prepare for battle. Repeat, dark apparition invasion. All martial warriors, please get into your code red positions and prepare for battle. Chapter 925. The second the alert rang, light beams shot out from various buildings. Frightening force fluctuations scattered in the air. The battle broke out in an instant. Wang Teng walked out of his room and looked into the sky. Activating his spiritual sight, he saw a few balls of extremely thick dark force. They were like little black suns hanging in the sky, giving off evil and chaotic aura. The human martial warriors turned into dazzling balls of lights and crashed into the black balls of lights. Explosions occurred. Indeed, there were dark apparitions. There are more than 10 devil lords and around 5 or 6 devil kings. Wang Teng turned serious. He knew how powerful the invaders were. The Devil Lords were like planetary stage martial warriors, while the Devil Kings were like celestial stage martial warriors. A rumble rang through the air, shattering the space and sweeping the sky with its terrifying residual impact. Wang Tung immediately turned and saw two thick and glaring balls of light colliding in the air. One was green, while the other was pitch black. That's a Devil Emperor. Wang Tung's pupils constricted uncontrollably when he saw the pitch-black ball of light. It must belong to a dark apparition that was more powerful than a Devil King. The Devil Emperor came after the Devil King. Such a figure was equivalent to a Cosmos stage martial warrior. The ball of green light must belong to Di Chi from the number 4 defense planet. He was a Cosmos stage martial warrior who possessed wind force. The ball of green light collided fervently with the Devil Emperor. Forces were released continuously as they turned into frightening attacks hurled at each other. Wang Tung didn't plan to stay and watch at the side. He touched his chin with a glimmer in his eyes. Since he wanted to become a baron of the great Qian Empire, he should build a reputation and gain some good impressions. This was a godsend opportunity. He flew into the air and observed his surroundings. He noticed that the entire battle fortress was covered by a defensive array. However, cracks had appeared in 3 areas. Countless dark apparitions charged out from the darkness and crashed into the cracks, wanting to join the battle inside. Just like Wang Tung had guessed, the dark apparitions wanted to capture this battle fortress. He immediately chose the most damaged crack. It had the largest number of dark apparitions, and the martial warriors from the great Qian Empire couldn't resist them. They were retreating while the powerful dark apparitions were increasing the damage. Wang Tung decided to act. He took out his sword and slashed a scorching sword glow out. More than 10 dark generals were beheaded at once. It was instant death. The dark apparitions below the rank of the Devil General were slaughtered like patches of grass. Calm to the martial warriors in this battle fortress. Any dark apparitions below the Devil Lord rank were nothing to them. However, they won in numbers. It was troublesome when they charged at the martial warriors like a huge wave. Most martial warriors didn't have the time to bother about these low-class dark apparitions while they were fighting with similar-level dark apparitions. Sometimes, they would get pounced on and injured by the dark apparitions. They would be in a terrible state if the dark force invaded their bodies. The human race was always fearful of the dark force. After entering the battle, he heard someone calling his name in surprise. Wang Tung glanced in the direction of the sound, noticing Olivia and her friends. They were fighting dark apparitions together. "You're here too." Wang Tung killed a few dark apparitions and replied to her calmly. "It's not strange for us to be here. However, I'm quite surprised that you're not hiding," Clive pouted and said. Wang Tung ignored him and asked Olivia, "Why are the dark apparitions here? Do you get attacked by them frequently?" "Not really. Dark apparition invasions are rare. They must have a strong motive this time," Olivia said grimly. There was a blast in the sky. A ball of light suddenly plummeted to the ground not far away from them. A celestial stage human martial warrior had died. Olivia and her friends were appalled when they saw the scene. A martial warrior was killed so quickly. The dark apparitions were surprisingly strong. How did the dark apparitions manage to sneak in? Is our patrol that weak? Wang Tung glanced at the ball of light before speaking. Olivia and her friends were rendered speechless when they saw how calm he was. He even had the heart to complain. Despite the strict patrol and inspection, they still managed to sneak in. Olivia frowned and replied, "That means you guys didn't do it properly." Wang Tung continued complaining. Olivia and her friends wanted to offer a retort. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they screamed in shock. "Be careful. How dare you let down your guard in front of me? Are you that eager to die?" A peal of cold and evil laughter rang behind Wang Tung. Along with it came a sharp and black claw, slashing through Wang Tung's body. Olivia and her friends were shocked. There was fear in their eyes. It must be terrifying to watch someone dying in front of their eyes when they were conversing. But soon, they noticed a problem. No blood came out from Wang Tung's chopped-up body. Instead, it distorted and slowly dissipated. A Devil King had appeared behind Wang Tung silently. He was the one who had attacked him. But seeing Wang Tung's disappearing figure, he was stunned. "Where are you looking at?" Wang Tung's calm voice sounded behind the Devil King. "When?" The Devil King was bewildered. He immediately dashed forward. A terrifying fist aura exploded and slammed directly onto the Devil King's back. He howled in pain and flew back like a sandbag. Wang Tung turned his wrist and said, "Are you a giant apparition? Indeed, you have thick skin. My hand is hurting a little from punching you." Olivia and the others stared at him in a daze. They didn't know what they should say. Wang Tung glanced at them and threw his sword out with his other hand. He harvested the lives of all the dark apparitions that had gathered around them. "Why are you standing there? Do you want to die?" Olivia and the others regained their senses. They suppressed the astonishment in their hearts and started fighting with the dark apparitions. The giant Devil King didn't die. He gave an angry roar and started expanding rapidly, growing to 6 meters. There were pitch-black patterns covering his body. After the transformation, he dashed toward Wang Tung. "Are you trying to compete with me in size?" A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tung's lips. Heart of magnetic essence. There were many metals stored in Wang Tung's space fragment. When he took them out, they started gathering around his body. His figure expanded, turning into a metallic giant around 10 meters tall. The Heart of Magnetic Essence was a combination of the Sand Control Talent, Heart of Zhongyan, and the Magnetic Physique. The Magnetic Physique could attract metals. Thus, the Heart of Magnetic Essence also possessed the ability to attract metals. The 6-meter-tall giant Devil King was flustered when it arrived in front of Wang Tung. The 10-meter-tall metallic giant hammered its huge fist down with terrifying force. It hurled down like a meteorite. The giant Devil King howled furiously to show that he wasn't afraid. He raised his own fist and welcomed the metallic giant's punch. The giant Devil King possessed the strength of Ultima II. Sensing the same strength of Ultima on Wang Tung's fist, he deployed his skills without any hesitation and welcomed the punch with full force. The two fists collided, one up and one down. The third level of strength of Ultima. Wang Tung squinted. He felt the pressure from his opponent's force and took a few steps back. The giant Devil King sneered. He stepped on the ground and chased after Wang Tung, raising his fist again to give another punch. "You're forcing me." Wang Tung glared at him. He added blank attributes to his strength of Ultima. The second-level strength of Ultima skyrocketed instantly. After spending 17,000 blank attributes, he managed to reach the 4th level. Strength of Ultima, 1,000/3,000, 4th level. Wang Tung received the giant Devil King's punch without any hesitation. When the two fists collided, cracks like spider webs started appearing on the Devil King's body. The cracks then shattered, and the giant Devil King shrunk in the next second. How is this possible? The giant Devil King's expression underwent a huge change. He didn't expect Wang Tung's strength to become this frightening all of a sudden. He raised his head and saw a cold smirk on the metallic face of this giant. Wang Tung swung his fist again and released punches at the speed of lightning. They shot down like a cannon. Every punch was infused with the strength of Ultima. The giant Devil King executed his strength of Ultima to the maximum and resisted Wang Tung's attack. His face gradually turned ugly. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't withstand the onslaught of the punches. Wang Tung's punches broke his defense and landed on his huge body. The giant apparitions had strong and tough bodies. Their muscles were firm and bulging as if they were made of steel. Yet under Wang Tung's violent punches, ghastly cracks started to appear on his skin. Blood seeped out from the cracks and soaked his entire body. He gave a loud roar, filled with unwillingness and panic. This human martial warrior had exceeded his expectations. "Die," Wang Tung said calmly. His voice was filled with ruthlessness. The giant Devil King was flabbergasted. He wanted to retreat. He had no intention to fight anymore and started backing away in an attempt to escape. Wang Tung moved his body like lightning. The giant Devil King almost lost his soul in fright. Wang Tung caught up with him and threw his fist out. The fourth level strength of Ultima burst out like water out of a broken dam, congregating into a beam of fist glow as he threw it out. The giant Devil King screamed in pain and exploded on the spot. Some distance away, Olivia and her friends were dumbstruck. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 926. That's quite sudden. 1. How violent. Olivia, Clive, and the young people gulped, their goosebumps standing on end. A giant dark apparition, who was known for his strong and tough body, was beaten to death by Wang Tong. This fellow was scary. He was a violent man. If they remember correctly, Wang Tong was a planetary stage martial warrior. Yet he killed a Devil King. This was amazing. Clive felt fortunate that he hadn't offended Wang Tong. The consequences would have been unbearable. The fourth level strength of Ultima is indeed powerful. Wang Tong looked at his fist and gave a bright smile. Clive shuddered when he saw his pearly white teeth. He looked scary. He wouldn't provoke him in the future. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Wang Tong collected the attribute bubbles dropped by the dead giant Devil King. Constellation Force, Dark, *11500, Emperor Level Dark Talent, *350 Planetary Realm Spirit, *300 Strength of Ultima, *500 Devil Transformation, *100 The Constellation Dark Force, surged into Wang Tong's body and ended up in the Dark Constellation. The points of his Dark Force rose again. Constellation Dark Force, 17500/30,000, Planetary Stage 3rd Level. The Emperor Level Dark Talent points merged into Wang Tong's Dark Talent, increasing his Dark Talent. Emperor Level Dark Talent, 2290/10,000. The 300 points of Planetary Realm Spirit got converted to 30 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. It was negligible when compared with the 50,000 upper limit of the Celestial Realm Spirit. He also collected 500 points of Strength of Ultima. He was surprised that a giant apparition managed to grasp the strength of Ultima. The other party was just unlucky to have met him. Wang Tong raised his Strength of Ultima to the 4th level and beat the giant apparition's 3rd level Ultima. The 500 points of Strength of Ultima the giant apparition left behind became Wang Tong's Strength of Ultima's building block. Strength of Ultima, 1500/3000, 4th level. He received some new enlightenment regarding the Strength of Ultima. He digested them quickly and made them his own. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Finally, there were 100 points of Devil Transformation. Wang Tong didn't know what to feel about it. This attribute made its appearance again after he left Earth. However, he still accepted it. He might need it in the future. Devil Transformation, 150 of 300. Well-versed, boom. The martial warriors around Wang Tong got invigorated upon seeing him kill a Devil King. Right then, a violent explosion came from a corner of the defensive array. Roar! The howls of the dark apparitions swept over continuously. Everyone turned around and was appalled. The defensive array was broken. A huge hole had appeared in a corner of the array where numerous dark apparitions crawled in like ants. It was a chilling sight. There seemed no end to them. Quick! Stop them! Don't let them enter the array. A celestial stage martial warrior from the great Qian Empire gave a thunderous roar as he glared at this scene in anger. Martial warriors bolted toward the hole to stop the dark apparitions. Kill! The martial warriors' eyes were bloodshot. Battle cries shot through the sky. Everyone knew what would happen if the dark apparitions entered the fortress. They had no choice but to guard the breach with their lives. Move back! The heavy weapons within the battle fortress were finally put to use. Force congregated into balls of light and shot toward the hole. The weapons had a large area of effect, clearing an entire patch of dark apparitions. Boom! Boom! The force ball exploded among the dark apparitions. These low-class dark apparitions couldn't withstand such an attack. Their bodies torn to shreds, black blood, and broken limbs scattered across the ground. Guard it! Guard it! The martial warriors screamed at the top of their lungs as they charged toward the injured dark apparitions. These low-class dark apparitions had no mind of their own. Even after a group of them died, they continued swarming forward fearlessly. "Let's go and help." Olivia furrowed her brows as she called her friends over. Wang Tung was faster than them, rushing ahead of the group and arriving above the hole. He pointed his blade at the sky. Waves tossed and turned in the air. "Moo!" Wang Tung bellowed. The martial warriors below saw the towering waves behind him and stepped back in astonishment. Wang Tung slashed his sword down. Ultima, 1,000 crashing ripples. Boom! The multiple layers of waves formed from force crashed into the ground, sweeping the majority of dark apparitions and mincing them to death on the spot. Olivia and her friends lost their voices when they saw this scene. This fierce attack suited Wang Tung's style. Changing their direction, they flew toward the other dark apparitions and continued fighting with them. All of them had reached the planetary stage, so they weren't weak. They were like killing machines when they entered the pool of dark apparitions. Numerous heads were chopped instantly. Of course, the dark apparitions wouldn't sit and let this happen again. A few devil lords zoomed out and attacked Olivia and her friends. Boom, boom, boom. This was an intense battle. Both parties were on par in strength. Wang Tung didn't waste any time. He kept killing dark apparitions, and the dark force in his body shot up without stopping. This felt refreshing. Some powerful dark apparitions were hitting the defense array outside. They wanted to destroy it entirely and enter the fortress. Chapter 927. That's quite sudden, too. The array trembled under their attacks, and the situation worsened. Rune Masters. Where are the Rune Masters? Hurry up and repair the arrays. Martial warriors, protect the Rune Masters. The roars spread throughout the battle fortress. The Rune Masters had already left for the damaged areas, beginning the repair. Many martial warriors surrounded them in a protective circle. Wang Tung looked over and noticed that although the Rune Masters were anxious, they were unable to repair the arrays. On the other hand, the dark apparition's rate of destruction was going up. If this goes on, the array would be destroyed. Wang Tung frowned. Wang Tung, go and help them stabilize the array first. Round Ball's voice rang in his head. That was his plan as well. He stopped hesitating and went to where the array was the most damaged. The surrounding martial warriors became vigilant when they saw a newcomer and almost attacked him. Please keep reading on MYB0X-N0VL. Calm. I'm on your side. Wang Tung said. Who are you? The surrounding martial warriors were the guards of the battle fortress. They didn't recognize Wang Tung and naturally looked at him with caution. It was common for the dark apparitions to disguise themselves as people in wars. That was the reason why the dark apparitions could invade the battle fortress so easily this time. There were dark apparitions who excelled at disguising, infiltrating the battle fortress without catching attention. That was why the guards were very cautious. Please show us your identity. A guard who looked like a leader stared at Wang Tung coldly. Ugh, I have no identity. Wang Tung waved his hand. In an instant, all the guards raised their weapons and pointed them at Wang Tung. They were going to shoot him if he showed any hints of resistance. Most of them had rune guns, and the runes were beginning to gather energy, ready to fire any time. Wait! This time, an anxious voice rang out from the side. Everyone immediately looked over. Inhai. Wang Tung recognized him and was a little surprised. After all, the guy had been abused by him for so many days. It would be bad if he didn't recognize him. He was also a martial warrior who was protecting the Rune Masters. He was originally resisting the dark apparitions on the front lines, but came over hurriedly to stop the guards when he saw that they were about to shoot him. He knew that Di Chi had personally brought Wang Tung here. It was impossible for him to have anything to do with the dark apparitions. You know him? The guard leader asked. Inhai stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. The guard leader immediately eased up and waved his hand. The surrounding guards then dispersed, covering them with firepower as they continued to fend off the dark apparitions. You are Master Di Chi's guest. He was surprised. But what are you doing here? Please keep reading on MYB0X-N0VL. Calm. I'm a Rune Master, Wang Tung answered. A rune master? Inhai and the guard leader were surprised. Is there a problem? Wang Ting walked toward the group of rune masters who were trying to repair the rune array. No, there's no problem. If you're really a rune master, please help to repair the defense array. Please. The leader was overjoyed. His attitude changed as he beseeched Wang Tong. Even in a battle fortress like this, there were only 12 rune masters. They were all scattered around the defense array. For every area that was damaged, it would be good if there were 2 or 3 rune masters there. They were lacking in manpower. This area was the most damaged, and dispatching 4 rune masters here wasn't even enough. If Wang Tong was really a rune master, he would definitely relieve the pressure on the other rune masters. Wang Tong didn't say much and went towards the rune masters. Scanning the area, he realized that attribute bubbles were scattered all around. Without thinking about it, he used his spiritual power and collected them. Rune knowledge * 100 rune knowledge * 50 planetary realm spirit * 60 rune knowledge * 80 planetary realm spirit * 120 imperial realm spirit * 150 Wang Tong couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, good deeds were rewarded. He was already given a small reward before he even started. There were 1,150 points of rune knowledge, 850 points of planetary realm spirit, and 1,200 points of imperial realm spirit. The spirit attributes were not as important as the rune knowledge attributes in playing a big role here. As the attribute bubbles merged, scripts of rune knowledge appeared in his mind, and they formed insights that were absorbed by him. Wang Tong was originally a rune master, but now he had advanced into a grandmaster. That's quite sudden. He didn't even have the slightest preparation and just advanced like this into a real grandmaster. Grandmasters were respected figures wherever they went, and masters would cozy up to them. Rune Master, 310/10,000, Grandmaster. Wang Tong saw the change in the attributes panel and couldn't contain his smile. Now, he was even more confident in repairing the defense arrays. He strode up in front of a rune master. It wasn't difficult to recognize this person's status. He was frowning and was grabbing his gray hair, seemingly in a great predicament. However, the problem was that he was balding. He wasn't going to let off the few strands of hair he had left. How brutal. It pained Wang Tong to see him like this. Rune masters need a lot of hair. He couldn't help but touch his thick black hair as he exclaimed. The leader of the guards glanced at Wang Tong and then at the rune master. His mouth twitched as if he knew what Wang Tong was thinking about. He cleared his throat and asked, "Cough, shouldn't you hurry up?" Wang Tong glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Despite knowing that he was anxious, he patted the rune master's shoulder and said, Brother, excuse me." The bald rune master was taken aback. He turned around and was about to lose his temper. "Don't disturb me. Why is a kiddo here? Get him away." He didn't even look at Wang Tong and continued to think hard. The rune array was severely damaged, with many runes incomplete. He wanted to take a shortcut and repair them quickly, but he feared that the formation would get unstable and be damaged again after a short time. If he followed his usual practice, he would spend too much time. He couldn't afford to do that. "Kiddo." Wang Tong raised his eyebrows. It was the first time anyone had dared to call him that. He released his spiritual power. It formed an invisible hand and grabbed the bald rune master by his collar and lifted him up in the air. "Who's that? What are you doing? Which bastard dares to fool around with me? Let me down." The bald rune master was startled as he struggled mid-air. He even used force, but he could not break free from the invisible hand. Wang Tong was a celestial realm divine spirit master. The bald rune master was at most at the planetary realm. If he could break free, Wang Tong should just die of shame. The leader of the guards saw this and was stunned. He then looked at Wang Tong in surprise, wanting to laugh. The bald rune master looked like a dog who was being leashed. So fierce. However, it didn't look too good for a rune master to be hanged in the air like this. He wanted to persuade Wang Tong, but realized that he was already squatting at the bald rune master's spot. An emerald flame was smeared across the damaged runes. The damaged area was uneven, but it became smooth under the high temperature of the emerald flame, and the remaining runes were also erased. A gleaming light exuded from Wang Tung's other hand as he weaved and formed the runes quickly. In just a few moments, the damaged array was fully repaired. It was almost as if it had never been damaged. The leader of the guards widened his eyes in surprise. The bald ringmaster also stopped moving. He stared blankly at the repaired runes and at Wang Tung, who was already heading to another area. Failing to notice that the invisible hand holding him had disappeared, he fell hard onto the ground. "Ah!" the bald ringmaster cried as he touched his butt. Chapter 928. Lazy Mist Devil Emperor. The Blad ringmaster disregarded the pain on his butt and crawled over to the area Wang Tung had patched. He stared at the mended array and gasped in astonishment. The bald ringmaster couldn't believe his eyes. He kept repeating the same word over and over again, but couldn't complete a sentence. Perfect. The repair was perfect. It was as if the array had never been damaged. No difference could be seen between before and after. The most important thing was, how long did he take? He almost couldn't see his actions. It only lasted around 5 seconds. Even he couldn't complete it so quickly and accurately. For God's sake, the other party was just a young man. Where did this monster come from? Wait, that green ball of flame. Master Fan, are you all right? The leader of the guards came forward. Please keep reading on MYB0X, N0VL. Calm and good. The bald ringmaster, Fan Taining, regained his senses and grabbed the leader's collar. He asked agitatedly, "Who's that? Where did you find this master-level ringmaster?" "No, he might be at the grandmaster level." "Ah, grandmaster." The leader didn't mind Fan Taining's impolite gesture. Rather, he was stunned by his words. Wang Tung was a grandmaster-level ringmaster. That was impossible. Who's he? Tell me. Fan Taining repeated his question impatiently. He's Master D Chi's guest. His name is Wang Tung, and he says he's a ringmaster. I don't know his real identity, the leader answered. Fan Taining threw the leader down and chased after Wang Tung. By now, Wang Tung had kicked the tall and skinny ringmaster away and started repairing the array. The kicked ringmaster wanted to show his might, but Fan Taining stopped him. Placing his finger on his lips, he said, "Shoot, watch him." The tall and skinny ringmaster got confused. However, he still suppressed his anger and stared at Wang Tung. Once he saw what Wang Tung was doing, he was stunned. Astonishment filled up his face. "Oh my God! Shh!" Fan Taining immediately stopped him. Even without his reminder, the tall and skinny ringmaster had already covered his mouth. He continued to stare at Wang Tung intently. By then, Wang Tung had completed the repair and proceeded to another point. The ringmasters walked forward and gasped. They were filled with disbelief. The repair was perfect. "Old Fan, who's he?" the tall and skinny ringmaster asked. "I don't know. However, his rune mastery is definitely above ours." Fan Taining shook his head and chased after Wang Tung. "Come, let's follow him. Please keep reading on MYB0X, N0VL. Calm the tall and skinny ringmaster nodded fervently and chased after Wang Tung. After some time, another ringmaster joined the party. The size of Wang Tang's followers started to grow. This resulted in a funny scene appearing on the damaged parts of the rune array. A bunch of old ringmasters followed behind a young man. They were all extremely careful, as if afraid of disturbing him, almost behaving like thieves. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Tung had completed the repair. All the holes in the rune arrays were repaired perfectly, locking the dark apparitions outside. The martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire were invigorated. They charged toward the remaining dark apparitions within the array and started hunting them. Without the external reinforcements, these dark apparitions were destroyed quickly. The crowd cheered. Mr. Fan Taining walked towards Wang Tung with the other ringmasters behind him. They stared at Wang Tung eagerly. "Let's talk after we win this battle. There are other areas that have been damaged. Don't waste time and help the martial warriors." Wang Tung dashed towards another area that had been damaged. This was just a partial victory. The dark apparitions had invaded other parts of this battle fortress. They shouldn't let down their guards at this crucial moment. The ringmasters turned serious. They hurriedly followed Wang Tung's instructions and darted toward the damaged areas. These rune masters were at least at the planetary stage, so they could all fly. They might not be as fast as Wang Tung, but the distance was short, so they didn't lag too much. Go to another array to help. He'll handle this part, Wang Tung said. Yes. Fan Taining and the other rune masters found a pity. They wanted to follow Wang Tung and witness his repairing process. His rune mastery was much higher than theirs. Watching him at work was a great help to them. However, they knew that they were in an emergency and it wasn't the right time to watch and learn. Hence, they nodded and rushed toward another region. Other people might not know Master Wang Tung. Let me introduce him to them to prevent any misunderstanding. Fan Taining suddenly took a turn and went back to find Wang Tung. F***K. Fan Taining, you're despicable. The rune masters were furious. They were angry at themselves for not thinking about this matter and letting Fan Taining one-up them. However, Fan Taining did save much trouble. Wang Tung didn't need to take care of those rune masters with bad tempers. As he repaired more and more arrays, the defense shield around the battle fortress grew stronger. The dark apparitions couldn't find any loopholes. The defensive shield of the battle fortress was indeed powerful. It could resist an attack from a Cosmos stage martial warrior. If the dark apparitions hadn't sneaked in and attacked the fortress, they wouldn't have been able to break their defense. In the sky, Di Chi, who was fighting with the Devil Emperor, smiled when he saw the change in the situation. Haha, you guys have no chance. The Devil Emperor opposite him was shrouded in a ball of black mist. Only a pair of crimson and evil eyes were visible. He snorted as he looked down below and quickly noticed Wang Tung, who was shuttling back and forth in the array, repairing the damaged parts. His cold voice echoed in the air. Useless, kill that human and stop him from repairing the array. A few devil kings who were fighting other human martial warriors charged in his direction. There were as many as 3 devil kings. Di Chi frowned. He was a little worried at first, but he felt more at ease when he remembered his strength. The Devil Emperor noticed Di Chi's expression. His brows locked beneath the layer of black mist. You seem confident in him. Stop the bullshit. Lazy mist Devil Emperor. I'll kill you here to pay tribute to my dead clansmen. Di Chi shouted in anger. A green aura raged around him, and a terrifying sword aura erupted from his sword. Swoosh! The wind turned violent. The area around Di Chi was filled with a tumultuous gale. It kept expanding and started to give off a ringing sound. If one looked carefully, one would notice countless green sword glows roaring inside. The gale gradually expanded to a few hundred meters. The entire region was engulfed by the green sword conscious. Domain. You've enlightened a domain. This was the first time the lazy mist Devil Emperor's expression had changed. He retreated frantically. It's too late to leave. Di Chi's voice was heard clearly. The lazy mist Devil Emperor was submerged entirely in the green domain. Even if you have a domain, you can't stop me from leaving. The lazy mist Devil Emperor sneered. The black mist around him scattered and expanded, pushing against the green domain. There was black light shimmering in the mist. When it collided with the sword aura in the green domain, loud explosions would shake the surroundings. Domain. Di Chi has a domain. Wang Tung was flabbergasted as he raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. Di Chi was a tough opponent. Normally, only Heaven Stage martial warriors would have a domain. You could say that Di Chi's talent was extremely high. However, Wang Tung managed to get a domain when he was just at the planetary stage. He was even more impressive than Di Chi. He had stopped his repairing work and slowly rose into the air. Wang Tung knew that the Devil Emperor had looked at him just now. At the same time, he also saw the 3 Devil Kings dashing over on the Devil Emperor's order. But he wasn't afraid. Master Wang Tung, let the other Celestial Stage martial warriors stop them for you. Fan Taining was worried. He wanted to stop Wang Tung. To him, Wang Tung was an exceptionally talented Grandmaster level rune master. How could he be at the forefront? Most rune masters were focused on their rune mastery. Hence, their battle power wasn't strong, and they couldn't fight the dark apparitions. It's all right. It's just 3 Devil Kings. I can kill them easily. Wang Tung's voice was calm as he rose into the air. Fan Taining and the other rune masters were so shocked they didn't know what to say. Somehow, they felt that Wang Teng was boasting. Impudent! How dare you? You are just a planetary stage martial warrior. How dare you say such things? The three devil kings were infuriated. They executed their dark force attacks and pounced on him like wolves. Wang Teng remained silent. Killing intent shot out his eyes as he scoffed. Planetary stage. Swoosh! There was an unnoticeable sound of something piercing through the air. A ray of golden light flew out of Wang Teng's body at the speed of light, shooting toward the three devil kings. The trio was already very close to him. They were dumbstruck when they saw the golden light. Oh shit! The three devil kings gave up on Wang Teng. They directed their attacks towards the beam of golden light instead. Boom! 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 Explosions rang. Thick black light engulfed the golden light. The three devil kings heaved a sigh of relief involuntarily. Swoosh! At this moment, the golden light reappeared. It seemed to have traveled through space. The three devil kings lost their cool. Swoosh! The golden light slashed through the air, chopping two devil kings into pieces on the spot. Black blood spurted into the sky. The remaining devil king managed to evade the golden light precariously. His large eyes widened in terror, and he scurried to the side without thinking. Where are you going? A huge figure suddenly blocked his path. The giant shadow engulfed him. The devil king gradually raised his head. He saw a metallic giant more than 10 meters tall in front of him, smiling maliciously. 2. Chapter 929. Isn't it normal for a rune master to be stronger in martial arts? 1. The devil king was confused. His mind decided to stop working. When did this metallic giant appear? Why didn't he realize anything? Boom! While he was in a daze, the metallic giant had already started moving. Wang Teng raised his giant fists and punched them down. Fist aura congregated around his hands. They were like two huge meteors slamming on the Devil King's head violently. Roar! The Devil King wasn't willing to die so easily. He let out an angry roar and released all his dark force. His body expanded quickly, turning into a huge bat. He tried his best to resist the powerful punches. This was the devil transformation of the vampire race. They could turn into a bat, and their speed and strength would increase by a few levels. Most importantly, their bodies would turn gigantic. He was even bigger than Wang Teng's metallic giant. There was a black light glistening around him, making him look like a black sun in the sky. A powerful aura exuded from his body. Boom! 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 Wang Teng's fists crashed into the bat like cannonballs. The vampire dark apparition bellowed at the top of his lungs. The black light around him shone brightly as he withstood the power of the frightening punches. However, the black light was soon destroyed by the fist aura, revealing the true form of the bat beneath. The vampire dark apparition flapped his fleshy wings in a bid to dodge Wang Teng's attack. Even after executing the devil transformation, he didn't have the confidence to win against this human. This guy was just too terrifying. They just came, yet two of his fellow devil kings had already been killed. Although he couldn't see the golden ray of light, he knew that it must be hiding in the space around him. If he didn't escape, he would be killed sooner or later. However, Wang Teng wouldn't fulfill his wish. His body expanded, and numerous metals started gathering around him. In an instant, his body became as large as the big bat. Both exceeded 10 meters in height. He reached out and grabbed the big bat's leg. The big bat turned in astonishment. He flapped his wings frantically, thinking of running away. Wang Teng snorted. Exerting strength in his arms, he released great strength and managed to swing the giant body of the big bat in the air. Swoosh! The bat swirled in the air, creating a strong wind. Then, Wang Teng slammed him to the ground. The martial warriors around him had scattered already. Boom! The ground trembled under the might of the slam. Cracks started to split into the horizon. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Wang Teng didn't let him go so easily. He raised his arm and smashed the gigantic body of the vampire dark apparition on the ground again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The vampire dark apparition was injured time and again. The bones on his back fractured loudly, and his entire body was badly twisted. He raised his head, crying in agony. The sound waves swept out in circles, attacking people's minds and making them lose their consciousness. The martial warriors around him immediately used force to seal their ears. However, they still got affected and started to get dizzy. How dare you try to harm them? Wang Tung used his spiritual power to resist the sound wave attack. As a divine spirit master, this sound wave attack was nothing but a trick to him. Wang Tung's face turned cold when he noticed that the vampire dark apparition still dared to resist. He threw punches at the big bat's head. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang once again. Wang Tung didn't show any mercy. He released his 4th level strength of Ultima and vented all his anger on the big bat's head. The vampire dark apparition roared in fear. He struggled frantically, but he was pinned firmly to the ground. Boom! After some time, the vampire dark apparition's head burst like a watermelon. Black blood sprayed everywhere. Useless! You got killed by a planetary stage martial warrior. A voice came from the metal giant's mouth. It seemed exceptionally loud and clear after Wang Tung became a giant, even sounding a little robotic. Ha ha ha! Dichi's laughter was heard within the green domain. He seemed delighted. Arrogant fellow. The lazy mist devil emperor's voice was filled with anger. A black beam of light shot out from the black mist, aimed at Wang Tung. Lazy mist devil emperor, you're shameless. Why are you attacking a planetary stage martial warrior? Dichi scoffed. He threw a green sword glow out and shattered the black beam of light. Wang Tung raised his head and pointed his middle finger at the black mist. The lazy mist devil emperor was seething with fury, but he didn't have the time to care about Wang Tung. He was already at a disadvantage in front of Dichi's attacks. He had no choice but to focus on his fight. When Fan Taining, In Hai, and the others below saw Dichi destroying the lazy mist devil emperor's attack, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried for Wang Tung just now. This fellow dared to provoke the lazy mist devil emperor. He was extremely bold, but he was powerful too. He was able to kill 3 devil kings alone. Not everyone could have such an achievement under their belt. Also, he was only at the planetary stage. This was even more incredible. Fighting with opponents at a higher stage than him and even defeating 3 of them simultaneously was unbelievable. Wang Tung lowered his head and scoffed when he saw the dark apparition's crushed head. Then, he picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Constellation Force, Dark, Asterisk 13,000 Planetary Realm Spirit Asterisk 500 Supersonic Boom Asterisk 800 Devil Transformation Asterisk 120 Bloodseeker Scripture Asterisk 100 Constellation Force, Dark, Asterisk 12,000 Planetary Realm Spirit Asterisk 450. Chapter 9:30. Isn't it normal for a rune master to be stronger in martial arts? 2. Devil Transformation Asterisk 120 Constellation Force, Dark, Asterisk 14500 Planetary Realm Spirit Asterisk 600 Devil Transformation Asterisk 140. There was an abundance of attribute bubbles from the 3 Devil Kings. Those included 39,500 points of Constellation Dark Force. Wang Tung's Constellation Dark Force immediately advanced to a new level. Constellation Dark Force 22,000/40,000, Planetary Stage 4th level. He had also obtained 1550 points of Planetary Realm Spirit, which could be converted into 155 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. There were also 380 points of Devil Transformation, which allowed Wang Tung to advance from the well-versed stage to the small achievement stage. Devil Transformation 240/1000, small achievement. Next, there were 2 special attribute bubbles. One was 800 points of Supersonic Boom attribute, while the other was 100 points of Bloodseeker Scripture attribute. Supersonic Boom was a special battle technique, and Bloodseeker Scripture was a special scripture. After absorbing the 2 attribute bubbles, Wang Tung's mind was enlightened. The way of using supersonic boom was a bit unique. It required the use of force and spirit to emit sound waves to affect the brain. It had decent offensive power. Most importantly, this battle technique had an unexpected effect. The reason why Wang Tung could defend himself against the Devil King's sound attack was because of his celestial realm spirit. If it was someone else with an ordinary spiritual realm, the dark apparitions would have been able to find an opportunity to kill him. However, this didn't mean that the battle technique was useless. On the contrary, it was very useful. Wang Tung realized that he had underestimated the potential of the supersonic boom. With his spirit, the power would be extraordinary. As for Bloodseeker scripture, you could tell it was a scripture from the dark apparitions just by its name. It was developed by absorbing the force and life from blood, providing the user with a great cultivation speed. So sinister. Wang Tung rubbed his chin and couldn't really accept it. Absorbing blood to cultivate was apt for vampire dark apparitions. However, Wang Tung felt that this wasn't in line with his cool and handsome demeanor. Sucking blood was too disgusting. Even if the Bloodseeker scripture was a celestial stage scripture, he found it a pity that only the vampire dark apparition had dropped attribute bubbles for a battle technique and scripture. The other two Devil Kings didn't drop any of that. Was it because he had killed them too soon and didn't hit them hard enough? Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he had to put in the work to reap greater rewards. His body gradually shrank. The metal disappeared and returned to his space fragment. He then quickly returned to his original size. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Comheart Magnetic Essence was very useful, especially in dealing with the dark apparition's devil transformation. He could take them out one by one. It was just a matter of size. He wasn't afraid of them, and he only needed to stack large amounts of metal, stone, or sand in his space fragment, which was very convenient. This was especially so if he used extremely sturdy metal or rocks to construct the giant's body. It would be tough as well, and his opponents wouldn't be able to break it. It was the best weapon to deal with enemies who were stronger than him. The dark apparition just now was at most a 3rd or 4th level Devil King, which was equivalent to a similar level celestial stage martial warrior. There was no need to use strong metals. He was already undefeatable with ordinary metals. Wang Tung landed on the ground. There were still many damaged areas in the array that required repairs. Fan Taining and the other rune masters gathered around with hellish expressions on their faces. Is this guy really a rune master? He was aggressive and wild, completely different from the person who was repairing the arrays. They felt unreal as they had never seen a rune master like Wang Tung. Yes, indeed, like Wang Tung. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Tung couldn't stand their gazes and frowned. Cough. Are you really a rune master? Fan Taining cleared his throat. Of course. Is the array that I repaired fake? Wang Tung was speechless. Not at all. It's just that you're so strong in martial arts that you don't look like a rune master at all. Fan Taining said, Isn't it normal for a rune master to be stronger in martial arts? Normal? Fan Taining looked confused. The other rune masters behind him were also filled with questions. How is this normal? Yes, that's right. So you can protect yourselves better. Old brother, you're a little narrow-minded. Wang Tung patted Fan Taining's shoulder and said earnestly, Is that so? Fan Taining thought that he made sense and stood there questioning himself. The surrounding rune masters. All right, what's your name? Wang Tung asked as he started repairing the array. Fan Taining. You can call me Old Fan. Fan Taining came back to his senses and replied quickly. Oh, Old Fan, are you all free now? Hurry up and repair the arrays. We should repair them as fast as possible and repel the dark apparitions. We can still go back and sleep. Wang Tung exclaimed. Sleep, go back and sleep? Fan Taining got flustered. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Tung was repairing the arrays so quickly. Was he actually trying to rush back to sleep? This wasn't what a normal person would say. At such an important time, he still had the thought of going back to sleep. But he repaired the arrays so quickly that it played a crucial role in the battle, which was a good thing. There was nothing wrong with that, right? After his internal conflict, Fan Taining proceeded to repair the array near Wang Tung, while seizing the opportunity to observe his live demonstration for free. The other rune masters saw that and thought that this was a brilliant idea. However, there were too many rune masters vying for a spot near Wang Teng. Those who were late could only go somewhere else to repair the array. Under Wang Teng's lead, everyone's efficiency went up a notch, and the repair speed increased rapidly. What would have taken them half an hour originally was done in 10 minutes. It might only be a difference of 20 minutes, but that was enough to save several martial warriors. After the defense array was completely repaired, a seamless shield shrouded them and completely blocked the dark apparitions outside. The martial warriors in the battle fortress were inspired as if they had seen the hope for victory. Kill! Kill! Kill all the dark apparitions! Roars and shouts filled the sky, and all the martial warriors charged toward the surrounding dark apparitions and started slaughtering them. Now that the dark apparitions had lost their reinforcements from outside of the array, it was a one-sided battle. Under the fierce attack of the great Qian Empire's martial warriors, many of the dark apparitions were killed. Up in the sky, the lazy mist Devil Emperor had a grim expression. He didn't expect the array they had tried so hard to destroy would be repaired by that human so quickly. They didn't even have the time to break into the battle fortress. The Devil Emperor's heart was filled with hatred. He personally wanted to kill Wang Teng for disrupting his plan, but he was being held up by Di Qi and didn't have the luxury of dealing with Wang Teng. Nice, you really helped me. Di Qi was elated when he saw that the array had been repaired. He threw a smile at him. Wang Teng, you'll remember this favor. Wang Teng raised his head while his gaze flickered slightly. Ha ha! Wang Teng, that's a huge favor. Round Ball laughed excitedly in Wang Teng's mind. They only wanted to earn dome fame, but obtained a pleasant surprise instead. A Cosmo Stage martial warrior's favor was a great blessing for them. Moreover, it was clear that Di Qi was a talented martial warrior from a great family. His status would be much higher than an ordinary Cosmo Stage martial warrior. His words were definitely enough. Wang Teng had gained such a valuable thing before even heading to Great Qian Planet. He had great luck by his side. Calm down. It's just a favor, Wang Teng replied. Round Ball choked for a moment and suddenly felt that it wasn't as calm as Wang Teng. How infuriating. Chapter 9:31. Why do I feel drained? 1. The balance of the war was starting to tilt. The dark apparitions outside the protective shield were still attacking frantically, but it was impossible for them to break the shield and enter the battle fortress now. This time, the dark apparitions had only sent one Devil Emperor, the lazy mist Devil Emperor. He was already stopped by Di Qi, so he didn't have a chance to inflict damage on the protective shield. As for the other dark apparitions, the most powerful ones were the Devil Kings. They wouldn't be able to break their protective shield in a short time with their attacks. The remaining dark apparitions in the battle fortress were soon cleaned up under the efforts of the martial warriors. At the same time, large numbers of heavy rune weapons were activated. They started bombarding the dark apparitions outside the shield in masses. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful beams of force glows shimmered and crashed into the army of dark apparitions, setting off frightening explosions. Numerous dark apparitions were thrown into the sky like sandbags. Then, they were torn into pieces. Dark apparitions were getting killed in hordes. Wang Teng stood on the roof of a tall building. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped outside the protective shield. Dark Force * 200 Dark Force * 300. Imperial Realm Spirit * 50 Dark Force * 150 Spiritual Realm Spirit * 120 Constellation Force Dark * 600. Many low-class dark apparitions were thrown to the front line, so the attribute bubbles they dropped were poor in quality. Wang Teng didn't look at them carefully. He picked them up first. Even so, there was a large number of them, so it was a sizable gain. Boom! The fight between Di Qi and the lazy mist Devil Emperor got more heated in the sky. Explosions rang out without stopping. Di Qi's green domain and the lazy mist Devil Emperor's black mist kept colliding, eating away at each other. Although Di Qi had grasped a wind element domain, the lazy mist Devil Emperor wasn't weak either. His black mist wasn't a real domain, but could act as one. He managed to withstand his opponent's domain attack. This showed how difficult it was to deal with the dark apparitions, especially powerful dark apparitions. It was hard for a martial warrior to fight with a dark apparition unless he was extremely talented or of a higher stage than the dark apparition. At this moment, after an intense collision, Di Chi and the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor parted. Lazy Mist Devil Emperor, you lost. Di Chi glanced at the situation below and said calmly. The Lazy Mist Devil Emperor snorted as killing intent rose in its crimson eyes. Do you think this will end so easily? Di Chi frowned. Why was the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor still so confident? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Calm boom. The black mist around it started expanding at a visible speed once they finished speaking. Oh shit. Di Chi's expression changed slightly. He didn't know what the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor wanted to do, but this was definitely not an ordinary mist. He mustn't let it expand. A green light blinked around him, giving rise to a huge gale. It rushed out and blew at the black mist. Ha ha, you're too naive. My lazy mist won't be so easily blown away. The Lazy Mist Devil Emperor laughed. The black mist was exceptionally thick and heavy. It showed no signs of dispersing and started sinking instead. It dawned on the martial warriors below. Di Chi's expression turned grim. He could use his green domain to corrode the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor's black mist, but he couldn't blow it away. As the black mist sank, it started to envelop the entire battle fortress. What's this? Wang Tong turned serious. He released his spiritual power and formed an invisible defense shield around him, blocking the black mist. But when the black mist touched the spiritual shield, Wang Tong's spiritual power was eroded and started to weaken. His expression changed. He could only release spiritual power continuously to repair the withering defense shield. The other martial warriors weren't as lucky. They also released their forces to form a shield to block the black mist. However, their force defense shields weren't as strong as Wang Tong's spiritual shield. It got corroded by the black mist easily. Many martial warriors couldn't react in time. The black mist entered their bodies. The next second, the hurt martial warriors started to lose their vitality. Their faces turned expressionless and they acted like zombies. All their energy seemed to have been sucked out of their bodies. Wang Tong was observing their reactions closely. His heart sank when he saw this scene. These people got affected. I know, it's the Lazy Mist. Roundball exclaimed. What's that? Wang Tong asked. Look at my memory. I should have remembered it once I saw the black mist. There's a lazy devil race in the dark apparitions. They are born with the ability to gather living creatures' laziness and combine them into a black mist. This is their special attack. If anyone gets attacked by the black mist, they will turn lazy and have no energy. Roundball slapped its head and hurriedly explained. Lazy devil. Lazy mist. Wang Tong repeated. He didn't think that there would be such a special race among the dark apparitions. He was amazed. At the same time, his expression turned strange. So, these people will lose their energy once they come into contact with the mist, right? There doesn't seem to be much harm done. That'll depend on the situation. Normally, it isn't harmful. It will just affect one's consciousness. The effects of the lazy mist will only last for a limited time too. If the person doesn't come into contact with the mist again, there will be no repercussions. However, things are different on the battlefield, Roundball said. Chapter 932. These people won't be able to move and kill their enemies. They're like a lamb to the slaughter. Wang Tong finished the sentence for it. Yes. Roundball nodded with a stern expression. Fortunately, the dark apparitions outside can't come in temporarily. But we can't let this continue. Wang Tong turned serious. He thought that victory was imminent when he repaired the array, but the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor changed the tides with one move. Indeed, every powerful being possessed the ability to affect the overall situation. Right then, Wang Tong's expression changed slightly. He lost his focus for a moment, and the lazy mist almost corroded his spiritual shield and invaded his body. Fortunately, He reacted quickly and filled up the hole in his shield. Celestial Realm Spirit was vast and powerful. The lazy mist might be peculiar, but it wasn't a powerful attacking skill. It wouldn't be able to penetrate the defense shield immediately, so it wasn't a threat to him for now. However, it would be troublesome if he allowed it to deal constant damage to the protective shield. All right, Wang Tung had a sudden thought. He released his constellation dark force silently and covered it up with his spiritual power, hiding it within his spiritual power. As expected, the lazy mist had a negligible effect on the dark force. Also, when the lazy mist came into contact with the dark force, it would recognize it automatically and move away from it. The area Wang Tung was at immediately turned into a lazy mist vacuum. Huh, the lazy mist has dispersed. What's going on? Round Ball noticed it and was surprised. Wang Tung had used his spiritual power to hide the dark force, so Round Ball didn't notice its presence. Maybe I'm lucky. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief and made a lame excuse. Do you think I'll believe you? Round Ball rolled its eyes. Wang Tung chuckled. Without offering any explanation, he moved and dashed below. He needed to think of a way to disperse this lazy mist. The consequences would be unimaginable otherwise. Dichi's face turned ugly upon witnessing this scene. With a grim expression, he stared at the lazy mist devil emperor, his killing intent raging. Ha ha ha! The lazy mist devil emperor laughed delightedly. Attack! Anyone that destroys the array will be heavily rewarded. His voice spread out, igniting the ferocity of the dark apparitions outside the defense shield. They charged at the shield and attacked it like madmen. Gather in one location and target one spot, a Devil King shouted as he commanded the troops from behind. They weren't stupid. The outcome of spreading out was minimal, so they knew that they could only destroy the array if they targeted one spot. The array started trembling violently under the offensive of the numerous dark apparitions. The martial warriors in the array were under the effect of the lazy mist, so they disregarded this commotion completely. They didn't seem to know that a calamity was about to hit them. Some martial warriors who had barely managed to resist the effects of the lazy mist started to feel hopeless when they saw their comrades turning into zombies. They seemed to have lost their souls. Some people were unwilling to give up and try to shake their comrades awake. They yelled at the top of their lungs as they attempted to pull them out of their stupor. Wake up, wake up. The dark apparitions are coming. Damn it, what are you doing? Wake up. F***K. The black mist is strange and mysterious. They're all affected. They can't wake up. Wang Tung stood in the air and activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence. Scanning below, he looked into the martial warriors' bodies with these two skills. Force light shone within the martial warriors' bodies. However, there were thin black lines mingled in these force lights. These black lines were stuck firmly to the forces affecting everyone's body. Some martial warriors had breathed in too much lazy mist. It had invaded their mind. Wang Tung frowned. His mind worked furiously. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A wisp of holy white flame burned on his hand, floating silently above his palm. I wonder if the holy flame can curb the lazy mist? Never mind, let's try it first. He scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on one person. This fellow wasn't friendly towards him, so it would be okay to experiment on him, right? It wouldn't matter if he crippled or killed him accidentally, right? Wang Tung released his spiritual power and controlled a tongue of holy flame. He pushed it into Clive's head. All he relied on was brute force. Controlling the tongue of holy flame, he spun it around Clive's consciousness to disperse the lazy mist. Then he toured it around his body and burned his force to get rid of the lazy mist. It was a simple and crude method, but the speed made up for it. Also, the effects were great. The lazy mist was completely cleared. What's wrong with me? Clive shuddered and regained his consciousness. His lips were pale as he muttered to himself, "Why do I feel drained?" Wang Tung smiled to himself and ignored him. Since he had proved that this method was effective, he would mass-produce his antidote. He executed his 18 tasks multitasking skill. With the help of his firm grasp of spiritual kinesis control, he managed to disperse the lazy mist in different people simultaneously. It was a little tough, but he could manage. However, before this, he needed to push back the lazy mist around them. If it invaded the martial warriors' bodies again, they would get affected once more, wasting his time and effort. Wang Tong did both the tasks at once. He released his holy flame to blow away the lazy mist around them. His holy flame wasn't complete. By right, it shouldn't be able to cover such a wide range. However, Wang Tong possessed the light force, which could act as fuel for the holy flame. Roaring white flames filled up the sky. The lazy mist started melting as soon as it met the white flames. The white flame seemed to be its nemesis. This scene immediately attracted the lazy mist Devil Emperor's attention. His expression changed, and he was appalled. Damn it, why does he have the holy flame? The lazy mist Devil Emperor was filled with disbelief. As a Devil Emperor, he rarely lost his composure. But he had met the holy flame, the nemesis of the dark apparitions. Its appearance was a huge blow to him. Dichi looked at Wang Tong strangely too. He suddenly felt that he couldn't understand this fellow. Where did this young man come from? Why did he have so many surprises? Wang Tong didn't know about their reactions. After dispersing the lazy mist, he split tongues of holy flame and pushed them into the martial warriors' bodies. The lazy mist in their bodies was quickly dispersed. Wang Tong was gentler towards the other martial warriors. He wasn't as forceful as he had been to Clive. He used the holy flame to burn the stained segments of their force with his light force. That way, only a small portion of their force would be exhausted. The martial warriors soon regained their consciousness. Although they had lost their bearings due to the lazy mist, they still knew what had happened. They were shocked and furious. They had lost their ability to fight because of the influence of the mist. When they recalled their strange attitude just now, they shuddered in fear. They would rather die if they had to maintain this state for the rest of their lives. Everyone had a new understanding of the skills of a powerful dark apparition, as well as fear. Why are you standing there? Retaliate! Wang Tong shouted. His voice echoed in the air. Everyone regained their composure and looked up. Wang Tang's face was a little pale because he had used too much of his spiritual power. However, he was still destroying the black mist with his spiritual power and holy flame so that more people could wake up. He saved us. Olivia's expression changed. There was a complicated look in her eyes. Clive gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. Everyone had woken up, but he was the only one who felt drained. Was this fellow using this chance for his own revenge? But he couldn't find any evidence to prove it. He was frustrated and furious. After a moment of hesitation, everyone finally reacted. They were like wild beasts who got angered. Bolts of powerful attacks slammed out violently as they vented their anger on the dark apparitions outside the array. You will bear the consequences of the lazy mist Devil Emperor's actions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 933. Wang Tong knew that he wasn't needed down below since everyone was acting so fierce. He found a roof and sat there cross-legged, picking up attribute bubbles while recuperating. The lazy mist Devil Emperor's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Wang Tong. This brat easily repaired the array we took so much effort to destroy. He also nullified my talent, the lazy mist, easily. The lazy mist Devil Emperor was exasperated. After terribly failing in his raid, he felt immense hatred toward Wang Tong. Wang Tong felt his angry gaze and raised his head to stare at the lazy mist Devil Emperor. Then, he threw him a smile. Kill the lazy mist Devil Emperor. A loud bellow came from his throat. The people below were stunned for a moment. Then, surprisingly, they joined him, emptying the air in their lungs. Kill the lazy mist Devil Emperor. Kill the lazy mist Devil Emperor. Kill the lazy mist Devil Emperor. Their shouts drowned out all other noises. Even the force explosions weren't as loud as the resonant war cries. The martial warriors' morale skyrocketed amid their shouting. Their fear of the lazy mist Devil Emperor also dissipated a little. Especially after the influence of the lazy mist, the humans below seemed enraged. They turned even more ferocious than before and started attacking the dark apparition troop with bloodshot eyes. Their destructive ability was astonishing. The lazy mist devil emperor wanted to vomit blood in anger. This mere planetary stage martial warrior dared to provoke him. The lazy mist devil emperor hated Wang Teng to the core. He had always been calm and indifferent. No human was able to ignite his hatred. However, Wang Teng had earned this honor. He was the man the lazy mist devil emperor hated the most. Dichi looked at them strangely. He wanted to laugh, but he tried his best to suppress it. He mustn't laugh in this serious situation unless he couldn't bear with it. Ha ha! The lazy mist devil emperor was so angry that the black mist around him started tossing and turning. The crimson glow in his eyes shone brightly. This is too much. Lazy mist devil emperor die. Di Chi clutched his battle sword and released an extremely sharp green sword conscious. The lazy mist devil emperor roared in anger. The black mist around it started retracting until it compressed to a ball around 1 meter in diameter. Di Chi squinted and released the green blade conscious. The speed of the ball skyrocketed after it became small. It easily evaded Di Chi's blade attack with a single dodge. In the next second, the sound of a heart pounding could be heard within the ball of black mist. However, the palpitation was defeating. It shook the earth and made people's hearts shudder. Wang Teng's expression changed involuntarily too. He blurted 2 words, devil transformation. Without a doubt, the lazy mist devil emperor was undergoing the frightening devil transformation. It was impossible to stop a devil transformation. During the process, the dark apparition would become extremely powerful. Normal attacks wouldn't harm them. As the palpitations boomed continuously, the ball of black mist started changing too. It started to expand, but it was no longer in mist form. It had solidified. The black mist turned solid and started growing like a ball of flesh. Along with a chilling sound, it sounded as if something had pushed out from one's flesh. The lazy mist devil emperor's devil transformation occurred at a fast rate. Within a few breaths, he had turned into a huge and irregular ball of flesh, almost covering half the sky. A black mist still shrouded the surface of the ball of flesh. However, it had grown fainter. Behind the black mist, one could faintly see expressionless faces densely populated on the surface of the ball of flesh. It covered the entire body and looked extremely blood-curdling. The people below widened their eyes in terror when they saw this scene. Fear swarmed into their hearts again. The cry didn't sound like a human or a beast. The eyes of the different faces on the surface of the flesh suddenly opened, their color crimson. The gaze was filled with evil, chaos, disorder. The people below clutched their heads and screamed in agony when they saw the eyes. Then, their minds grew chaotic, and they started attacking their companions around them like a maniac. The people in the battle fortress were in absolute chaos. They started cutting one another's throats as if they had lost their humanity. Only some powerful martial warriors managed to resist the evil gaze of the lazy mist devil emperor. They weren't overpowered by violence and chaos. Dichi furrowed his brows. He released all his force, and the wind domain gave off a glaring green glimmer as it charged towards the lazy mist devil emperor. The lazy mist devil emperor glared at him coldly. There were no emotions in his eyes, only endless chaos. The two of them collided and gave rise to a terrifying explosion. Wang Teng looked at the battle in the sky and stood up abruptly. Void mayflies flew out of his forehead and turned into numerous spots of light. These dots of light dashed towards the lazy mist devil emperor. He knew that if he wanted to stop everyone from fighting with one another, he had to kill the source of this chaos. In terms of the realm, the lazy mist devil emperor spirit was in the celestial realm too. Hence, Wang Teng wasn't afraid of this devil emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 934. Besides, Di Chi was at the front line. He wouldn't be in any danger even if he released some sneak attacks from the rear. The void mayflies flew toward the lazy mist devil emperor with Wang Tung's spiritual skills. They silently crept onto the expressionless faces while he was busy fighting with Di Qi. The mayflies stabbed the eyes. All the void mayflies were etched with the spiritual spike and the spiritual missile skills. These two skills had greater offensive power. Wang Tung had spent much time imprinting them in the void mayflies, but he didn't hesitate and released them all on the lazy mist devil emperor. Some of the dots turned into spiritual spikes and stabbed into the eyes. Others exploded directly. The lazy mist devil emperor let out a furious cry when he suddenly got attacked. In an instant, more than half of the frightening faces were injured. There were dents on the flesh, and it looked horrendous and disgusting. Di Qi was elated. He followed up the victory with hot pursuit and fired his sword auras at the lazy mist devil emperor. The sword glows intertwined in the air and landed on the lazy mist devil emperor, forcing parts of his body to turn into black mist. The ball of flesh shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. However, they had infuriated the lazy mist devil emperor too. The faces opened their mouths, and black lights shimmered within. Beams of black light shot out. Most of them were aimed at Di Qi, with a small portion targeting Wang Tung. Wang Tung got a fright. He hurriedly used his space talent and disappeared on the spot. A black beam of light landed on the building he was at a second ago. The metal structure melted into black liquid instantly, giving off a pungent stench. Wang Tung's figure appeared in another place. His gaze landed on the destroyed building, and he frowned. What a terrifying attack. Your tempting fate. Why did you attack the Devil Emperor? Round Ball shouted in Wang Tung's mind. In its view, Wang Tung's action was unwise. He should have used this opportunity to hide. The lazy mist Devil Emperor was a Devil Emperor and had undergone Devil transformation. His ability had reached a frightening level, so charging forward was extremely dangerous. Shut up. Wang Tung disregarded it completely. His gaze turned cold, and the golden crescent blade appeared beside him. It spun around him at high speed. It's just a Devil Emperor. Why are you so afraid? Wang Tung scoffed and pointed at the lazy mist Devil Emperor in the sky. Some grudges didn't need to wait. Revenge should be taken on the spot. Under Wang Tung's order, the golden crescent blade turned into a beam of golden light and dashed toward the lazy mist Devil Emperor's gigantic body. The golden crescent blade cut through the air and left a clear white mark in the sky. A few of the faces on the flesh ball turned to look at the golden crescent blade. Their gazes cold, their mouths opened at an exaggerated angle. Beams of black light shot out to resist the golden beam. Suddenly, the golden beam disappeared in front of them, and the black beams missed their target. The next instant, the golden beam appeared in another direction as if it had traveled through space. It slammed into the lazy mist Devil Emperor's body while spinning at high speed. A part of his body exploded and turned into black mist. The lazy mist Devil Emperor roared in anger. He got hit by a planetary stage martial warrior. This was a humiliation. The lazy mist Devil Emperor wanted to push Di Qi back and kill Wang Tung first, but Di Qi didn't allow him to. He tied up the Devil Emperor. The green blade glow wreaked havoc in the domain, and all the attacks landed on the lazy mist Devil Emperor's body. Wang Tung didn't sit idle either. He controlled the golden crescent blade and lay prone in the surroundings, hunting for an opening. His intimidation effect was as powerful as Di Qi. Round Ball was stunned. It didn't know that Wang Tung could do this. Wang Tung was a bold and thorough fellow, more daring and stronger than it. Could even help him? Round Ball started to feel dejected. There was a depressing aura around it. It felt miserable. Olivia, Clive, and the other youngsters had regained their senses by now. They stared at the battle in the sky in disbelief. Wang Tung was able to join the battle between Di Qi and the lazy mist Devil Emperor. Wang Tung didn't know what strange thoughts Round Ball was having. He was in full focus mode. He flew around the lazy mist Devil Emperor while controlling the golden crescent blade, waiting for opportunities to strike. Celestial Realm Spirit was very powerful, and the golden crescent blade was the weapon of a divine spirit master too. The combination of these two inflicted painful wounds on the Devil Emperor. But he had to rely on his spiritual kinesis control too. Without the spiritual kinesis control, he would be like a martial warrior without any battle techniques. He had all the forces, but no way of executing them. Even though his spiritual kinesis control had reached the well-versed level, Wang Tung still added blank attributes to it, so that he could use it against the lazy mist Devil Emperor. His spiritual kinesis control went from the well-versed stage to the small achievement stage. He wanted to continue, but this single level cost him 50,000 blank attributes. Spiritual kinesis control, 45,000/50,000, small achievement. Wang Tung didn't imagine that raising spiritual kinesis control would be so difficult. The well-versed level required 5,000 points, but the small achievement level required 10 times more. Fortunately, the effects were immediate. His eyes lit up. His control of the golden crescent blade had reached an extremely high level. Under the control of his spiritual power, the golden crescent blade suddenly started spinning at high speed. The amplitude was 10 times more. Even if a celestial stage martial warrior got brushed by the golden crescent blade, his body would disintegrate from the vibration. At the same time, the path of the golden crescent blade became harder to predict. It started moving irregularly. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to catch its real position even if Wang Tung didn't use his space talent. A glaring beam of light shot out of Wang Tung's eyes. This was a sign that he was using his spiritual power to its maximum. The golden crescent blade spun toward the lazy mist Devil Emperor at a tricky angle. The lazy mist Devil Emperor had already been ruined, so this angle was his blind spot. Hence, he didn't notice anything. The golden crescent blade slashed his body directly. The gigantic ball of flesh was chopped into two, leaving a deep wound in the center. A ball of thick black light twinkled below the wound. Attack that ball of black light. That's his core. Wang Tung suddenly shouted at Di Qi. Another emotion appeared on the lazy mist Devil Emperor's numb face. Besides anger and bitterness, there was also a tinge of panic. The black mist on the surface of its body started moving. The wound Wang Tung had created was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Di Qi turned serious. A dazzling sword glow burst from his sword, and he hurled it at the ball of black light before the wound could close up. No! The lazy mist Devil Emperor gave a terrifying howl. There was unwillingness and bitterness in his voice. The faces on his surface scowled in pain as thin cracks started to appear on his flesh. A green glow penetrated from within. Di Qi furrowed his brows as he glared at the lazy mist Devil Emperor. The cracks on the lazy mist Devil Emperor's body grew wider and wider. Soon, they covered the entire body, and the green glow started to get thicker until it burst out. The huge ball of flesh couldn't withstand the force anymore and blew up. The lazy mist Devil Emperor gave one last unhappy roar before his enormous body disintegrated into mist and disappeared. Lazy mist Devil Emperor perished. There was dead silence. All the martial warriors and the dark apparitions seemed to have lost their voices. They stared at the sky with wide eyes and couldn't regain their senses for some time. Did the lazy mist Devil Emperor just die? Did Wang Tung and Master Di Qi kill him together? They weren't surprised by Master Di Qi because he was a Cosmo Stage martial warrior and was at the same level as the lazy mist Devil Emperor. Yet, even though Wang Tung was just at the planetary stage, he was still a crucial factor in this battle. No one could deny his contributions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 935. After a moment of silence, everyone regained their senses. Cheers echoed in the sky. Ha ha! Kill these dark apparitions. The other dark apparitions outside the array offered no threat once the lazy mist Devil Emperor was out of the equation. The rune weapons breathed again, conducting a large-scale bombing. Many dark apparitions were exterminated in the blink of an eye. The remaining Devil Lords and Devil Kings wanted to retreat, but the human martial warriors wouldn't grant them their wishes. How could they come and leave whenever they wanted? Dichi also intervened and slashed the Devil Kings as if he was cutting vegetables. The Devil Lords were even easier to tackle. Wang Tung had nothing to do now. He had exhausted much of his spiritual power, so he decided to take a break. Scanning the sky, searched carefully for the attribute bubbles dropped by the lazy mist Devil Emperor. He mustn't miss any attribute bubbles dropped by this Devil Emperor. The lazy mist Devil Emperor had exploded into many pieces. Thus, the attribute bubbles were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, Wang Tung had some spiritual power remaining, so he could just sweep them over and collect them. The bubbles dropped by the lazy mist Devil Emperor were different from the normal dark apparitions. They were bigger and darker. Constellation Force, Dark, asterisk 65,000 Imperial, level Dark Talent, asterisk 3,000. Continue reading on Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 3,500 Celestial Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 3,200 Devil Transformation, asterisk 1,000 Lazy Mist Devil Scripture, asterisk 800. This was a great surprise. Wang Ting knew that the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor would give him many attributes, but he didn't expect such a large number. 65,000 points of Constellation Dark Force allowed his Dark Force to rise 2 levels. It advanced from the 4th level to the 6th level. Constellation Dark Force, 3,000/60,000, Planetary Stage, 6th level. The other dark apparitions had contributed to this level up too. They dropped many points of Dark Force, allowing Wang Tung to progress by 2 levels smoothly. Next was the Imperial level Dark Talent. Imperial level talents were weaker than Divine level talents, but stronger than the Emperor level. After absorbing this attribute bubble, Wang Tung felt his dark talent becoming more powerful. With this Imperial level dark talent, Wang Tung will be able to reach the Cosmos stage just through cultivation. He didn't need to rely on picking up attributes. If he worked harder, he might even touch the Heaven stage or the Universe stage. In summary, he would be a Devil Emperor among the dark apparitions. Devil Emperors had different levels too, split into the bottom, middle, and top. This corresponded to the Cosmos stage, Heaven stage, and Universe stage, respectively. The Lazy Mist Devil Emperor was a bottom-level Devil Emperor. Wait. If Wang Tung managed to raise his Dark Force to the Cosmos stage, he would become a Devil Emperor, right? That was a Devil Emperor. He would be like a boss among the dark apparitions. Would he become the boss of the dark apparitions one day? Wang Tung shuddered at the thought of it. For some reason, it felt a little exhilarating. Imperial level dark talent. 3,000/25,000. There were 3,500 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. This was the largest Celestial Realm Spirit attribute bubble he had received so far. He also got 3,200 points of Celestial Realm Enlightenment. This was another huge harvest. Spirit, 8150/50,000, Celestial Realm Enlightenment, 4280/50,000, Celestial Realm. This was followed by 1,000 points of Devil Transformation. It was more than all the Devil Transformation attributes he had accumulated in the past. Another Devil Transformation attribute bubble. It looked like he couldn't avoid this attribute. Wang Tung felt a little helpless, but it was understandable. All of the powerful dark apparitions would possess the Devil Transformation skill. If he wanted to kill them, he would need to face their Devil Transformation. It was impossible not to drop this attribute. Devil Transformation, 230/10,000, big achievement. 1,000 points of Devil Transformation allowed his Devil Transformation skill to rise from small achievement to big achievement stage. However, when Wang Tung noticed that the next stage required 10,000 points, he was shocked. The small achievement stage only needed 1,000 points, whereas the big achievement stage was 10 times more. Fortunately, Wang Tung didn't care about this skill, so he didn't dawdle over it. He allowed it to rise freely. The last 2 attribute bubbles astounded him. Lazy Mist Devil Scripture. These 2 attribute bubbles were unique to the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor. The Lazy Mist Devil Scripture was unique to the Lazy Devil race. Only Devil Emperors and above could practice it. This was a Devil Emperor level scripture to Devil Lords and Devil Kings. The Lazy Mist Devil scripture was like an ultimate martial arts scripture. Of course, if dark apparitions from other races practiced this skill, the effects would be greatly reduced. This was because they didn't possess the special physique of the Lazy Devil race, the Lazy Mist physique. By right, Wang Tung couldn't practice it. However, he had gained the Lazy Mist physique too. It formed a set with the Lazy Mist Devil scripture. Mind you, the system service was incredible. The system, please give a thumbs up if you like my service. 3. Lazy Mist physique. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered as he felt the changes in his body. He realized that he could sense the laziness in living creatures and absorb them. Wang Tung's interest was piqued. He silently activated his Lazy Mist Devil scripture, and an unnoticeable black mist floated over and merged into his body. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 936. This black mist was the Lazy Mist. Everyone had laziness, more or less. Thus, it was easy to absorb the Lazy Mist. If Wang Tung wanted to absorb everyone's Lazy Mist, the scene might be quite majestic. However, he was afraid that someone would notice it. Hence, he was extremely careful and only absorbed a small strand of it. Then, he stopped to prevent anyone from detecting it. Wang Tung discovered a ball of black mist appearing within the dark constellation above the Sea of Nihility. This was the Lazy Mist. Dark apparitions were strange creatures. Their force and spirit were all stored in a core. This core was known as the Dark Force Nucleus. The Lazy Mist of the Lazy Devil race was stored in the Dark Force Nucleus too. However, it was different for Wang Tung. He was a human. He might have received the Dark Talent and could absorb Dark Force and cultivate with it, but he didn't have a Dark Force Nucleus. However, he managed to form a dark constellation similar to the other human forces. Hence, the Lazy Mist he absorbed could only be stored in the core of the dark constellation. At this moment, he had already grasped the use of the Lazy Mist. It was similar to what Roundball said. The Lazy Mist was able to make a person lazy. Both the consciousness and body would be invaded, and they wouldn't have any motivation to do anything. If someone came into contact with a Lazy Mist during a fight, they would be at a great disadvantage. Anyone could attack them. This ball of Lazy Mist floated in the core of the dark constellation. It didn't affect Wang Tung. It was like an obedient little child who would follow his order completely. This is good stuff. Wang Tung touched his chin and decided to practice the Lazy Mist Devil scripture when he had the time. He looked at his attributes panel. Lazy Mist Devil scripture, 800/1000, foundation, Lazy Mist physique, 2000/30,000. Wang Tung was stunned. 800 points of Lazy Mist Devil scripture couldn't even get him past the foundation level. It looked like the Lazy Mist Devil scripture was quite powerful. Normally, 800 points were enough to raise a celestial stage scripture to the well-versed level. But Wang Tung didn't mind. More attributes meant that this scripture was more powerful. It was worth cultivating. As for the Lazy Mist physique, the limit was 30,000. This proved that it was an amazing physique. Actually, the Lazy Mist physique of every Lazy Devil was different. Some of them had greater talent, so the limit of their Lazy Mist physique was higher. Others with weaker talent would have lower limits. Since the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor was able to become a Devil Emperor, his talent must be low. Thus, the limit of his Lazy Mist physique was higher. Wang Tung was satisfied with these two attribute bubbles. With the Lazy Mist physique, practicing the Lazy Mist Devil scripture would allow him to gather more Lazy Mist. This was a good battle ability and would be of great help to him. After picking up all the attribute bubbles dropped by the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor, Wang Tung's gaze finally landed on the attribute bubbles dropped by the other human martial warriors and dark apparitions. He started collecting them in heaps. Looking at it from another point of view, Wang Tung was a war profiteer. Every time there was a battle, there would be a large number of attribute bubbles dropped. This was all profit for him. He helped when he should, so it was alright for him to collect the attribute bubbles. It made sense, right? As his spiritual power swept through the fortress, the attribute bubbles flew over to him. He smiled brightly. He was in a great mood. Constellation Force, Earth, * 500 Constellation Force, Fire, * 650 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 250 Planetary Realm Spirit, * 700 Constellation Force, Dark, * 400 Planetary Realm Spirit, * 350 Planetary Realm Enlightenment, * 400 Emperor, Level Wood Talent, * 450. The battle hadn't ended, so the attribute bubbles continued dropping. There was no stopping them. But the quality of these attribute bubbles was uneven, though not a bad thing. It was a hassle to count them. Wang Ting didn't count them one by one. He inspected the result directly. His ability rose exponentially as he absorbed these attribute bubbles. His 5 forces increased the most. His constellation metal force was still at the 8th level, but it had reached 67,000 points. He wasn't far away from hitting the 80,000 points limit. The other 4 basic forces had a greater increase. Some increased by a level, while others increased by 2. All of them had reached the 8th level. Happiness came suddenly. Wang Teng was caught off guard. His spirit and enlightenment increased by a few hundred points. This helped his ability to increase a little. Next were the talent attributes. The highest were the Emperor level talents. Ever since he received the Imperial level and Divine level talents, Wang Ting couldn't bother about the Emperor level talents anymore. It was easier to get rich and harder to go back to poverty. Wang Teng sighed. This wasn't his true intention, but he didn't have a choice. Besides his wind and dark talents, others were all at the Emperor level. He could only accept it reluctantly. There was one talent Wang Teng didn't possess in the past. Emperor level arrow talent * 500. His arrow talent used to be at the ultimate stage. Now, after collecting this attribute bubble, it jumped to the Emperor level. Emperor level arrow talent 500/10,000. Wang Teng liked the arrow talent. It could be used as a long-range attack like the rune guns. The arrow talent could come in handy sometimes, and it might even be more useful than the rune guns. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 937. After his arrow talent reached the Emperor level, Wang Teng's understanding of arrow skills increased. It became easier for him to grasp a relevant skill now. Besides the Emperor level arrow talent, he also gained an arrow battle technique, Blazing Phantom Arrow. This name sounded incredible. Enlightenment of the Blazing Phantom Arrow appeared in Wang Teng's mind. This arrow skill was quite cool. It was a fire element arrow skill. But besides possessing the powerful offensive ability of the fire element, it also had a phantom ability. It was able to make use of the light and shadow effect to hide traces of the arrow. The arrows were like phantoms, unpredictable and hard to find. Wang Teng had once received an arrow skill known as the Aurora Holy Arrow. Compared to this, the Aurora Holy Arrow was more direct and forceful. On the other hand, the Blazing Phantom Arrow possessed 2 traits, the power of a fire attack and the unpredictability of the arrows. This was a rare arrow skill. Moreover, it was a Celestial Stage arrow skill. It could give a lethal blow to Celestial Stage martial warriors. 1 arrow, 1 Celestial Stage martial warrior. It felt exciting just thinking about it. There were other scripture attribute bubbles, but they were all at the planetary stage. They were useless for Wang Teng. Most of his scriptures were at the Celestial Stage. Wang Teng continued picking up attribute bubbles. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Constellation Force, Wind, * 26,000 Imperial, Level Wind Talent * 1,000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 450 MYB0X, N0VEL. Celestial Realm Enlightenment * 400. These belong to Di Qi. Wang Teng immediately reacted. There was the Tempest Domain and the Wind Hell Ultima. Besides Di Qi, no one was able to reach this stage of enlightenment. This was another round of harvest for Wang Teng. Although 26,000 points of constellation wind force didn't allow him to achieve a breakthrough, his wind force took a huge leap. The only regret was the Imperial level talent. It was a little useless. He already had the divine level wind talent, so he didn't need this lower level wind talent. Wang Tong shook his head and sighed. He found a waste. After all, it was an Imperial level talent. Other people would definitely fight for their lives over it. It was a pity he couldn't give it away. He received 450 points of Celestial Realm Spirit and 400 points of Celestial Realm Enlightenment. This was a sizable gain. Wang Teng's Spirit and Enlightenment saw some improvements. More Tempest Domain attribute was dropped by Di Qi compared to the Divine Tempest Bird, but was understandable. The Divine Tempest Bird existed in the virtual universe. Based on his guess, the attribute bubbles dropped in the virtual universe were many times smaller than in real life. Tempest Domain, 330 meters. The additional 250 points of Tempest Domain allowed his attribute to reach 300 points in total. This gave him a 30 meters radius. Wang Tang's Tempest Domain expanded from 5 meters to 30 meters. It was worth a celebration. Lastly, there were 500 points of Wind Hell Ultima. Wang Tang's Wind Hell Ultima jumped from 2nd to 3rd level. Wind Hell Ultima, 300/1000, 3rd level. The 3rd level Ultima was at least 3 times more powerful than the 2nd level. Wang Tang chuckled. He didn't expect Di Qi to give him so many wind element attributes. He felt that helping him kill the lazy Mist Devil Emperor was a good deal. Gradually, the battle came to an end. The dark apparitions outside the array were all annihilated. The ground was littered with corpses. Even the soil got stained by the black blood and turned pitch black. It was ghastly. There were some patches of red mixed in the black blood. It was the blood of humans. Many martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire had died. But overall, this was the biggest victory the Great Qian Empire ever had. It was an unprecedented victory. You could count the number of wins the Great Qian Empire had over the dark apparitions with one hand. There were too few of them. Furthermore, all of these victories occurred when humans took the initiative. This time it was different. The dark apparitions had initiated the attack, and they didn't have any time to prepare. Normally, the human side would suffer heavy losses. But in reality, humans only had a few deaths while all of the dark apparitions were exterminated. Even though the humans were in sorrow, the overall atmosphere was invigorating. The martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire started clearing up the battleground in an orderly manner. They cleaned up the corpses of the dark apparitions. The most effective method was to burn them and leave no remnants. It would be troublesome if a human got infected by the dark force. The martial warriors from the military had memorized the procedure by heart. They fought with dark apparitions all year round, so they were familiar with the steps. Wang Tang stood on the roof of a building and stretched his back. Honestly, it was tiring to pick up so many attribute bubbles. It was manual labor. What? Did you twist your back? A burst of gentle laughter came from behind him. The person seemed to be teasing him. Me? No way, I have a strong waist. Wang Tang tilted his head and glanced at Di Qi, who had appeared beside him. He rolled his eyes. Ha ha. We'll know how strong your waist is after testing it. There are many nice places on the Great Qian planet. Let me bring you around when you go there. Di Qi raised his eyebrows. His lewd expression didn't match his handsome face. Wang Tang was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. A man would understand what he meant. Your treat. He laughed. You're looking down on me. Of course, ITL'll be my treat. Di Qi crossed his arms and pretended to be angry. The two of them exchanged glances and broke into laughter. By right, Di Qi wouldn't treat Wang Tang like this. He regarded him like a peer. However, after the battle, Di Qi recognized Wang Tang's potential as well as his ability. He was able to join the battle between Cosmos Stage martial warriors and played a crucial part in it. He was worth this treatment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 938. After a serious incident like the invasion of the dark apparitions, Wang Tung's trip to Great Qian Planet was postponed without exception. Di Qi also had a lot of things to deal with, especially the casualties of the martial warriors and the damage to the battle fortress. All of these had to be accounted for, and he would have to travel to Great Qian Planet personally and give a report. Wang Ting had no choice but to wait. He locked himself up in the room where he had previously stayed in. The battle fortress residential area was located in the rear, which was relatively safe. The region the dark apparitions had damaged was at the front where the military areas were. That was why the residential area was not greatly affected. Only some buildings were harmed by force attacks. Wang Tung's residence was fortunate to not have been included among them. He sat cross-legged on his bed, while a strange power entwined in his hands. It was the power of time. Wang Tung cut a wound on his finger and wrapped it with the power of time. Very soon, a miraculous scene appeared. The wound healed quickly and was back to normal in the blink of an eye. He had cut the wound from the left to the right, but it healed in the opposite way. On top of that, the blood that oozed out flowed back into the wound, and nothing was left behind. Everything seemed like it had turned back. If you compare it carefully, you would realize that after healing, the area where the wound appeared was exactly the same as before. There was not one bit of a difference. This wasn't just healing. Even if no scars were left behind, it wouldn't be exactly the same as before. It was as if there was never a wound to begin with. Time reversal. Wang Tung's eyes flashed as he smiled. After obtaining time talent for such a long time, this was the first time he was studying it. When facing the lazy mist Devil Emperor, he discovered that he was still struggling to deal with a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. If it didn't work with Di Qi, he wouldn't be lazy mist Devil Emperor's match. That was why he started studying his moves as soon as he came back. The time ability had immense potential. It would be a waste not to focus on it. In order to study his time ability, he even chased Round Ball away and locked himself up. Round Ball knew that Wang Tung had something to hide from him. However, it had no intention of digging into his secrets. It didn't probe further and went out for a walk alone. Giving each other space would help them to get along better. Round Ball understood that. It took this opportunity to learn about the major events that had happened in Great Qian Empire in recent years via the Battle Fortress Network. It was also good for it to plan the journey to Great Qian Planet. Otherwise, if it messed up, he would be treated as a laughing stock. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. Round Ball once told him that those who had mastered time talents met tragic ends. That was why he didn't dare to be careless. He saw that there was indeed a change in his attributes panel. His origin of soul and life had dropped by 10 points after he had rewound time. Wang Tung had a lot of force attributes. Every time he advanced to a new level, there would be a change. The origin of soul and origin of life would follow suit as well, undergoing numerous enhancements. That was why Wang Tang's origin of soul and origin of life were extremely high compared to his peers. They were even comparable to a 7th level celestial stage martial warrior. It didn't affect him when he expended 10 attribute points, and he decided to continue researching it. I used it for a second just now. Let's try 10 seconds. Wang Tung cut his finger again. He waited for 10 seconds before using the power of time to recover. Wang Tung's finger returned to normal, and he looked at the attributes panel again. Both the origin of soul and origin of life had lost 100 attribute points at the same time. 100 points. Wang Tung stared at his finger and started hesitating. His eyebrows twitched. Should I try 100 seconds? 10 points per second. 10 seconds would mean 100 points. 100 seconds would mean 1,000 points. Wang Ting didn't dare to do it. 100 points were still acceptable, but 1,000 points of origin of soul and origin of life were too much for him. It was almost a tenth of what he currently had. It would take less than 2 minutes for him to use up a tenth of his attributes. Wang Tung took a breath of cold air. F***K. He couldn't afford to do it. The power of time was simply a luxury. It cost life, not money. However, if one was in a dire situation, the power of time could be used to save lives. Wang Ting thought about it and decided to try again. This time, he wasn't adjusting the amount of time, but the size of the wound. A larger wound might consume more origin of soul and origin of life. However, he still wanted to try it. He proceeded to create a wound that was twice as large and used the power of time to heal himself after a second had passed. He used up 20 attribute points of origin of soul and origin of life. 20 points, that's twice as much. Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered to himself. However, he knew that this was just a small wound. If he had an extremely serious injury, he would consume more attribute points. It might even reach a horrifying amount. Well, I can't possibly hurt myself badly to test this. Wang Tung shook his head and gave up the idea, having said that the power of time might not necessarily be used for restoration. It could be used to reverse the tide of battle. When unforeseen circumstances arose in battle, the power of time could play a decisive role. It was a huge bug. If used well, it would be a weapon that ensured his victory and success. However, it was a double-edged sword. It could very well harm him as well. In fact, he wouldn't be able to avoid that. It was impossible that those who mastered the power of time didn't understand that. Yet, they were all devoured by that power. Wang Tung had to be careful. He would never use it easily unless it was his last resort. After studying the power of time for a while, Wang Tung had used up a total of 400 points of origin of soul and origin of life. Wang Tung immediately stopped researching it. 400 points were already enough for him to feel pain in his heart. Origin of soul and origin of life were related to his own vitality. He couldn't just waste them like that. Afterward, he turned his attention to the lazy mist devil scripture. He was lacking 200 attribute points to advance the lazy mist devil scripture. Wang Tung wasn't stingy and spent 200 blank attributes on it. Lazy mist devil scripture immediately advanced to the well-versed stage. After that, Wang Tung began cultivating. The lazy mist devil scripture circulated in his body. Although he was not that proficient in it, his current level was much better than the foundation stage, and the circulation was quite smooth. As the lazy mist devil scripture circulated his body, Wang Tung immediately sensed the laziness of the living creatures outside. The laziness could not be touched nor seen. Others could only feel their own laziness, but they wouldn't be able to locate it. However, with lazy mist physique, he could see the laziness in their bodies and pull it toward him. The traces of laziness turned into black mist as they penetrated the ground and then gathered toward Wang Tung. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 939. In the room, wisps of black mist seeped out of the ground and swarmed toward Wang Tung's body. The room was instantly filled with black mist. It looked eerie. Fortunately, Wang Tung had used his spiritual power to form blockage arrays around the room so that people outside wouldn't detect anything. The only person Wang Tung was worried about was Di Qi. He was the only one that could threaten him. However, his mastery of runes had reached the Grandmaster level. He was confident that he could escape Di Qi's detection. Wang Tung used the lazy mist devil scripture and absorbed the black mist into his body. After flowing around his veins, the black mist gathered in the core of the dark constellation. Time passed slowly. Approximately an hour later, all the laziness in the battle fortress had been absorbed by Wang Tung. There was a huge ball of lazy mist in his body now. It had been condensed. Once it was released, it could envelop a large area. This was what happened when the lazy mist devil emperor released his lazy mist. The mist ball wasn't big, but it could cover a wide area. Wang Tung smiled. He stopped practicing the lazy mist devil scripture. At the same time, the tired martial warriors outside were suddenly full of vigor again. Strange, my body is tired, but I don't feel like resting, some martial warriors muttered to themselves in a confused tone. Then, they started working hard again. Many buildings were damaged in the battle fortress. There weren't enough engineering robots, so the martial warriors had to fill up the gaps to ensure that the battle fortress could be repaired quickly. This was the scene Wang Tung saw when he walked out of his lodging. He gave a strange expression. Should Di Qi thank me? Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered to himself. He stopped cultivating and started touring around the battle fortress. The martial warriors on the way stopped what they were doing and bowed to him with respect. Some celestial stage martial warriors even greeted him enthusiastically. All the martial warriors in the battle fortress had witnessed Wang Tung's ability during this battle. As someone who was able to fight alongside Master Di Qi, this young man was definitely a formidable warrior. Powerful people would gain respect no matter where they went. Also, Wang Tung did them a huge favor. Without him, many people would have died in this dark apparition's invasion, suffering grievous losses. Thus, these martial warriors felt grateful toward Wang Tung. Along the way, Wang Tung saw Olivia and Clive. They stood behind Di Qi and checked on the injured martial warriors. When he walked over, Di Qi nodded at him and asked, "Why are you here?" "I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a look." Wang Tung glanced around him and noticed many injured. There were a few hundred of them. The serious ones had lost a limb. Even the ones with light injuries were covered with wounds. It was a tragic sight. Most importantly, Wang Tung saw dark force on their wounds, with black patterns around the wounds. It was hard to remove the dark force from the wounds. Di Qi noticed his gaze and sighed. "We need light force to dispel the dark force. We don't have light element martial warriors here, and our light potion reserve is empty. There aren't enough potions." Light potion? Wang Tung was confused. Light potion is made by extracting light force from light element martial warriors. The extracted light force will be made into potions using a special method by alchemists. It has a good effect in eradicating dark force from the body. Olivia rushed to answer. Wang Tung glanced at her and nodded. "I didn't know you could do this. I remember that you used a holy flame during the battle. Can you expel the dark force from these injured martial warriors? The longer it stays in their bodies, the more harm it will cause. Even if it's eradicated in the end, there will still be implications." Olivia hesitated before asking. "All right, I almost forgot. You have the holy flame." Di Qi was stunned for a moment. Then he slapped his forehead and pulled Wang Tung inside. "Quick, help me with this, and he'll owe you another favor. Your favors seem a bit worthless. You're giving them out randomly." Wang Tung felt speechless. "Ha ha. Other people won't be able to get my favor even if they want to. Are you saying it's too much?" Di Qi didn't mind, laughing loudly. All right, I agree. Let me go so that I can do it properly." Wang Tung felt helpless. Too many favors wasn't a bad thing. "I'll leave it to you." Di Qi released him and patted his shoulder. Olivia and Clive were puzzled when they saw the two of them acting intimately. When did they become so close? The duo found it unbelievable. Di Qi might seem amiable and friendly, but he had an aloof personality. He wouldn't interact with just anyone. He had many peers that wanted to befriend him. There were Cosmo stage martial warriors among these people, but Di Qi disregarded them. He didn't even want to lay his eyes on them. Once, Olivia had asked him why he didn't want to befriend them, even though they had high positions. Di Qi's reply was simple: "I don't like them." Thus, one could see that Di Qi was an aloof and indifferent person. Even someone with the same status couldn't enter his eyes. However, he was acting like old friends with Wang Tung. This was unbelievable. Wang Tung didn't know any of this. He walked forward confidently. All the injured martial warriors were inside a large medical facility. The beds were lined up in a clean and orderly manner. Some martial warriors with more serious injuries were lying in medical cabins. Expensive potions were used to keep them on their last breaths. "What's he doing? Shouldn't he treat them one by one?" Olivia whispered. "I don't know. Let's wait and see." Di Qi shook his head. "Ask them to open the cabins." Wang Tung turned and said, "Open the cabins?" Di Qi was stunned. "Yes." Wang Tung nodded without giving an explanation. "All right, I trust you." Since Di Qi had asked Wang Tung for help, he chose not to suspect him. He ordered the doctors to open the cabins. "Master, this isn't a good idea. The injured can't suffer any more stimulations." A doctor around 50 years old glanced at Wang Tung. He was a little hesitant. Di Qi understood the situation and looked at Wang Tung. 10 seconds is enough. If it doesn't help, you can close the cabin, Wang Tung said. Okay. The doctor immediately agreed. The cabin doors opened, and the martial warriors inside woke up, frowning in pain. The doctor stared at the time intently. Once 10 seconds were up, he would close the cabin instantly. To the doctors, the lives of these injured martial warriors were more important than anything else. It wasn't because they didn't believe Wang Tong. At this moment, a dazzling white light lit up the room. Numerous holy points of white light dropped from the sky and landed on the injured martial warriors. The wounds on their bodies started healing at a visible speed. Dark force was excreted out of their bodies and turned into wisps of black smoke. They disappeared in the air. This is light force treatment. The doctors widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.